Chapter 26. As Lassiter walked through the forest of the Brotherhood's mountain, it was not with a swagger, like he owned the joint. Instead, he carefully picked the places in the leaves and craggy underbrush where he could safely put his booted feet. And he constantly brushed off his shoulders, convinced things were dropping on him from overhead. And that sweet, natural pine smell irritated the fuck out of his sinuses. For all the dominion he had over earthly matters, and vampires in particular, he fucking hated nature. Something was always sneaking under your collar and 15 feeding it down your spine, or pooping on your head, or poking you in the eye, or giving you rabies. Plus rain, snow, sleet, hail, which led to the fun and games of faucet-running noses, frostbitten toes, and oh yeah, black ice that sent your car face first into a tree trunk. And then, because June through August didn't want to miss out on the opportunity to harass people, you got the too hot summer. So in addition to bees, wasps, and yellow jackets, you had armpit sweat, chafing, flip-flops. He couldn't fucking stand flip-flops. Nobody ever needed to see anybody else's piggies go to market. And there was another part to it all. To make his climate intolerance and allergy to nature's so-called wonders worse, he lived with this house, who was only too happy to call a person out as a pussy if they happened to bring up the fact that maybe staying indoors was a great idea when the temperature was higher or lower than 70 degrees. Whatever. Put that snarky SOB in a world full of Hallmark cards, MLM Hunbots, and Save Britney hashtags, and see how he did. As the wind changed direction and half of the angel's peck-length hair spidered into his face, he batted the stuff away and glared to the northeast. I swear to fucking God, I will put a muzzle on you. Aware that he had just told a force of nature to quit it or he'd give it something to cry about, he decided maybe he was just spoiled. His office was on the other side, up in the sanctuary, where it was always 70 degrees with no breeze and no ticks, hornets, or mosquitoes. Brown recluses. Asked, this houses. Talk about muzzles. Technically, there were options for dealing with that brother. In the hierarchy of things, the real flowchart of authority, Lassiter was the apex asshole, above even wrath. And no matter how annoyed that made V, it was what it was. Gravity. The rise and fall of the sun. The supremacy of Eddie Van Halen's guitar licks, B. Arthur's sense of style, the New York Yankees' batting average and Lassiter's buck stops here. Actually, he didn't really give a fuck about baseball. He just really enjoyed messing with V's Red Sox obsession. Like shooting fish in a barrel, he said to himself, as he considered fresh approaches to winding up tall, dark, and judgy. The cave he was looking for came forth to greet him. The craggy hole in the side of the mountain was utterly unremarkable. Nothing but a split in a vein of granite that was camoed by trees and brush. Unless you knew it was there, you'd never see it, and that was the point. Slipping inside, he got a prickly whiff of earth and mold, another grand recommendation for camping, and in the darkness, he orientated himself by throwing a golden glow around the low ceiling. Directly in front of him, on just an any closer and it would a bitch a foot away, was a mound of pottery shards that was hip height and wide as a dance floor. The remnants of the Black Dagger Brotherhood's collection of lesser jars. Picking up an irregularly shaped piece that had a blue glaze, he thought of the Omega. The lessening society. The end of that era. How many trips had it taken to clear the mess out? He wondered as he tossed the shard back and stepped around the pile. Heading into a subtle curve in the fissure, he came up to a set of iron gates that were covered with a shiny bright mesh. The bars were thick as a male's wrist, and the fine weave of steel, which prevented vampires from dematerializing inside, had been soldered on. The lock was copper. With a sweep of his hand, he cast the venerable barrier aside and stepped into a hall set with torches that hissed and spit on their mountings. The sounds of brooms a-whisking escorted him forward, and soon enough, the ruination presented itself. From floor to ceiling, shelving made from hand-hewn planks was hanging in disarray, the lengths broken or mostly missing, the ragged ends like something had bitten at them. As he went along, he pictured things as they had been before, the horizontal levels set with jars of an incalculable number of different shapes and sizes and colors. There must have been 1,000 of them? No, maybe more. And inside of those jars, the hearts of the lessers that the Brotherhood had killed. The containers had been from every century, from ancient pottery ones that had been handmade all the way up to cheapo, mass-produced stuff from Target. The collection had existed for so long, and been added to for so many years, that it had, in the manner of all things frequently seen, been taken to be permanent. The Omega had fixed that. Like a late summer wasp on its last throes, the evil had come in to sting one final time, reclaiming the hearts he had removed during inductions to bolster his lagging strength. The evil had ultimately been defeated, however, and now, a new enemy had come to Caldwell. Lassiter could only pray to himself that what they needed to fight the book was still in that coffin. Down about 40 yards, Butch and Vishouse were doing the brooming thing, the pair of them dressed in long black robes, some kind of conversation back and forthing between them. No doubt the cop was trying to chill his roommate out about something. How that former human managed to live with a Molotov cocktail like V was a shining example of forbearance. "Speak of the devil," Lassiter said to Vishouse. "And how are ya, Butch? Don't you ever knock?" V bent over to corral a wedge of debris into a handheld dustpan with a Joe Rogan Experience sticker on it. "Nice to see you two." Lassiter sauntered by. "And geez, you boys are handy with the tidy-up. If I had a car, I'd ask you to detail it." "Why are you here again?" V said as he sloughed the dust off Rogan's face and into a Rubbermaid trash roller. "Oh, same ol', same ol'. Lassiter shrugged. "I haven't seen you for almost 22 minutes and I just wanted to be in your presence. You know, to recharge myself with all the warmth you put out into the world." As V straightened and glared across the narrow corridor, Butch clapped his roommate on the shoulder. "No, you can't hit him with your broom. Don't even think about it. I'm going to start calling him your zookeeper, V." Lassiter winked and kept going. Then, over his shoulder, he added, "See you at the altar, boys." "I wouldn't cross the road to piss a fire out on your dead body," Vishouse announced. Lassiter pointed to the top of his head without turning around. "Immortal, remember?" The sanctum sanctorum of the Black Dagger Brotherhood was deep inside the mountain, the vast subterranean cavern having once served as the reservoir for an underground river. And down at the terminal point of the gradual descent was the focus of it all. A raised dais, lit by black candles on stanchions, on which a stone altar had been set so that the ancient skull of the first brother could be properly displayed. Behind that precious artifact, an enormous wall of marble that was inscribed with the name of every member of the Brotherhood, from the first to the most recent John Matthew. There would be others. Not that he could share that. Fate was, after all, a need-to-know kind of jam. Lassiter stopped before the skull, meeting the black voids of the eye sockets as if he were trading gazes with a living thing. "I wish I could reassure them," he murmured. "It turned out, when you were in charge, there were things that the rank and file were not permitted to know. And of all the surprises that had come since he'd accepted this job from the scribe virgin, the biggest shocker was the amount of information he was not able to share with the people who would be most affected by it. Evidently, knowing the outcome sometimes changed the free part of the will thing. So as much as he hated it, he had to zip it a lot of the time. Voices, deep and far off, percolated down to him, and before the Brotherhood arrived, he took a final look around at the stalactites, the black candles, the torches, the altar, the wall. Stepping away from the skull, he went off to stand at the side. Moments later, the voices dried up and were replaced by the approaching sounds of heavy boots and the shifting of heavy fabric. The first of the black robes entered alone. And even though the ceremonial garb's hood was up and shielding most of the facial features, it was obvious that it was Wrath, and not because of the white cane sweeping side to side, either. He was just bigger than the others in ways that had nothing to do with physical size. The next in line was Tor, a spot of honor earned by virtue of him being the first lieutenant of the Brotherhood. And as the fighter's presence registered, Lassiter had a memory of finding the male in the forest and bringing him some McDonald's. The grief-stricken widower had been surviving off the blood of deer, waiting impatiently to die so he could join his Shellen and unborn son in the Fade. Destiny had had other plans for him, however. Behind Tor, the rest of them filed in, and the four in the middle were not empty-handed. Or empty-shouldered, as was the case. Rage, Vishouse, Fury, and Zodist had the old coffin up on their shoulders, and they bore the responsibility with solemn honor. The Black Dagger brother Savage was back in the house, so to speak. The coffins would had darkened nearly to black, the paneling run with age-created cracks and spotted with wormholes. But the carvings were still evident. Symbols in the old language detailed warnings on all sides, and woven among the dire missives was the brother's name. At the altar, Tor bowed before the skull. Then he picked it up and gave the relic to Wrath, the king's black diamond flashing as he accepted the sacred symbol of all that had gone before. The coffin was placed upon the slab, taking up all of the flat surface. The brothers tightened their circle around it, standing shoulder to shoulder, and as Wrath held the skull over his head, a low chanting started up, the voices of the males blending together to become one tone, one sound, that was amplified by the acoustics of the cave. Tor stepped forward, taking out of the folds of his black robe a silver wedge and an old hammer with a wooden handle. Finding the seam of the coffin lid, he drove the tool's sharp cleave in with a series of bam-bam-bams, and then repeated the process all around, teasing loose the single plane of wood that sealed the mortality box. The air that was released hissed out, and the sense that something imminent was closing in on the group made Lassiter's nape prickle in warning. If he'd been Catholic, he'd have made the sign of the cross. Fortunately, Butch O'Neill did that for them all. Hey, it never hurt to belt and suspenders with the God thing. The coffin nails were long and rectangular, having been forged by hand centuries before, and there seemed to be 100 of them. With every turn of the wedge, they protested against the separation they had been called into duty to prevent. The squeaks a reminder that not only were they good at their job, they had been doing it for a very, very long time. Putting the tools back into his robe, Tor nodded at the lineup of brothers, and Rage and Vishouse joined him, one at the head, one at the foot. The chanting got louder as the three brothers squeezed their fingers in between the lid and the body of the coffin, and Lassiter had a thought that he was glad this wasn't a John Carpenter movie. The nails came free in a series of pops, and then the interior was revealed. With a synchronized tilt, the Brotherhood leaned in as if they had linked arms, and Lassiter did the same off to the side. As his heart started to pound, he told himself that he had given them the right advice. The solution to all of this was in there. Everyone froze, including the three who were holding the lid. "What the fuck?" V breathed. Chapter 27. While Savage was up on the cottage's second floor listening for the boogeyman, May was down in the basement, staring into the darkness of Tala's bedroom. The light from the cellar stairs was enough to let her see the old female lying on the chaise lounge by her antique writing desk. She'd cast her fragile body out on the silk cushions, one arm over her head, the other across her midriff. Her feet in those slippers were extended into arched points, like she was a ballerina about to come down for landing. If she had been back in her youth, her recline would have been sensual. In her dotage, her pose seemed as sad as all her fancy furniture stuffed into this run-down little house. Evidence that the best of her life had come before, and what was left was only remnants of glory and youth, both faded to the point of no return. "I lied to him," she whispered. "I couldn't tell him about." A creak up above in the kitchen made her shoulders tighten with anxiety. Turning away, she tugged the hem of her fleece down and went over to the base of the wooden steps. Looking up at Savage as he stood at the top, he was nothing but a looming mass, faceless yet not shapeless, his muscles carving his presence out of the illumination streaming from behind him. "Did you leave already?" she asked quietly. "Yes, I'm back now." "Wow, that was fast." "She's sound asleep. Everything's secure up here, and I have what we need." May was careful on the ascension, making sure to sidestep the creakers in the planks. As she closed in on where he was, Savage backed up to give her some room. Closing the basement door behind herself, she glanced around. "So yeah. No, there still aren't any errant books. Anywhere." "That wasn't what I was thinking." "Yes, it was." May crossed her arms over her chest. "I refuse to argue about what's going through my head with a disinterested third party." Savage's lids lowered. "Oh, I'm hardly disinterested." May leaned back against the cellar door. There was the temptation nearly irresistibly to go back and forth with him, but instead she rotated her sore shoulder and stayed quiet. "What are we going to do now?" she said. "Sit and wait." "For what?" What's up with that shoulder of yours? Huh? Oh. She rubbed the knot in the muscle with her opposite hand. I was in a car accident a couple of years ago. The seat belt saved my life, but it caught me right across here, and ever since, it gets to talking to me. Sit down, he said as he spun one of the seats at the table around. I'll take care of it. I'm not looking for help. No, really? He clasped his hands to his chest. What a reversal. I'm reeling over here. You turning down aid. May smiled a little. You're crazy. Maybe, but I know what I'm doing with shoulder injuries. He patted the chair. Come on, what are you worried about? That I'm going to kiss you. May blinked and thought, no, I'm worried that if you do, I'm going to ask you to do it again. And again. And again. No, to prove the point. She went over and planted her butt in front of him. Do whatever you like. Just as she was about to qualify that with a shoulder-only chaser, she felt his broad, warm hand slide over the spot in question. Bracing herself, she got ready for him to pull some chiropractic move and snap her in half. Oh, she groaned as he massaged the top of her arm. Am I hurting you? No, that's amazing. He was gentle but firm as he worked the tension-filled cords that ran across the side of her neck, and God, the way the warmth from his palms translated into her skin, her muscles, her bones. And that weave of heat wasn't contained to just where he was touching. The connection between him and her body flowed everywhere, from her head to her feet. The next thing she knew, she wasn't just sitting in the chair, she was relaxing into it. And after that, she noticed that her breathing was slowing, and the persistent ache she'd had behind her right eye was also getting up and leaving, its presence registering because of its sudden absence. So much stress over the last couple of weeks, winding her tighter and tighter. But with every subtle squeeze and rotating touch, Savage was taking it away from her, giving her a temporary peace that she knew was going to last only as long as he was massaging her. But damn it, she was going to take the respite where she found it. Here, I'll come around and do the clavicle, he said. She barely noticed Savage moving, but then he was in front of her and his thumb was pushing into the hollows above and below the bone that had been broken and healed wrong. The second she winced, he stopped. Too much. No, it's wonderful, she murmured. Please keep going. There were a pair of cracks from his knees as he knelt down, and he was so big that his face was in front of hers even though the rest of him was on the floor. And as he fell into a rhythm of pressure and release, her torso moved back and forth, becoming a wave, as opposed to an intractable I-beam of stress. It was hard to say when relaxation turned to awareness. When she started to focus on how close he was to her. When her eyes, which she hadn't been aware of closing, slowly reopened. Savage was staring at her face instead of where he was rubbing, and his harsh features were a mask, showing nothing. His stare, though it was full of heat. I take lives against the will, but never females. I think you're good, he said as he dropped his magical hands. In the silence, he didn't rise to his full height. He didn't move in to get closer. He just stayed where he was, showing her nothing and telling her everything with his obsidian eyes. And that was when she realized. Not black, but blue, she whispered. What? Your eyes. Her voice got huskier. I've been thinking they were black. They're a very dark blue. I wouldn't know. How can you not know what color eyes you have? Because I don't care. Their voices were low and soft in the silent cottage, but not because either of them was worried about waking up Tala. At least that wasn't on May's mind. No, to her, they had created a separate space from the entire world, and there was no reason to speak any louder than it took to cross the infinitesimal distance between them. How can you not care? She said. I don't like to look at myself. He reached up and brushed a strand of her hair back. Mirrors are not my friend. Why? He shrugged. I can't stand my reflection. Her hand lifted of its own volition to his face. The second she made contact with his cheek, his breath seemed to catch, which seemed strange given how powerful his body was. With careful fingers, she traced his jaw and lingered at his chin. You have a 5 o'clock shadow. Do I? Do you shave without a mirror? Yes. She shook her head. How? I do it in the shower. Sure, as if he had implanted the image in her mind. She pictured him under a cascade of water, his head tilted back, his hair slick from the moisture, his naked body, the peaks and valleys the spray traveled over, glistening, glossy, as it rushed down his torso toward his. "Do you ever cut yourself?" she breathed. "No. I've been doing it that way for years." She stopped with her hand cupping the side of his face. And as she fell quiet again, he turned to her palm and pressed his lips to her lifeline, to the place she had scored herself with the knife so she could bleed into the silver basin and call the book that had yet to come. "I'm sorry," she said roughly. "For what?" "I don't know." Savage took her hand down and ran his thumb over the already closed cut. "I thought you hurt your finger, not here." "No, this was from before." "You're not very good with knives, huh?" "Guess not." Lowering his head, she closed her lids as he brushed his lips over the healed slice. She stayed exactly where she was for what felt like an eternity. When she opened her eyes, he was staring right at her, and she spoke one and only one word. "Yes." Chapter 28. Sometimes you had to go in for a second look. Or 12. Deep in the Black Dagger Brotherhood's sacred tomb, Lassiter elbowed his way through big male bodies to get to the coffin's edge. But it wasn't like proximity changed what he was seeing, which was absolutely fucking nothing except half a dozen old bags of. "What is that?" someone said. V outed one of his black daggers and stabbed at the discolored burlap sack. As a white powder was exposed, he speared some onto the blade. "I'd think twice before throwing that in your nose," somebody else remarked. "Oat flour," Vishouse announced as he scented it. Really fucking old oat flour. What the fuck, Lassiter thought. No skeletons surrounded by spiderwebs. No mummy. No zombie with perpetually rotting flesh and a hankering for fresh meat. Not even a generic set of remains where there was a collapsed death shroud and some dust over a bunch of discombobulated bones. But no, they had something Fritz could make a bread loaf out of. And not the weapon Lassiter had brought them here for. "Someone better tell me what the fuck is happening," Wrath growled as he yanked the hood of his robe down. "Nothing is happening." Lassiter looked over at the king as the other brothers likewise lost the coverings over their heads. "There's a couple bags of flour in there. Otherwise, the coffin is empty." The happy little announcement made the great blind king register surprise behind his wraparounds. Savage is gone. If he was ever in there. Lassiter backed away and ended up looking at the wall of names. "Maybe we have the wrong coffin." Tor picked up the lid. "His name is carved into the damn thing, along with all the warnings." "So they didn't kill him," Wrath said with a shrug. "Those guards must have not killed him after all." "Warlocks aren't immortal, if that's what you mean," Lassiter said absently. "Just because you practice magic doesn't mean you live forever. It doesn't work like that. And just because you say you killed someone and nailed them into a coffin doesn't mean that's what you did." Wrath shot back. "The glimmer of lying. Imagine that. That never fucking happens." "He must have used the supposed death to his advantage," Tor said. "He disappeared and stayed that way because he knew nothing good was going to come from what happened with that aristocrat at that castle. He would have wanted to spare the Brotherhood the problems." Fury spoke up. "For those of us who don't know the story, can anyone please explain?" As Lassiter went over and checked out the names that had been inscribed into the marble wall, he listened to Wrath lay out the fact pattern. Savage with the hocus-pocus in the old country. Local glimmer leader gets spooked. A hunt down that supposedly ended in the slaughter of an aristocrat and his guards, and Savage's own death. The brother put in this coffin along with the gift of light. Except not so much as it turned out. "And what is the gift of light?" Fury said. "It's a source of energy," Lassiter replied as he found Savage's name in the lineup of inscriptions. "But more than that, it's incredibly powerful. And if you want to fight evil, it's really fucking handy." "So you weren't going to try and resurrect Savage?" "I thought bringing him back was the point of all this." "No," Lassiter shook his head. "Savage was never the thing. He was supposedly buried with the gift of light, and that's what I want you to have." "What is that exactly? A sword? Another book?" "Yeah, like we need a second hardcover and all this," V muttered. There's something wrong here, Lassiter thought. This is not the way it's supposed to be. Turning away from Savage's inscription, he cleared his throat. The gift of light is a prism, a sacred relic of an ancient time that goes all the way back to when the scribe virgin was creating the vampire race. It reflects whatever goes into it. So if you leverage it against great evil, then that's what you get back out of it, V finished. So you could turn evil on itself? Fury said. Only certain kinds of evil. Lassiter pushed a hand through his hair. It wouldn't have worked against the Omega. He was the other half of the scribe virgin, so it was too close to him. I have to go now. You're kidding me, right? V glared across the empty coffin. If you're leaving us because Golden Girls is on. No, it's not that. Then what the hell's wrong with you? Shaking his head again, Lassiter repeated some combination of the I'm Out of Here album blaring through his skull and dematerialized directly out from the tomb. Good job, the other side was never far away for him. All he had to do was pierce the veil that separated the earthbound from all that was eternal, and poof. He was in a glorious field of grass that did not require mowing, turning his face to a milky white sky that never stormed, taking a deep breath of temperate air that was perfumed with the delicate scent of tulips. But there was no peace for him right now. As he strode off toward his destination, he went past the bathing temple, with its beautiful, shimmering basin of water, and then continued on by the columned villas where the Chosen had stayed when they'd lived here. There was also the treasury, with its baskets of loose gems and special artifacts, and even more important, the scribing temple. He stopped outside of the sacred confines where, for millennia, the most cloistered of all the Chosen had spent the forever hours of their existence, staring into crystal-seeing bowls and recording the lives and events unfolding down below on Earth. Opening one of the solid doors, he viewed the scribing stations set in rows, the desks still sporting the ink pots and feathers as well as the bowls and the folios of fresh, unused parchment. Everything was as it should be, the chairs aligned perfectly, the plumes of the quills all gracefully extending up at the same angle. No dust on anything, no cobwebs, the space as it had been at the moment it was established for its purpose. Even though it had been abandoned. Stepping inside, his boots echoed around the high ceiling, and he had a thought that, with the scribe virgin retiring and him taking over, all these functions that had once been so vital were gone. Talk about relics. On that note, he went past the scribing stations and proceeded to the library, and even for an angel like him, who was pretty damned impervious to being impressed, it was daunting to take a gander at all the stacks and stacks of the recorded history of the vampire race. Inside the countless volumes, which were arranged chronologically, every major and minor incident of every soul housed inside every body with vampire blood had been faithfully recorded. By hand. In ink. It was all the knowledge that existed of all the lives that had gone before, and he was going to go through the pages and find every mention of the gift of light and Savage and that goddamn book. The brothers and the other fighters in the mansion often gave him a hard time for not taking his job seriously enough. And for the first time he worried that maybe they were right. Because something wasn't adding up here. He just didn't know what. Davina walked through the club, high heels clicking, not that anyone could hear her Louboutins cross the grimy floor. Overhead, SoundCloud rap was thumping, the auto-tuned, distorted voice of a guy mumbling about drugs and sex punctuated with a lot of high-fiving synthesized beats. In her opinion, the track had as much in common with actual music as a Twinkie did with a homemade Victoria sponge. But what the fuck did she care? It was chum into the sea, pulling out of houses and apartments all manner of humans, creating a buffet for her base instincts. As she visually interviewed the various couples and thruples, assessing all manner of body type and wardrobe choice, but mostly the eye contact between and among the connected, she had a thought that she was feeling just a little aggressive. And didn't that self-awareness show personal growth? Sure as fuck did. She thought as she focused on a pair of men who were nose to nose, eye to eye, their bodies moving in sync. Behind them was a man and a woman. Next to them, all around them, were more of the same combinations of sexes and heights and hair colors coming together. So they could come together. The fact that she was surrounded by so much one-night standing was the only thing that kept her from exploding the place, just running the people through with her wrath so they blew apart in chunks. Which would be so fucking satisfying. Okay, fine, it would be so satisfying for maybe as long as it took for the pieces of arms, legs, and torsos to stop bouncing up from their landings on the floor. But that was something, right? Yeah, and then where was she going to be? Right back where she was. Stopping in the center of all the groping, directly under the light fixture that shot laser beams into the writhing masses. She turned and turned and turned until she was like the after-school special transition into flashback that wound faster and faster until everything blurred up and funneled away. To something that brought meaning or revelation to present events. Of course, that was not what was actually happening at the moment. In spite of the Instagram revolution of narcissism, which she fully supported, people's lives, even if you were immortal, were not actually film productions with jump cuts, off-camera narration, and soundtracks. There were no scripts, no stage markers for where you were supposed to stand, no let's try that take again with a little more emotion. Which fucking sucked. She wanted a do-over, and some better lighting, and a leading fucking man. Thank you very much. As her frustration sharpened even further, she surveyed the landscape of lovers and knew two things were true. 1. Not all of these one-night stands were going to stay that way. Some of these couples were going to develop their connection and forge relationships and someday in the future laugh between themselves or maybe with friends at how they'd found true love at a club. Can you believe it? We were so fucked up on Molly when we met. But now here we're picking out china patterns and a sofa. We're just so lucky, Todd. You're right, Elaine. So lucky. Yeah, fuck off, Todd and Elaine. Oh, and the other thing she knew for sure? She was no part of this, and not because she wasn't human. While all of these useless tools were coupling up, she was locked out of a happily ever after, sure as she'd been blocked from entering that stupid fucking ugly ass, fucking piece of shit motherfucking ranch. By Salt. Damn it. Not that there was going to be anything in there she'd want. For fuck's sake, the place was no doubt home to 15-year-old couches, carpets she wouldn't touch with a 10-foot pole, and faded flocked wallpaper that had been bought at Sears back when Jimmy Carter had been the president and Taxi had been on prime time. But sometimes you just wanted to get into a place you weren't allowed to go. You just wanted the things you weren't given. You just wanted to fuck shit up and walk away with the mushroom cloud behind you, feeling like you owned the world because you were able to destroy it. Davina stopped turning. Enough with this bullshit. Time to pick her fun for the rest of the night because if she didn't get a shot of enjoyment soon, she was going to lose her motherfucking mind. Oh, and that vampire? With the salt? It was going to be good to eat his heart. Because whether he knew it or not, whether he wanted to admit it to himself or not, was totally in love with that female and her dumbass ponytail. And just as pathetic, she was in love with him. It was obvious in the way they'd communicated with each other. No words necessary to make meaning clear. Their bodies turned to each other's, their connection tangible. Fine. Whatever. Those two lovebirds might be able to keep a demon out of that house. But they weren't going to stop her from kicking down their goddamn sandcastle. Chapter 29. As Savage heard the word that May spoke, the three-letter door opener went into his ears and throughout his whole body. Yes. Yet she stopped him as he moved in toward her lips. I don't know how far this is going to go. I do. He brushed her cheek. It's going as far as you want it to. And no further. The tension left her body and she eased toward him. I shouldn't be doing this. I'd ask you why, but I don't have to. There were too many reasons for both of them not to complicate things even more. But clearly, neither of them was going to stop the inevitable, so those were the last syllables they spoke before their mouths met, and what a kiss it was. He'd thought he was prepared for the sensation of her softness and warmth. But just because you wanted something didn't mean you could handle it. May melted him, and he only wanted more. Keeping his touch gentle, he moved his hand up to the side of her neck to draw her even closer, and when she came willingly, he groaned and tilted his head. Deeper the kiss now, even deeper still, until his tongue entered her. He wished they had a big bed with plenty of privacy. But he needed her so badly, he would have done this in the middle of a war zone. The chair she was on creaked softly, and the next thing he knew, he was in between her knees, cradling her face, learning about what she liked as he took it slow, took it easy, everything drifting away for him. Well, not everything. His threat instincts remained on alert, but at the moment, there was nothing wrong inside or outside the cottage. And his guns were on him. God, he shouldn't be doing this. She was a civilian. He was a bloodthirsty rogue fighter with no home, no bloodline, and no identity anymore. And yet he needed this like he was suffocating and she was his heir. They kept kissing, and even though his lust began to choke him, he wasn't going to rush her, and wasn't that a serious change of pace for him? For all his post-transition life, when the mood struck him and the female or woman was willing, he took care of business and then headed out. With May, he wasn't interested in this being over anytime soon, and even if he could have left the cottage, he was so very content to stay with her. When she eased back, he hid his disappointment. Except then she took things in a direction that was very appointmenting. If that was even a word. With her soft, small hand, she took his palm from the side of her neck and placed it on her breast. Savage was the best kisser May had ever known, which, considering she hadn't kissed more than 2 males in her 50 years of life, probably didn't sound like much. But holy well shit, honestly. Was there really anything better than this? The problem? For all his obvious arousal, he seemed to be stuck in a delicious neutral. As their lips met and clung, and his tongue was a stunning penetration, as her body roared with heat, and so did his own, she sensed his powerful restraint and waited for him to get exploring. Waited to do some exploring herself. And yet he stayed with the kissing. So, in a surge of uncharacteristic self-determination, she solved the issue of how far things were going to go by taking his palm and putting it where there was an ache she needed him to caress away. Kiss away. Suck away. May gasped as the warmth of his hand transmitted through her fleece, her shirt, her bra. Sure as if she were naked. Is this okay? He asked as he pulled back. When she went to answer, he swept his thumb over her nipple, and didn't that make her brain stop working right? In lieu of answering verbally, she arched forward and retook his lips as she pushed herself into his palm, and he got the point. He treated her to a stroking that made her pant into his mouth, and then he was slipping under things and finding her skin. As he went upward and stroked her ribs, she grabbed on to his shoulders, which were so big, she felt like she was trying to grip an oak trunk. Please, she begged. What do you want? Touch me. Where? He kissed up the side of her throat. I want to hear you say it. My nipple again. Now he was groaning, and with a surge, he pushed both of her bra cups up, her layers of clothing wedging under her arms. When one of his thumbs went exactly where she told him to go, she gasped again and needed to know what his mouth would be like there. His dark head down at her breasts, tasting her, marking her. Savage pulled back so fast, her hands fell off of his shoulders and slapped into her lap. Confused, she looked down at her messed-up tops, the erect pink tips of her breasts peeking out from under the rolls of cotton and fleece. Just as she was going to ask him what she'd done wrong, how she'd turned him off, he yanked her tops back into place and leaped away from her, like maybe she'd become radioactive. What did I do? She said in a voice that cracked. The cellar door opened wide, and Tala's wrinkled face peered around the jam. I'm not interrupting anything, am I? May blinked. The old female had changed out of her housecoat, trading the blue and yellow flowers for a long red dress made of a lustrous material that was likely pure silk, given her background. She had also put on makeup, a subtle pink blush tinting her cheeks, her eyes emphasized with tasteful shadow, a red outline and gloss on her lips. And her hair was down, the waves of white and gray flowing around her shoulders like a cape of sterling silver. No, Savage said smoothly. Not at all. May was just telling me how long you've been here and how often she's come out to keep you company. May glanced in his direction. Somehow, in the nanosecond between when he'd yanked her fleece down and Tala had made her presence known, he'd managed to pick up a teacup and the hand towel. With steady, lazy hands, he was pretending to dry that which was not wet. And what do you know, he was doing all that right in front of his hips. On that note, May pivoted toward the table, bringing the chair with her just so she had an excuse to turn away and make sure her clothes were where they needed to be. Thank God. Shirt and fleece were looking pretty good on the rearrange. Not great, but okay enough. And at least her bra, which was still up and over its charges, so to speak, wasn't showing its disorder. Then again, she didn't wear any padding or underwires. Would you like something to eat? May asked as she couldn't meet Tala in the eye. The truth was, She had no clue how to handle this situation. Virgins were not known for their game, and she did her best not to dwell on how business, as usual it all seemed for Savage. Clearly, he'd had experience in a lot of things. "I am hungry, thank you," Tala said as she came forward. "But I feel like cooking. Listen, I need to run out for a second." Savage put the teacup down on its saucer and went over to the flak jacket he'd tossed over the arm of the sofa. "I'll be right back. Just a quick errand." As May looked across at him, he shook his head like he was reading her mind and seeing the again. That was all over it. "It's not going to take long, I promise." "Oh, okay." He nodded, and then he was gone, dematerializing right in front of them, which meant he was using that second-floor window again. In his absence, Tala smiled and patted her hair. "A male like that makes you feel young, doesn't he?" Where was he going? May thought. She hid her flush and her worry by getting up from the table. "How can I help you with food?" "Sit, sit, sit." Tala waved the offer away as she went to the stove. "I brought some meat up from the refrigerator downstairs. Let me make you and him a meal. It's the least I can do for you. Speaking of which, do you mind if we stay here today?" Tala's eyes twinkled in a way May hadn't seen for years. "I would just love the company. How delightful." Chapter 30. Okay, so here's a moral quandary. Nah, not really. As Savage reformed outside of a trailer with bullet holes in its cheap aluminum siding, he looked around at the crap-ass yard. 2 pickup trucks off to the side, rusted parts of cars strewn around like the biopsies from junkers, a barbecue grill without a lid or a propane tank listing by a busted picnic table. The acreage was crowded with trees and vines, and as he thought of the cottage, he wished he were sticking around in May's life. He liked the idea of getting a mower and clippers, tidying the place up, taking care of. Jesus. 1 kiss and she'd turned him into a suburban house husband. Next up, beer cozies, football in the fall, and a dad bod. Never gonna happen, he thought as he palmed one of his guns. But what he could do for her was make sure she was safer. There were 3 loose wooden steps that led up to a door that was probably the only solid thing on the property. Raising his fist to knock, the scream of pain from inside was muffled. But it was clearly a woman's, high-pitched and desperate. And then, much, much louder. "You fucking whore. Where's my fucking money? I gave it to you. It's right there." The slap was so loud, it rang in Savage's ears. And he'd had enough of this. Grabbing onto the knob, he ripped the door from its frame and led with the muzzle of his .40. Over on a worn-out plaid couch, a hollow-eyed woman in faded blue jeans and a blood-speckled t-shirt was trapped under the lanky body of a greasy meth-head Savage had known for all of 2.5 weeks. Crumpled bills littered the threadbare cushions around them, and a 3-foot-tall bong that was charred like a tailpipe had been kicked over to drool on the filthy, matted carpet. As they both looked over at him in surprise, Savage leveled his gun at the man. "Let her go." To his absolute insanity, the misogynistic fucker recovered quickly. "Fuck off. What the fuck are you doing?" "Dave," Savage said in a reasonable tone. "Let her go or I'm going to shoot you in the head. This is not your fucking business." Dave twisted the woman's hand back until she whimpered. "And we did not have an appointment. Like this is a dentist office?" Savage narrowed his eyes. "On 3. You let her go or I shoot you in the head." 1. Dave wrenched around with a glare while using his grip on the front of the woman's throat to keep his balance. "You're making a fucking mistake here." 2. "You're not going to shoot me." With a coordinated move like he'd had to do it before Dave lunged into the couch cushions for a gun. 3. Savage said as he pulled his trigger first. The discharge was a loud clap in the grungy confines, and then Dave's rather limited IQ exploded out the back of his skull, speckling the wall behind him with blood and gray matter. The gun he'd gone for went off as the hand holding it contracted on an autonomic squeeze, but its muzzle had been on the swing around instead of in position, so the bullet just hit the cheap cabinets over the sink and rattled whatever dishes were in there. The woman screamed again and pushed herself away from the collapsed body. "Sorry about that," Savage said grimly. He didn't have a chance to offer help. She swiped up the loose money, hooked a black pack on her arm, and dodged around the trash and debris to tear out of the trailer. A split second later, a mufflerless truck roared to life and threw up the loose gravel of the drive. Savage exhaled and kept his gun out as he went over to the sofa and took the gun from the now-dead hand of his arms dealer. Then he went down to the bedroom, kicking the door out of its hinges with his boot. He leveled his weapon at the 6-by-9-foot steel cabinet across the shallow space. 2 shots, both of which ricocheted into the bed's bald, stained mattress. As the panels of the armory safe lolled open, he made quick work of stealing the guns that Dave had stolen from God only knew who, which was the not really to the quandary of whether it was thievery to take things from a person who had lifted the shit themselves. And oh look, there was a duffel bag right over by a collection of pristine Nikes. Handy for transport. Taking the bag and leaving the shoes, Savage filled his new piece of soft luggage with rifles, shotguns, and a 9mm for May. The ammo was in the bottom of the weapon wardrobe, and he took boxes of bullets. He would have paid Dave for it eventually. He had $2,800 in cash back at the shithole he was camping out in, and one more fight with the Reverend would have covered the rest of the $5,000 or so he'd have been charged. He hadn't come here intending to steal, more like borrow on layaway. Shoot away was more like it. But good ol', Dave didn't have to worry about his black market business's balance sheet anymore. So Savage was considering the debt discharged. As he came back out, he stared at Dave and took a minute to think about the nature of dead bodies. The next thing he knew, memories he had been trying to mentally outrun overtook him on a tackle that landed him smack back into the past. Within the confined space of his coffin, Savage gathered his wits, marshaled his strength. There was the temptation to thrash and batter, yet he could sense naught of where he was. He smelled no dirt, and he took that to mean he had not been buried. Beyond that, he was sure of nothing. No sounds gave him cues. No particular smells, either, other than the fresh cut of the wood planks that surrounded him. There was no calming himself to dematerialize. No sufficient measure of self-control to be mustered as his heart thundered for all that had to be occurring for Raven. Thus he fashioned his palms upon the lid's underside, and with ever-increasing force, pushed. The nails sang and squeaked, but yielded before the pressure. The lid lifting a crack, air entering, even as no light did. One deep breath suggested a location that made little sense, though as he could have been under 6 feet of earth, he would take the sense of flour and oats or raw dirt. And just as the lid popped free of its many moorings, he grabbed its edge so as to not make a clatter. With a hiss, he bit his tongue to quell calling out as his hand was scored by the teeth of the nails. The smell of fresh blood sprang into his nose as his flesh wept, and he prayed that this food storage area was free of drafts that would carry his scent unto the noses of others. As he lifted his torso from its recline, he was of care with the lid, setting it aside silently. Something fell from his chest. Beads? It sounded like marbles. Feeling about, he encountered a wad that was damp and disturbing. His blood? Someone else's? He couldn't worry about that right the now. Across whatever space he was in, there was a door he could see the glowing outline created by its loose fit, and though the illumination did not carry far, it was a sufficient grounding whilst he stood up slowly. Now Savage breathed more deeply, more evenly, and his sense of smell confirmed certain gastronomic basics. Again, the flour, spices of some kind, further grains, a dry storage room, and there was such evident abundance that it could only be within Zysis's castle. An unlikely venue for any coffin, but that gentle male would need Savage's to be kept hidden. As a member of the Black Dagger Brotherhood, his remains would be considered sacred by his brothers, something to be reclaimed and promptly avenged. But herein, secreted amongst stores for the use of the aristocrat's servants, of whom all were dependent upon the Lord for his beneficence, the Doggen would say not a thing and would ask no questions. Nor would anyone searching for aught of a coffin description think to look here. As he went to step out of the casket, he discovered 2 further details. He had nothing on his feet, and a loose robing upon his body. A quick inspection of his form yielded no remarkable points of pain, the arrows having been removed at some point, whatever damage done by them already healed. Pausing for a moment, He lifted his head and offered a quick prayer of gratitude unto the purebred chosen from whom he had fed a mere 3 nights before. Without her strength, he would surely have expired. Turning unto the door frame, he resolved to find his cousin, and worried about how long he had been sleeping. Through the day, through a day and a night, there were crates and burlap bags in his way unto the exit, and he listed and lurched around them, attempting to keep both his balance and his silence in the darkness, in the unknown course of obstacles. When he came upon the hardy oak planks in their vertical alignment, he pressed an ear unto them and ceased his own breathing. Naught upon the other side that he could hear or scent. As he cast a hand to the jamb, in search of latching, he prayed there was one on the interior. When he found the metal pin and rod, he lifted the bolt with care and cracked the portal. Pale stone walls suggesting a hall, alit by torches. No sounds, no sense, or at least none of either that alarmed his instincts. Leaning out, he regarded the hallway in both directions. Then he glanced at the robing that covered him. Black feathers, matted with some kind of dampness, fell to his feet in a clump, along with some pebbles of some sort, and he had a whiff of something he could not place. Touching the front of the robing, he then brought forth his fingers. They were stained with something red. His blood. But what else? As a whiff of astringent tingled his sinuses, he realized what had been done. Xisus and his guards had marked his body with magic. To keep that which was not a warlockhand was not in fact deceased dead. No doubt so that they could prepare a hidden grave for him. Their misguided determination of his status on both of those levels would have been laughable had they not had Raven in their clutches. Stepping out, Savage retrieved a torch from its iron seat upon the stone and went unto the right, following a faint trail of fresh air. As he padded along in his bare feet, he attempted to remember the castle's layout. He had been within Xisus's seat of power for festivals from time to time, back before Raven's special nature had begun to assert itself, but he had never been down herein. What did it matter, however? He would find a weapon, even if he had to makeshift one, and he would locate his dearest cousin. And then he would force her to leave this hamlet with him, even if he had to tie her to the saddle of his warhorse. After that, when he was assured of her safety, he would return and slaughter them all. As his destiny became not only clear but inevitable, he was not unaware that it would split him from the Black Dagger Brotherhood. But he could not involve them. This was his right, and his duty unto his cousin. He would accept no aid, and when the council balked at his actions, they would go to his brothers and seek retribution of their own. And round it would go. Yet he would not be dissuaded, nor would he seek any permission for his actions. So from now on he was rogue. Mayhap it would be best if all believed he was deceased. It was as this thought occurred that he slowed to a halt. Looking back at where he had come from, he found that he had gone some distance without encountering any member of the vast household. Moreover, the resonant silence all around sank properly into his consciousness. He cursed. Indeed, it must be the day, in which case a rescue of his cousin was going to be complicated by sunlight's ever-present threat. A portal opened and closed farther down the corridor, and the blast of fresh air must have been a doggen coming in or departing, for that subspecies of the race was not affected by the rays of the day. As footsteps approached him, he whispered unto a door, and was relieved when he opened it and discovered another storage room. Ducking in, he waited, and as the servant passed, he stayed still and silent. When things were clear, he leaned out once again and frowned. That was not the scent of a doggen. That was a male vampire. Thus it had to still be night. Picking up his pace, he continued on, following the corridor to its terminus before ascending one set of steps and then another. And still the silence persisted, up above all around. Where were the castle's inhabitants? A broad staircase, capable of accommodating many males shoulder to shoulder, presented itself, and that was when he smelled something that made him pick up his pace rather than worry about remaining undetected. His cousin. She was near. Upon the head of the steps, the great hall unfurled, and he gasped. Raven! Rushing forth, he crossed the stone flooring onto the hearth where the female had been chained to steel loops mounted in the thick, mortared wall. Her head hanging loose, her robing marked with dirt and blood, more blood matting her dark hair. Ravin, dearest virgin scribe Ravin. He was gentle with his trembling hands as he brushed her locks back. Look at me. As she lifted her face, he felt a rage that went to his bones. Both of her eyes had been blackened, her lip was split, and there was a bruise around her neck. Her stare, however, glittered with a power he could not immediately comprehend. Ravin, I shall get you free. Heedlessly dropping the torch, he went for the pinnings struck into the wall. I shall. No, she hissed. They can't hurt me. Savage froze, then redoubled his efforts. Whatever you say? He yanked at the steel chains and formulated a way to carry her out. Just a moment. I am back now. They can't hurt me. Savage frowned. Something in her tone of voice, her words, what? I was gone, but I have returned, and I shall not be hurt again. How did they hurt you? He said baldly. You are likewise released. You are free now. Go forth and worry not for me. What do you mean, I am free? I have freed you, and now you may go. I shall not leave you. In a voice that warped with an authority he did not understand, Ravin pronounced, I shall take care of myself, and you shall leave, for the only power any shall e'er have over either of us is me. He shook his head. What say you? We shall be separate from now on. Savage resumed his yanking. No more of this talk. I shall remove you away from here and take well care of you. Heavy, pounding footfalls the now. Many of them, some number of males of great weight and armament coming forth from elsewhere within the castle. Savage pulled so hard against the steel chains, he felt a pop in his shoulder joint, but the ring came out, the chains rattling. He went to the other side. Stop, Ravin ordered. Unhand the chains. I am unafraid. After what they did to you, I have been unlocked through Zixus's violence. I have no regrets. The second pinning came loose, and then he tried to scoop her up in his arms. His beloved cousin shoved him back. No, I am not going with you. Are you mad? If you do not separate us, I shall, Savage. We must needs be apart, and you are free now. And that was when a stand of guards came unto the archway. They were a full flank's worth, uniformed in the ribbon colors of Zixus's bloodline, armed with weapons of sword and gun. As Savage placed his body between his charge and his now sworn enemy, he took up the torch once more as the only defense he had outside of his physical form. Bracing himself, he orientated his position unto the exits, which were the stairs he had come up, and the guards stayed where they were, weapons poised, bodies prepared for attack, yet the violence remaining on the brink rather than called unto realization. Fear marked their eyes. As none moved, a strange sense of foreboding had Savage looking back at his cousin. She was staring at the guards with a concentration that seemed like something he could reach out and feel, like a rope or a set of chains such as those that fell from her wrists. I told your lord to leave me, she said unto the males, and he did not listen. I shall not give you such a choice of retreat. All at once, the scabbards and flint rifles lowered and then dropped unto the stone with a clattering. And then came the trembling. Those male bodies, so stout and strong in their protective leathers, began to shake. Every one of them. And then hands reached for throats, reached for temples, reached for chests. Panic flared eyes even wider. Moans echoed about the great hall as mouths stretched to grab at air, and cheeks became florid from straining, and sweat coursed down faces and dripped upon chest coverings. The head of the guard on the farthest right exploded first. A pumpkin kicked, fragments of skull and fluffy white pieces of brain flying off in a spray of bright red blood. As the headless body flopped to the floor, landing upon the weapons once held by vital, fighting hands, the others screamed and flailed, but they were trees uprooted, going nowhere. One by one, they followed the fate of the first, the bloody chaos overwhelming and inexplicable. For there were no hands upon them, no bludgeoning tools o'er their shoulders or afore their faces, no contact brought to bear upon them. And yet it was real, for their airborne blood speckled Savage's black robing, and the scent of their raw, meaty flesh was within his nose. Turning around to Ravin, He took a step back from the female he'd thought he knew as he knew his own reflection. "Who art thou?" he said roughly. With a jerk, Savage came back to the present and discovered that he had walked up close to the couch and was staring at the burst of blood and brains on the wall behind where Dave was sprawled in his perma pose. Even now, even after all these years, and all the person-to-person fighting Savage had done, he had never gotten over what he had seen that night when Raven had come round from a stupor and literally blown the heads off a stand of guards. "Sleep well, asshole," Savage muttered as he hitched the duffel bag full of guns up on his shoulder and hit the exit. Out by the remaining truck, he was tempted to take it as well, but not for long. He'd never needed a car, and like he could fence the damn thing without someone tracking him back to this now murder scene. Whatever. Best to keep things clean, even though he wasn't going to be in Caldwell for much longer. Although now, given his persistent premonition of dying, he had a feeling he was leaving feet first. Death was going to be a relief, and if he could steer May away from making a mistake with that old female's inevitable fate, well, then he'd have done one thing right in this world. Just before he dematerialized back to the cottage, he looked to the sky and thought of Raven. It had been a while since he'd done that, a couple of decades, and he felt no better now than he had before. She was his ultimate failure. Shaking his head, he ghosted out. With any luck, he wouldn't have to think of her ever again soon. He'd be in that black void that came after your last heartbeat. No more worries. No more cares. No more anything. Although he had learned the hard way that magic existed in the world, he no longer believed in the fade. Death was a full stop. Nothing but lights out. Thank fuck. Chapter 31. No, 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 no. As Erica elbowed her way through a moving forest of half-dressed, fully drunken clubgoers, she was pissed off and on edge. Ahead of her, the bouncer who was leading the way parted most of the sea, but there were stragglers who got in her way and she had to resist shoving them off. And then there were the lasers, and the buzzy music. It was like being in a hurricane, everything blasting her in the face, too much between her and where she needed to be. Fortunately, the trek didn't last forever, even if it felt like a year and a half. In the far corner of the club, outside a hallway that was the only thing properly lit anywhere, two plainclothes officers were arguing with a guy who had slicked his hair back with what had to be shellac and was wearing black jeans that had been surgically mounted onto his skinny legs. A minor kibitzing circle of partiers were playing peanut gallery, but most of the clientele were doing their thing at the bar, on the dance floor. "You can't make me," Mr. Smooth was saying to the officer. "You can't tell me I have to shut down." Erica pushed past the argument and went to where a uni was standing outside the women's bathroom. "Ma'am," he said as he opened the door for her. Then he flushed. "Sorry, I mean detective." Whatever, she had other things to worry about. Jesus. The smell of the fresh blood was so thick that it overrode the vape stain in the air, and as she slipped on a pair of booties, the copper tang blooming in the back of her throat made her think about throwing up. Stepping into the women's facilities, she snapped on her nitrile gloves and looked around. Everything was either stainless steel or tile, and she was willing to bet that the place got hosed down with a bleach wash at the end of every night. There weren't even proper mirrors but panels of polished metal, like the bathroom was in a public park. Blowers, not paper towels. No trash cans, which explained the condom wrappers, wads of tissue, and questionable flecks and specks all over the floor. The stalls were on the right, 4 of them. On the other side of things, 2 sinks and more than enough counter space to have sex on. The pool of blood was coming out from under where the last toilet was. As she approached the stainless steel door, she watched from a distance as her hand went forward and pushed the panel wide. "Shit," she breathed. Another heterosexual couple. The man was seated on the toilet with his pants around his knees, his shirtless torso sprawling back into the corner created by the tiled wall. The woman was straddling him face to face, short skirt up around her hips, the line of a thong that had no doubt been pushed aside barely visible between her buttocks area. Her remains were listing to the opposite side, her forehead on the partition that separated the stall from its next-door neighbor. The blood loss for both was extensive, the red wash traveling down all sides of the toilet base, the pools joining and reveering toward the drain out in the center of the bathroom's floor. In the center of the man's chest a ragged wound that flashed white ribs in the midst of the red muscle and the now graying skin. Given the blood puddle under the woman's torso? She'd been done like that, too. Erica shook her head as she turned away and strode back out into the hallway. Marching up to the club's manager and the plainclothes cops, she looked at Mr. Smooth. Close the music down right now, and no one leaves the premises. The guy threw his hands up. We have another set of bathrooms. We'll block this off. This whole club is now a crime scene. You're no longer in charge. He pointed over her shoulder. There's a fire exit right down there. If you need to take the bodies out, you can just... 2 people were murdered in that bathroom, she snapped. So the whole club and everyone in it has to be processed. Turn the lights on, and let us get to work. Wait, you're taking the staff's names? I'm taking everyone's name. Mr. Smooth crossed his arms over his chest and shook his head. You are going to put us out of business, lady. I also need your security feeds inside and out. And don't tell me you don't have them. I'm not giving you shit. Erica got up in the guy's face and lowered her voice. 2 people just died in your business or your boss's business, whichever this is. 2 human beings. And someone in here did it. So you're no longer calling the shots. We can do this nicely, or we can put you in handcuffs and you can enjoy paying a lawyer to defend you against the obstruction of justice charge that's heading your way. Mr. Smooth deflated faster than she anticipated. He's going to fire me. I'm going to get fucking fired for this. I can't help you with that, but you can help us. By doing the right thing right now. There was a pause, and then the guy glanced over his shoulder. Tibby, shut it down. Erica turned around and ran right into DeAndre DeLorean's big chest. Nicely handled, detective, the special agent murmured. Those charm school lessons haven't completely worn off. The lights came on all at once, some kind of breaker thrown, and as the music was cut off as well, it was as if the illumination had chased the beats away. Naturally, the response from the crowd was immediate and drunkenly disgruntled. Disgruntled, Erica thought absently. Corralling this bunch of intoxicated potential witnesses into any semblance of order was going to be fun. And like he read her mind, DeLorean got on the phone to call in more agents. With the crime scene unit already dialed, Erica went back into the bathroom and stared at the closed door of the stall. The congealing blood on the tile. The smudge of the man's heel edge as he'd swept his leg from side to side. Likely from pain, fear. She also stared at everything that was not there. No bloody footsteps on the flooring outside the stall. Or on the way to the exit. No blood drops anywhere except inside the stall. Erica pushed the metal panel open again. Plenty of blood underneath the bodies, but except for some flailing of the victim's hands, nothing on the walls. How in the hell did someone take out 2 hearts from 2 people in a public place and then leave without a trail or anybody noticing? Maybe the club's patrons could answer some of that, but she worried she was going to get more dead ends than leads. As her phone went off, she answered it on a reflex, snapping the thing out of her jacket pocket to her ear. Saunders, check your email. She rolled her eyes. You could have just put your head in here, DeLorean. I'm on my way out of the club. HQ's called me in, but I've got another 4 agents coming in to back you up. Check your email. The connection got cut, and she muttered as she called up her work account. She was still talking to herself as she opened what the special agent had sent. Talk about short and sweet. The email had an attachment, a video file, and DeLorean had typed out 3 words without punctuation. Taken last night. Triggering the footage, she. Dim lighting. Crowd of noisy people in a circle. Someone in the center. Ralph D'Amelio. Shirtless. The camera was bouncing all around, like the cell phone's owner was being knocked into. But she knew what Ralph was doing. Underground Fight Club. Erica was well aware they went down in town, and for the last couple of months, she'd been expecting to get called into the aftermath of one when someone died from a bare-knuckle punch. Holy shit, she breathed. The camera panned around to Ralph's opponent, and Erica recoiled as she got a look at the guy. The muscularity of the man's chest was that of a professional athlete, and the tattoo that covered every inch of the skin was gang member worthy. The black field setting off the bony hand of a skeleton reaching forward. Jesus, Ralph, what were you thinking? She muttered. D'Amelio had clearly been a hobbyist fighter, based on his build and what she'd learned after speaking with his parents. But this opponent? She didn't need his rap sheet to know he was a killer. He was staring forward with the cold, dead eyes of a predator who had no conscience. For a split second, Erica felt a chill go through her. Then her professional grit came back online and she watched what happened as the fight started, the pair circling each other. Ralph's hands up while his opponent's arms hung in a relaxed way. When the action finally got underway, Ralph doing an approach with fists that looked like a child's in comparison to what he was going to try to hit. She put herself in his shoes, heart in her throat, knowing what was coming next and not just with whatever happened in this bare-knuckle contest. These were among the last couple of hours of the kid's life, and she couldn't help but think of what it had been like to sit across from his mother and father and break the terrible news of his death to two perfectly nice people. The father had cried more than the mom had. Erica, meanwhile, had lost it later, when she'd been home alone. It happened so fast that a replay was necessary. The opponent dominated Ralph quickly, but something caused the man to look up into the crowd and Ralph outed a knife and sliced that thick throat clean through. The file ended abruptly with a wild jostling, like whoever was filming had taken off in a run along with the rest of the audience. Lot of concrete underfoot. Then a jammed-up stairwell. Could be a lot of places downtown, she thought. But maybe a parking garage? Or the arena? Erica played the footage again and turned up the volume on her speaker. On the second trip through, she noted that Ralph was wearing the same jeans he'd been killed in. She recognized the designer-made rips and frays. And as for the girl he'd been found beside, it was difficult to see much in the crowd, but it wasn't going to be hard to freeze-frame images and double-check for her presence. They needed to know more about the source for this footage. As the moment came for the opponent to look up and go still, Erica stopped the play and closed in on that harsh, cold face. Then she did the same just as the knife finished its arc. Hard to believe that the man lived through that, and under normal circumstances, she might think that Ralph's death was caused by one of the guy's crew as payback. But not with the track record of so many others with their lovers and no hearts in their chest. But what happened to the opponent? She wondered. There had to be a body associated with that arterial bleed, and it was going to show up sooner or later. Just another part of the mystery. Chapter 32. The following evening, after the sun had sunk below the horizon, the outside lights came on around Nate's neighborhood, but not all of the humans were staying home. Friday night. Time for dinner and a movie. Topgolf. Comedy clubs, the theater, a poetry slam. Nate was leaving, too. The moment first meal was over. He had his excuse to go to Lucha's house all thought out. He was going to call the farmhouse and tell them that he was looking for a jacket that he might have left in the garage, and could he come take a look. As he replayed his casual, no big deal request in his head for the 100th time, he was vaguely aware that his parents weren't talking. Murder and Sarah were in their regular spots at the table, and the eggs and bacon, bagels and fruit were standard issue for this meal, but neither of them were saying a thing. Whatever. Nate had to get his segue right. After he hit whoever answered the Lucha's house's landline with the jacket story, he needed to be prepared to walk into the farmhouse, check the garage for what he knew was not there, and casually bring up Ellen. Where she might be, whether she was expected to turn up anywhere. He was going to have to keep his tone light and his eyeballs neutral. Nothing nervous or shady, even though his true intent was not casual. In the slightest. He'd gotten no phone calls during the day. No, that wasn't true. Shuli had called. Twice. And there had been work texts, assigning him to a job starting on Monday. Which meant he had the night and the weekend off with nothing to do but wait, and wonder, and jump every time Shuli called to ask him to go out. What the hell was he going to do? Fine. I was the one who asked Shuli to watch over you. Nate froze in mid-chew as Murder did the same with a forkful of scrambled egg on the way to his mouth. What? What? As they both spoke at the same time, Sarah shoved her plate away and crossed her arms over her lab coat. Her honey-colored eyes were so upset as she smoothed her shoulder-length hair back. I'm sorry, Nate. You were starting your first job. You were going out into the dangerous world. I was scared. I did the wrong thing, fine, but I won't apologize for trying to keep you safe. You have had, trauma, you know? And I wasn't sure how to help you, and sometimes parents do dumb stuff. But I certainly never intended for a gun to be involved. At that point, she burst into tears, grabbing a napkin and pressing it into her eyes. With sniffles rising up and her shoulders shaking, Nate looked to Murder in a panic, but the brother was already on it, scraping back his chair and going over to kneel by his Shellin. "I'm fine," she batted at her mate. "I just hate that you two aren't speaking. I can't stand being in the same house with all this tension, and it's my fault and, oh shit, can I have your napkin too?" Nate slowly sat back as two of the syllables she spoke sank in. "Same house. Do you think I can move into Lucha's house?" he blurted. They both looked at him, and then Sarah started to cry even harder. "I didn't know you were so unhappy here. What's gotten into you?" Murder rose to his feet. "I don't get it. Are you on drugs? You're doing drugs?" Shaking himself back to attention, Nate felt like he was in an episode of Who's the Boss? As both his parents talked over each other in full "our son is an addict" panic. Putting his napkin next to his plate, he went to get up. "I've got to make a phone call." At that moment, Murder's cell started to ring. "God damn it." As he shoved a hand into his back pocket and then checked the screen, he cursed again and pointed to Nate. "You sit your ass back down right now." Then he barked into the phone. "What?" Nate glanced over to where he'd left his backpack on the counter. Maybe instead of going the lost jacket route, he could call Mrs. Mary and ask if there was a room in Lucha's house for a caretaker person type thing. It was his only shot at being there on a regular basis and for setting up a crosspaths with Ellen. Obviously, he couldn't work at Safe Place because males were not allowed in there and he had no counseling degree or experience. And he couldn't be at Lucha's house as a social worker for the same reason. But maybe if he lived there as lower-level staff? Because maybe he'd been wrong about Ellen leaving? Although who was he kidding? She hadn't called him and like that wasn't a tea leaf he should read? "He's right here." Murder frowned and looked across the table. "Aha. Okay, well, let me talk to him and Sarah." "Sure. Yeah. Later." As the brother hung up, he frowned. That was rage. He said that Mary's looking for a little help at Lucha's house tonight. "Guess there's a young female moving in there, and they need the furniture in her bedroom set up." Nate jumped out of his chair. "Yes. Did you tell him I'll do it, yes?" "Yes." He wheeled around for his backpack and fumbled to get his phone out. "I'll text him." "You can sit the fuck down," Murder snapped. "And tell us what the hell is going on here first." "Nothing." Nate lowered his butt back into his chair and put his hands in the air like it was a stick-up. "I just want to help. Over at Lucha's house. They're doing really special things, the helping of people. Over there." Murder looked at Sarah. She looked back at him. And then they both eyeballed Nate. "I am not doing drugs." He put his backpack onto the table and opened every zipper the thing had, flashing pockets and pouches that showed a whole lot of nothing illegal. "And you can go through my room. Each drawer, under the bed, in the closet, all the jackets and pants I have. I'm not into that stuff and I'm never going to be." "So it's really about the Shuli thing?" Sarah said. "I am honestly sorry." "No, it's not. I thought the Shuli move was weird, but I don't really care." There was a long pause while his parents x-rayed him with all kinds of "what are we going to do?" "You can always come and talk to us," Sarah said as she sniffled and patted under one eye. "Anytime about anything. And again, I do apologize for getting Shuli involved. I had no idea he would take it as far as he did, and I should have come to you with my concerns first." "Well, I fixed that too far thing," Murder muttered. "Trust me." "Can you text Rage?" Nate asked in a hurry as he re-zipped everything. "Call him?" "I'll call him. I'll go over there right now." "What the hell is over at Lucha's house that's so important?" As Murder went on another roll, Sarah got a strange look on her face, and then put her hand on her mate's forearm, some kind of aha draining the anxiety out of her and replacing it with a soft surprise. "We'll text Rage," she said. "And of course, why don't you head over there right now?" "Great. See you for last meal, okay, thanks, bye." Nate bolted for the sliding door behind the table, yanking back the glass and all but falling out onto the terrace. Slam closing his eyes to dematerialize, he shut things back up and had to slow his breathing, and nothing close to dematerializing happened. He stayed where he was, his beating heart skipping in his chest. Taking a deep breath, he ruffled his arms. Refocused. When that didn't work, he double-checked on the rents. Murder had his phone in his palm, but he was focused on Sarah and looking a little poleaxed. And as the brother glanced out through the slider, Nate reshut his lids. This time he managed to ghost out. Traveling in a scatter of molecules, he couldn't get to Lucha's house fast enough, and when he reformed, he bolted across the lawn to the front door. He was all but choking on the excitement and the hope and the all kinds of everything. Except he had to remind himself to chill. Could be another female, but then why would rage call? The brother knew what was up, and come on, they had other hands on deck to help assemble furniture. Unless they really did need help. Shut up, he told his brain. As Nate rang the doorbell once and then wanted to push the button 100,000 times, she had the dampening thought again. What if it was someone else? What if they really did just need another? The panel cracked, and half a face entered the seam. As Nate recognized the features, he started to smile. "Hi," he said. Tala was not a good cook. As May started to run some water over the mound of dirty pots and pans in the cottage's kitchen sink, she thought it had been so sweet of the elderly female to insist on making a meal the night before. But yeah, in addition to her being incredibly inefficient with the utensils and anything with a handle, Gordon Ramsay would not have let that stew out of service, and probably would have thrown a couple of plates on the floor to make that point. But like Tala had ever had to cook anything in her old life? Her previous household had been filled with Dog Jen, and not only had there never been a reason for her to learn how to prepare food, it would have been considered way beneath her station to do so. And since then, well, she reheated Stouffer's frozen dinners like a pro. Savage hadn't seemed to mind the stew, however, and afterward, when Tala had insisted on playing Monopoly, he had humored her on that, too, and so had May, until she'd fallen asleep on the sofa halfway through the game. At some point, someone had thrown a blanket over her, and when she'd woken up a few moments ago, it had been to find Savage asleep sitting in the armchair across from her. Tala had no doubt retired down below, and the Monopoly board, like the pots and pans, had been left in a state of post-use disorder, greenhouses and red hotels dotting the properties, fake money in scattered stacks cluttering up the coffee table, the shoe and the dog still on Park Place and Pennsylvania Avenue, respectfully. The second May had stood up from the couch. Savage's right eye had cracked open, but it didn't stay that way. As if she had passed some kind of review, perhaps an unconscious one, resettled and seemed to fall back to sleep. May wasn't hungry, her stomach still churning over Tala's home-cooked splendor however many hours later, but she couldn't sit around. Besides, every single thing you could put on the stovetop had been used for that stew. If somebody wanted eggs for first meal, they had nothing to cook them in, and this exposed another truism about females of worth from the Glimmer. Not only couldn't they cook, they didn't know how to clean up either. Hitting the pool of warm water with a squeeze of ivory dish soap, she glanced back to make sure she wasn't making too much noise. Fortunately, Savage's heavy-treaded boots were in the same position, crossed at the ankle, so he remained where she'd left him. May tried to stay as quiet as she could as she used a wad of paper towels as a sponge, given that she'd destroyed Tala's only scrubber on the kitchen floor the night before. Looked like she was developing a track record for nervous cleaning. At the sound of a creak, she froze and looked over at the refrigerator that barricaded the back door. When the sound didn't repeat, she took a deep breath and told herself that even though she couldn't do anything about whatever was outside the cottage, goddammit, she could wash and dry the mess in front of her. When the rack got too full, she paused with the soaping and rinsing and reached for a dish towel. "Oh," she gasped. "You're up." Savage was leaning against the open door into the full bath, his arms crossed, his lids low as he studied her. He seemed bigger than ever before, but she was beginning to expect that knee-jerk impression. It seemed like any time she saw him, she had to get used to his size all over again. And that wasn't the only thing that kept making a fresh impression. His eyes, his lips, his hips. "I didn't mean to wake you." She started drying the pile she'd created. Cleanup is required if anyone wants to cook ever again. I wasn't sleeping, just resting my eyes. Tala up. She usually doesn't rise until midnight. May smiled a little. She believes in beauty sleep. It used to drive my mommin' nuts well. Anyway. No, Continue. May circled the towel around the inside of a sauté pan. Tala loved my maman, and it was very mutual. They were as different as could be, but they had a wonderful friendship that crossed the barriers of servant and mistress. So Tala must miss her. I think she does, yes. There was a long silence. Then he said, Listen, we need to talk about the elephant in the room. May had no intention for her eyes to travel down his body, but they did. And she didn't mean for her face to flush, but it did. And she prayed he didn't notice either of those. But he did. As Savage straightened from his lean, she swallowed hard and got real determined not to drop the pan in her hands. So she put it down. Throughout the daylight hours, she'd had vivid dreams of him approaching her, taking her into his arms, lowering his lips to hers. And every time just before the kiss happened, the image disappeared. Over and over again. It was like a loop that wouldn't stop, a tantalizing promise that never came to fruition, a mirage that was ever on the brink, never on the actual. Although with the way his hooded eyes were focused on her now, and how his body was moving toward her, and Savage walked past her and went back out into the parlor. Over next to the armchair he'd been in, he picked up the black duffel bag he'd always kept by him, and by the sounds of metal on metal, she knew what was inside. Yet it was still a shock as he put things on the table and got to the unzipping. So many, she whispered. Weapons, she finished in her head. May watched as his big hands went through the tangles of muzzles and stocks, or whatever the hell you called them. There was ammunition in there, too, loose bullets that were long and pointy, and then boxes as well. The gun he brought out was a small, handheld God only knew what. This is a 9mm autoloader with a full magazine, he said. It has a laser sight. Point and shoot literally, using both hands. And make sure there's nothing you care about behind whatever you're aiming at. The safety is here. You try. Under any other circumstances, she wouldn't have gone anywhere near the thing. But Savage couldn't possibly stay with them forever, and well, that brunette, for one thing. That shadow for another. May's hands were surprisingly steady as she accepted the weight from him. Then again, she wasn't trying to do anything with the gun. Off. On, she said as she mimicked his flicking of the safety. Here, let me take the magazine out. After he removed a slide full of bullets, he gave the weapon back to her. Do you see the button there on the grip? Squeeze it, that's right, that's your laser sight. May moved the red dot around the kitchen, steadying it on the G logo of the refrigerator and then the bathroom's doorknob. After that, she picked out a pan in the drying rack and trained the beam on a chair. Keep the safety on at all times until you're ready to shoot, Savage said. No holster, but you can tuck it into your pocket. Even when I'm just in the house. Yes, I would have given it to you before, but I didn't want to alarm Tala. He nodded toward the bath. I'm going in there to shower. Here, take the magazine and put it back properly so you know what it's like. She took the slide and reinserted it. I've never shot a gun before. Well, alone, that is. Hopefully, it won't become a habit. May nodded and then cleared her throat. Listen, I have to go back home, to pick up some work stuff. I can go with you. No. I'm more worried about Tala than myself. That's a bad assessment of reality. She cleared her throat and tried to be casual. Look, can you just stay here? The ranch is protected, you said so yourself. Plus, if Tala wakes up, I don't want her to think we've abandoned here or worse, that something's happened to me. You have a cell phone. She can call you. She's not good with phones. Please, I won't be gone long. Savage shook his head, but then shrugged. I can't stop you, but you're going to take that with you. As he pointed at the weapon, she nodded. Yes, I will. Gimme a minute to have a shower. Then leave. Absolutely. She put her hands out to reassure him and realized there was a gun in one of them. So she dropped her arms. Take your time. I won't be long, he said as he disappeared into the little room and closed the door. Left by herself, May sagged and wondered how she was going to get through the night. Then she thought about what Savage was doing and where he was doing it. When Tala had moved into the cottage, May's father had retrofitted that first-floor bath with a modern shower because she had insisted she might have guests. The guests had never materialized, so May wasn't sure when the last time that showerhead had been called into service. It seemed so strange to think the stranger was going to be the one to turn that faucet on. In a way, it connected him with her father. "I'm just going to do the dishes," she murmured for no good reason to the closed door, which hadn't closed. Not completely. May opened her mouth to point out the 6-inch gap to him. Okay, yeah. He was ditching his clothes really damned quick, the shirt doing an up and over, that skull with the fangs on his back making a shocking reappearance. With no tattoos on his arms, it was easy to forget all the ink he had. And then she wasn't thinking about any of that. She was watching the muscles move under his smooth skin and wondering what it would be like to run her hands over his shoulders, his spine, his hip. Savage twisted around and looked back at her, the light from the sink fixture casting shadows under his pecs, the ridges of his abs, the cuts of his arms. May flushed and tried to make like she hadn't been gawking at him. Sorry, I was going to tell you about the door. Don't apologize." When she glanced back at him, he lowered his chin and stared out at her from under heavy brows. "I like when you watch me." Parting her lips, May found it hard to breathe. "What else do you want to see?" Savage said in a low, guttural voice. Chapter 33. Balls like to be on time, particularly when it came to monetizing a night's work. As he reformed on the edge of a human's out in the sticks acreage, he had to move fast, but he was ready for what came after he got his cash. He was all set in his fighter clothes, his leathers and weapons in place, not that he would have come out here to this shithole in a tuxedo. Or without all kinds of metal. 20 minutes and he had to be in the field with Siphon. The trailer was hidden away on enough land so that you wouldn't come looking for the property unless you were fencing property. The guy who crashed here was a real fucking gem, but he dealt in everything there was, and his cash was real. So honestly, what other qualifications were required? Hopping up the steps, he rapped on the door, which was hanging rather loose. When there was no answer, he knuckled louder and glanced at the truck. Fucker was in, and they'd made this appointment yesterday. Besides, Dave wasn't the sort who double-booked. In his line of work, anonymity was everything. You didn't want your suppliers to cross with your buyers, or you found yourself out of your middleman job. "Come on, Dave," he called out. "Open the fuck." He pulled on the busted door as a way to rush Dave off whatever phone call he was on. The scent that wafted out was of blood that had aged a little. Balls already had his gun discreetly palmed, and with his vampire vision, he could see some of the dim interior. Breathing in deep, he made sure there was no one else in there. Looked like good old Dave had played his hand a little too hot. Stepping inside, he found the man in a recline on the ratty sofa with most of his brains blown out the back of his skull. Abstract art without a frame. "Damn it," Balls muttered as he glanced around. "I got these watches, my guy." The bedroom was on the other end, and he strode down to the bare mattress on the floor decor just to see, well, looky. Somebody had busted open Dave's Glockin closet and cleaned it out. Back in the trailer proper, Balls stared down at where the sitting area had had its gray matter, blood splatter renovation. Fucking wonderful. Now he had to find another fence. It was like Starbucks discontinuing the Verismo. He'd been hoarding pods for months, and when that goddamn machine broke or he finally ran out of them, he was going to have to reinvent his perfect coffee. Fucking inconvenience over nothing. Just as he was turning away, he caught sight of something on the floor, half concealed under the filthy fringe of the death sofa. It was a Hannaford plastic bag, and the thing was partially open, and flashing a whole lot of Franklin faces. Going over, he pulled the bag free of the dust bunnies and the grab of something nasty on the carpet. As he fought the resistance, he heard Flula's voice from beer pong. "You are terrible. Cranberry juices. Stixy. Lick, 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 lick." The bag came free, and as he opened the thing wide, he whistled at all the bundles of Hyundais. "Well, this is just about right, isn't it, Dave?" Determined to be a team player, he smiled over at the pasty face with its sightless eyes and the little red hole off center on the forehead. Gotta be about 20 grand in here. Fair trade. Retail, the watches from Mr. Commodore's collection would be over 100 grand. But you were lucky to get 20% when you were on Balls's side of commerce. I'll just leave these right here. He winked at his cold, immobile business associate as he put the watch case on the coffee table. I'd hate to steal from you. It'd just ruin my reputation on LinkedIn. He would have rolled the bag around the cash and just shoved it inside his jacket, but licky, don't you know? So he took the bills and let the nasty bag drift down to the matted carpet. Take care, big guy. Just as Balls was about to step out of the trailer, a pair of headlights washed the front side with all kinds of hi-howria. The blinds were down, so he went over and parted the dusty slats. It was a shitty sedan with a lot of rust lace behind its tires. An older man in a set of overalls got out, his scruffy beard and chopped hair gray, his face lined and loose. He lit a cigarette and looked at the trailer with an expression of exhaustion. Dave's dad. Had to be. They had the same bone structure, but more than that, the way the guy stared forward. It was like he had been waiting for what he was going to find inside. An unexpected sadness wrapped around Balls's heart. Thieves should still be mourned, he thought as he dematerialized. Even if their lives aren't worth shit. Over at Luch's house, Nate walked into a bedroom on the southwestern corner of the farmhouse. There were large cardboard boxes tilted against the wall, a rolled-up carpet, and 2 mattresses stacked in the middle, so not exactly cozy and inviting. But as he went over to the window, he got a good view of the big maple in the front lawn. If you put your bed against this wall, he pointed to the longest stretch in the room, you'll be able to look at it lying down. When there was no response, he glanced over his shoulder. Ellen was in the en-suite bath, leaning into the mirror, staring at herself like she didn't recognize the reflectioner, maybe like she wasn't sure where she was, and was trying to ground herself in her own features. Nate went across to her. Downstairs, there were sounds of people moving around, voices, laughter, and the scent of freshly baking Toll House cookies. He wished he could bring that life up here, up to Ellen. Her silver eyes met his in the glass. She didn't say anything, but she didn't have to. He knew exactly what she was thinking. He cleared his throat. You know, the hardest thing for me when I got out was trusting I was going to stay out. That I actually was where I was standing. It was like at any moment I was going to get pulled back. I didn't trust reality. Ellen turned to him, her eyes wide. Wherever were you held? Somewhere I didn't want be. He had to look away. It's not important where. I just know how hard it is for you right now. And it gets better, I promise. When he could manage to meet her eyes, he hoped she would open up and talk about her story, even though he feared the details. Are you safe now? She whispered. He nodded. Yes, and so are you. She turned back to the mirror. I am lost. I thought I would be free, but I am lost. I know, and I'm so sorry. I've been where you are and it sucks. Tell me. I can't. He was not going to lose it in front of her. And somehow, talking about the lab was going to make him feel more naked than if he actually were naked. I wish I could, but I can't. Ellen drew in a deep breath. Then she reached across the space between them and took his hand. As she closed her eyes, he couldn't believe she was touching him. The bolt of electricity flashed through his body, and in the aftermath, he was immobile and totally numb, yet still standing. Then came the fluttering. At first, he thought it was something physical, but then he realized what was happening was in his brain. It was as if his thoughts were being shuffled, a deck of cards. And then Ellen gasped. In the midst of his strange fugue state, Nate focused on her eyes as they widened and the color drained out of her face. Tears formed and fell onto her cheeks, flowing down and dropping off the sides of her jaw. The shaking came after that, her mouth parting with the lower lip starting to tremble. With her free hand, she covered her. Ellen dropped her hold on him and took a stumbling step back, her hip banging into the sink. As the numb feeling drained out of Nate's feet, sure as if it were a tangible level of some kind of liquid, he was aware of a great shame flooding into his void. It turned out that however painful the lab had been, having Ellen horrified by him was a worse agony. Clearing his throat, he focused on the boxes out in her room. Well, I'll just get started on these. Turning away from her, Ellen jumped in front and embraced him so hard. He had no breath in his lungs. "Oh, Nate," she said in a voice that cracked. "Oh, dearest virgin scribe, what they did to you, to your mommin. They hurt you." Nate was so shocked by the contact, by her scent, by her everything that the content of her words didn't register. But then he caught up with everything. Her hands were smoothing over his back. "I am so sorry." Nate wanted to hold her back. So he did, but things went further than he intended. He dropped his head onto her shoulder, opened up the internal lockbox he kept his horrible memories in, and went into his pain. It had been a while since he had done that. The rhythm of his nights and days, the normalcy of life with Sarah and murder, obscuring his past, and thank fuck for it. Yet Ellen called that which he staunchly ignored to the forefront. And somehow, though it was agony, her sympathy eased him in ways no amount of therapy with Mrs. Mary had. Down on the first floor, people kept talking and laughing and making cookies. Up in Ellen's bathroom, the world stopped as two broken people became whole again, through the magic of not being alone. Chapter 34. Savage put his shirt on the sink counter and focused on May. She was standing on the far side of the kitchen table, one hand gripping the gun he'd gotten for her, the other floating in the breeze like it was looking for something to do. And what do you know, he had some suggestions for that, and she was clearly open to them. Her delicious scent gave her away. Her eyes, as they traveled down his bare chest, gave her away. The way she breathed gave her away. "Tell me, what do you want to see, May? Please God. Let Tala sleep for another hour," he thought. 2. 8. Because the way May was staring at him, they had things to do together that did not need an audience or any kind of interruption. "What do you want, May?" No question this time. "Do you want me to close this door?" She answered that one without touching anything or moving. The wooden panel that separated them, the one that offered only a seam of sight for her, moved so that it opened more, so that she could see him properly. All of him. Savage certainly hadn't willed the change of its position, and there sure as shit weren't any drafts that could have done that. So she had, because what he wanted to show her was what she wanted to lay her eyes on. And far be it for him to disappoint a female of worth. His hands went to his belt, and he pulled the leather strap free of its buckle and tongue. Then he popped the button and waited with the zipper. May's chest was rising faster and faster, and her eyes were locked on what he was doing. And the scent of her arousal was getting thicker, which made him want to go slow as Malacesso. This on the verge, which was both torture and pleasure, would last forever. "Is this what you want?" he asked in a growl. "Yes," she breathed. Well, wasn't that the right answer? Savage lowered the zipper and his erection took it from there, bursting free of the lock and key it had been straining against, the thick arousal jutting straight out from his hips. As he let his pants go, they dropped to his feet. She bit her lower lip and moaned. But she didn't come over. And that was hot. "Do you want me to touch it?" he said in a low voice. When she nodded, he took his hand and wrapped his palm around his shaft. He groaned, couldn't help it. He wanted it to be her doing the grip, and he wanted to be kissing her while she stroked him, and that was why this got to him so much. As he rode himself up and down while watching her watch him, his mind spun with what it was going to be like when it was her. When May's hand was on him. When she was making him come. Fucking hot as fuck. And she must have felt the same way because she tucked the gun away and came forward. With every step she took, he stroked. 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 As she arrived at the door, he prayed she entered. She did. Over the threshold. Door closing behind her. Except she leaned back against it, wrapping her arms around herself and staring at him. Now is not the time. Her voice was incredibly disappointed. And what do you know? That shit speared through him like a sword. Savage halted his hand, but did not release his hold. I find myself wanting to argue the point. But as you can see, I'm a little self-interested at the moment. May's pink tongue, her delicious, erotic, pink tongue, traveled across her lower lip. Then she nipped that soft flesh with her fangs, biting down like she was swallowing a moan. What if Tala wakes up? She whispered. I stop. There was a pause. And then, thank the frickin' scribe virgin, May nodded. I just want to see what you look like. Bracing his free hand on the wall, he had a feeling he was going to need the help with his balance. When I come. Yes, she sighed. Tell me what you want. Just so I'm sure I get it right. I want you to make yourself. What? He demanded. Come. That word leaving her lips made the world tilt and spin. And he wasn't losing his chance. Even though he wanted his hands on her body, and he wanted to pleasure her, if this was as far as they were going, fine. He was totally fucking into it. Kicking his pants free, he went base to head with his palm, finding a slow rhythm that juiced his erection up more than some of the best sex he'd actually had, and that was not because of his handling technique. It was all because of May. Her mere presence, even without any physical contact between them, was hotter than the other females he'd physically been with. He didn't know why, and he wasn't inclined to waste time on that one. He had a feeling the answer would scare the shit out of him. As May lifted her fingers to her mouth, she brushed her lower lip back and forth like she was imagining him kissing her. Savage hissed and squeezed his eyes shut. He was so on the verge already, and he didn't want it to end so soon. This sacred space, just for the two of them, was like a vault locking out the world. And fuck, he wanted that right now. Had wanted this kind of amnesia for a long time. Except then he had to pop his lids again and get back to work. As the heat rose and his cock became hypersensitive, he tightened his grip and moved faster. Say my name, he commanded. I want to hear it. Savage. Do you want this? God, yes. She closed her eyes, but only for a split second. I want you. How much? Faster. Faster. Tell me how much. So bad. Savage. As she moaned his name, he let go of the wall and grabbed a towel, but he didn't cover the head of his arousal. He put the soft folds out in front as the ejaculation started so she could watch, so she could imagine him filling her up, his rhythm unchanging as he milked himself into her. And fuck, he wanted to keep looking at her, but the pleasure was so intense, his lids squeezed shut on their own. Fine. He would just picture him on top of her, her breasts against his pecs, her legs spread wide, her body arching to receive what he was pumping off into her. He started to come again, before he'd even finished. God, the only thing that could have made this hotter was if she were orgasming along with him. May had to hold herself in place against the bathroom door. Savage's body was magnificent, so powerful, so virile, the contracting muscles of his massive pecs and arms in stark contrast to her own body. That tattoo of his bringing an edge of danger, the scent of him too delicious to describe. And his broad hand on that thick erection? She was going to be seeing that on the backs of her lids for pretty much the rest of her sleeping days. Maybe during the waking nights, too. God. She hoped Tala didn't wake up. For like a year. Meanwhile, Savage just kept orgasming, and it was beautiful. It was raw, and a little scary because he was so big. But he seemed to understand that opening the door literally and proverbialito her doing that to him was going to have to be on her time. She couldn't imagine pleasuring him like that. But she was willing to bet he'd show her what she needed to do. Why not, she thought. What was she waiting for? May stepped forward toward him, and as she did, she was nervous. Especially as his eyes flared like she'd surprised him. She was not turning back, though. When was she going to get another chance like this? Especially because she knew he was temporary in her life. What do I do? She said softly. There was a pause, as if he wasn't sure what she was asking. Anything you like. He let go of himself and leaned back against the wall by the shower. You can touch me anywhere you goddamn like, and any way you want. But what? As he looked at her in confusion, she flushed. Tell me what pleases you. Your hands on me, wherever. Your mouth, all over me. That's what I want. Abruptly, Savage stiffened. May, have you ever touched a male before? Well, crap. She wanted to lie. She wanted to front like she was sophisticated, like she was that brunette, all sexually confident. Like she was anything other than what she really was. But this was not something to hide, even if it made her cringe. And besides, what did she have to be ashamed about? May shook her head. No. He blinked. Twice. And then he covered his sex with the towel. Swallowing a curse, May stepped back, until the closed door caught her shoulder blades with a bump. Changes things, huh? She brushed her hair out of her face. Sorry. You have nothing to apologize for. I know. Clearing her throat, she shrugged and rubbed her upper arms for warmth. My parents were super conservative, so both my brother and I, well, that's not important now. Such a mood killer, though. Looks like I'll be leaving now. As she fumbled her way out of the bathroom, her heart was pounding and a chill followed her. Although she had a feeling that was because the cold spot was inside her body and unrelated to any drafts. The thing was, waiting until she was mated to have sex was how she'd been raised, and it hadn't been something she'd thought a lot about. All her feedings had been supervised, and the couple of times she'd had her needing, she'd gone to the race's healer for sedation. Finding a male and settling down had always been a sometime in the future kind of fantasy. And after her parents' deaths in the raids, romance had been the last thing on her mind. She'd needed to make sure she had enough money, and that the house was taken care of, and that everything didn't fall apart, especially when it came to Roger. Yeah, and look how well that had turned out. But what the hell did all that matter now? What she had to do was re-ice her dead brother. Because as gruesome as her nightly job was, it was a better option than being here with all her virgin status out in the open while a smoking hot male took a lucky bar of soap for a test drive on his proverbial racetrack. And yeah, sure, she was supposed to be all self-actualized and stuff, all female hear-her-roar, unapologetic of the choice she'd made about sex, which hadn't felt like any choice at all. P.S. But when you were attracted to a male and you were past the age when most females had had a couple of lovers, you felt like something was wrong with you. And God, the way he'd covered himself? It was like he thought he was a dirty pervert or something. But come on, consenting adults and all that. The bathroom door opened, and Savage came out, fully clothed. May put her hand up. Please, don't say it. How do you know what I was going to say? I can guess. You're sorry, it won't happen again. You didn't know. Couldn't guess. Didn't mean to offend me. She cursed under her breath. You didn't do anything wrong. He nodded at something in her hand. Are you leaving now? May glanced down and discovered she'd gotten her jacket and her purse. Go figure. Yes, I am, but I'll be right back. May. She closed her eyes at his tone. There was so much compassion in it, pity, too. And if that didn't just suck the sexy right out of the air between them. Not that there was anything left of that heat. May shook her head. I can't talk about this now. Try, ever. Besides, there are more important things to worry about. See you in a little bit. As she rushed toward the front door because she was going to have to chill herself out before she could dematerialize, everything was a blur, and she fumbled with the deadbolt. Her hands sweaty, her fingers sloppy. When she finally got things open, she all but jumped out onto the front step, and it took some self-control not to slam the door. Not because she was mad, but because she was totally uncoordinated. The night air was cool against her hot face, and she took some deep breaths. She had to in order to ghost out, but her lungs were also burning, and she felt as though there was a hand around her throat. Walking forward, she was vaguely aware of the moon overhead. Just a sliver, though, so it didn't cast much light. A shaft of illumination blared out of the cottage from behind her, her shadow going long over the winter-dead grass, the shape of her body distorted. As she turned around, Savage came at her, and when he stopped in front of her, she gasped as he took her hand and put it between his legs. The ridge that was contained by his fly was still very large and very hard. You didn't turn me off, he said in a guttural voice. I just was surprised, and I wasn't sure how to handle it. He rubbed her palm back and forth against his arousal, and as she felt him through his cargo pants, he hissed and shut his eyes. Nothing has changed for me. His voice was so rough, she almost couldn't understand him. At all. I still want you all over me. May tilted her head up to look at him, and at that moment he looked down at her. There was a white-hot moment of anticipation, and then the kiss was immediate and intense. Her arms shooting around him and holding on to him hard. His arms did the same. He was so big, and that was what she wanted him to be. She wanted him massive and hungry and heavy on top of her, capable of canceling out everything. Even Roger and the book and that brunette. When they finally paused to take a breath, she stared into his stark, starving face. It was impossible not to imagine them lying down and looking into each other's eyes while they. As a shadow passed through the shaft of light, she glanced back into the house. Tala was emerging from the basement, the cellar door opening. "I'll be right back," May vowed as she stepped away from his body. "I'll be waiting." It took a moment to calm herself enough to dematerialize, and as she disappeared from him, she caught a glimpse of him pivoting back to the little stone house. When May reformed behind the garage of her parents' ranch, she was smiling, and it almost didn't matter whether they actually hooked up again. Just the fact that he accepted her as she was, that was enough. Getting out her car key, she thought about what that kiss had felt like, and decided, well, maybe the whole acceptance thing wasn't quite enough. Chapter 35. Out in the field downtown, Balls walked side by side with Siphon through a bottom-feeder retail neighborhood. The storefronts locked with retractable grates and marked with 70% off. Sale signs that suggested cash flow was a perpetual issue for the grungy establishments. Lot of graffiti, lot of random trash clustered by the wind, the urban equivalent of sand dunes in the desert. And the uneven concrete under their shit kickers was the kind of thing you had to keep checking no matter how tight your swagger or how many weapons you strapped or how much leather was zippered onto your body. Catching a steel toe on a crack could bring you back down to earth on so many different levels. Yeah. And then what happened? Balls asked as he scanned from left to right. Nothing was in the coffin. Balls frowned and glanced at his cousin. Siphon was in his typical saunter, his dark hair freshly tinted with stripes of dark green. Given his orthorexic diet, one might assume he was actually turning into a smoothie. But no, he and Zypher had gone ham with the hair color over day. Zypher had gone with some positively fetching dark purple undertones. "What do you mean, nothing?" Balls prompted. "Well, nobody. But we've got some 200-year-old oats if we want to play Russian roulette with gastroenteritis. And the gift of light or whatever it was. Nowhere either. Rage told me that they stood around the open coffin all what the hell. Tick-tack." Balls put his palm out, a shake preceding a two-drop that went right into his mouth. "So now what?" Idly he glanced behind them. Ever since the Omega had bid it, these nightly patrols were nothing but strolls, and he missed the fighting. "I don't know. Wrath says we gotta find the book another way." Balls stopped dead. "What?" Siphon went a couple strides farther, halted, and looked back. "The book. The one I told you about. The one revenge came to the Brotherhood about. Why are you looking at me like that?" As a feeling of lightheadedness made Balls think the cement under his feet was undulating, he turned blindly to the stores so he could pretend like something had caught his eye. In a normal way. "What about this book?" he said evenly. "I told you. Tell me again." Siphon shrugged his big shoulders. "It's some kind of book of spells. A female came up to Rev looking for it, and he was all bad news on that idea. Just curious, what does the book look like?" "I don't know. Rev didn't say. Got the feeling that you know it when you see it." Putting an unsteady hand to his eyes, Balls was vaguely aware that his cousin was continuing to talk, but he couldn't hear the guy. And as he tried to pull himself together, purple palm print. Frowning, he blinked a couple of times and nothing changed about what he was staring at. He was apparently standing in front of a purple palm print the size of his chest. Over it, in blinking, neon cursive, was a flashing sign that read, "Psychic." Siphon stepped in between him and the window. "Where'd you go, cousin?" "I'm right here," he muttered as he stepped around and tried the purple door. When it opened, he wasn't surprised, and not just because it was after dark and psychics probably didn't quit at 5, even in this kind of zip code. It was as if some kind of doorbell had been rung in reverse, not him seeking someone inside, but rather someone in there seeking him. "What are you doing, cousin?" Siphon demanded. The staircase that was revealed was narrow and steep and painted purple, and Balls surmounted the steps urgently, like his name was being called up on the second floor, like he had been here before even though he hadn't, like this was the whole point of everything. Behind him, Siphon was having a lot to say. Balls heard none of it. There was a door on the top landing, marked with another laminated purple palm symbol, and he was not surprised that, before he had a thought about trying the knob, the portal swung open for him. Fuck, it was dark in there. In fact, the pitch-black interior was so dense, so pervasive, it was like a tear in the fabric of time and space. Siphon grabbed his arm and yanked. "No! Let me go! Don't go in there!" Everything happened so fast. One moment, the two of them were playing tug-o-war with his arm. The next, the lights flickered in the stairwell, and then something grabbed Siphon around the chest and peeled him back. But he did not fall. He became suspended in the air over the steep steps. A shadow, that somehow had strength and substance, was clutching him like he was prey, claiming his fighter's body. And Siphon was arching back and screaming in agony, his face running pale, his eyes peeling wide. Save him, Balls told himself. Save. And yet he glanced back at the door that had opened for him. The pull to proceed inside, to enter and be lost in the darkness, was like a tangible stroke over all of his skin. A beckoning that was food to a starving male, cash to the poor, recovery to the terminal. Something was in there for him that would save him from. Siphon screamed again, and the sound of the bloody agony snapped Balls out of the thrall. With a gasp, he wrenched around and grabbed for his 40. That was when the perfume came. The smell was grapish and deep, an old fragrance that he had scented back in the 80s, on females in the species who were above him socially, on women outside of the species who lived in cities and walked the night streets on the arms of men in tuxedos. Poison by Dior. He'd looked up the name because he'd loved it so much. Even before he turned his head back to the void, he knew what he was going to see in the darkness. He was not wrong. From out of a black hole, the brunette of his dreams appeared, and she was magically beautiful, unreal yet solid. "It's you," he breathed. As she smiled at him, Siphon screamed again, but it was as if her presence turned down the volume on everything else on the planet, including his cousin. What was happening over the staircase suddenly seemed like the dream instead of her. "Miss me." Her voice was heaven, absolute heaven. In his ears a symphony mixed with a marching band, seasoned with hip-hop and some jazz. "I missed you. It feels like forever since we were together. Why don't you come inside? I have a bed we could use." Siphon screamed even louder. "Don't worry about him." She licked her red lips like she was anticipating what Balls's cock would taste like. "He's got nothing to do with us." His woman stepped back into the darkness and beckoned him with her blood-red fingernail. "Come with me, Balthazar, and I will show you pleasure you have never known and riches that will make even you stop stealing. No more hollow places to fill with the objects of others. No more itch that cannot be scratched. You will finally be sated. You will finally find the peace that has eluded you. With me you can rest, Balthazar." Tears speared into his eyes. "How do you know me?" he whispered. "Silly male, I've been inside you. Did you think I wasn't walking your halls and trying out your furniture while I was there? Lonely place, your soul, and I've seen a lot of them. But you don't have to worry about that anymore. I'll be with you every step of the way from now on. All you have to do is come to me now." The decision was made before he was aware of arriving at a conclusion. His body took a step forward. And another. Balls didn't look back at his cousin. He was powerless to deny this female anything. As May dematerialized, Savage rearranged his erection in his pants and went back into the cottage. Shutting things up, he looked around the heavy hutch through to the back and saw that the cellar door was open. But Tala wasn't in the kitchen or moving around upstairs. Clearly, she was back in the cellar, something forgotten or required in her underground quarters, and he was guessing it had to do with her outfit. The old female certainly stayed true to her glimmer roots. Even though she wasn't living in a mansion, she dressed the part. She'd come out for Monopoly looking like she was going to a formal event, and it was kind of sweet the way she blushed whenever she looked at him. A little sad, too. And it was obvious how much she meant to May and vice versa. No wonder that book was such a topic of discussion. If there were any lives worth preserving with dark magic, Tala would be on the list. He glanced over at the dirty dishes that were left. But God, that stew had been awful. Determined to be useful and not just decorative, he took over where May had left off, picking up her soggy, soapy paper towel wad and going to work on the remaining stuff in the sink. How Tala had managed to use 700,000 pots and pans was a mystery. There had been all of 2 root vegetables and a couple handfuls of meat in that liquid cement broth. As he washed and rinsed, he thought about May standing against that bathroom door, her eyes on his hand job like it was the most amazing thing she had ever seen. Fucking hell, he'd felt like he'd had a palm full of gold as she'd watched him. But when he'd learned that she was, of course he still wanted the female. He just didn't want to take something permanent from her when he was less than temporary in her life. It wasn't fair. With that thought in mind, he got through the mess in the sink, dried everything off, put things away in the places Tala had gotten them out of. And just as he checked the clock over on the wall, something registered, his inner bell getting rung, even though he wasn't sure by what. Although the fact that May had been gone almost an hour was not great news. Palming up the gun he'd tucked, he glanced to the refrigerator barricading the back door, looked out toward the front door, checked the cellar stairs. What the hell was it? As his eyes surfed across the table, they double-backed to what had caught his subconscious attention. Shit! Shoving the .40 back into his waistband, he picked up the 9mm he'd gotten for May. She'd left it behind in her frazzled rush to leave. "I'll be right back," he called down at the basement. Dematerializing, he traveled up to the 2nd floor and out of the shutter he'd left cracked since the night before. There was no trouble finding May's ranch, and as he reformed by the garage, the lights were on inside of it. The shutter around back was still as they'd left it, so he was able to get in by her car with no problem, and he frowned. The scent of fresh exhaust was obvious, so she'd clearly gone out for some supplies, and the door into the rear of the house was propped open with a stop. He wished he could have helped bring whatever it was in for her. Stepping into a short hallway, he saw May's purse and car keys on the washer-dryer. Her jacket, too. There was a damp trail on the tile that led into a modest kitchen, and as he followed it, he heard a strange rushing sound deeper inside the house. As he went along, he found the single-story ranch small, with furniture that wasn't new, but everything was clean and he felt comfortable with the lack of fussiness. Another round of that whoosh sound escorted him even farther into the house, to a hall that he assumed took him to the layout of upper bedrooms. A bathroom door was open halfway down, and he started to smile as May's scent got louder in his nose. "Can I help you?" As he came around into the doorway, he stopped short, because he had no idea what he was looking at. May was on her knees in front of a bathtub, empty ice bags scattered around her. One held up so its load of chips could join the others. All of that was odd, but not what halted his boots as well as the breath in his lungs. Inside the tub there appeared to be a corpse. The head was down by the faucet, the feet up at the other end, the white and waxy toes peeking out of the ice. With an expression of horror, May wrenched around and stretched her arms wide, as if she were protecting that which she was keeping cold, or maybe trying to hide it. "What are you doing here? You forgot the gun," he said slowly as he showed the weapon from the side. "I brought it to you so you'd be safe. What is that?" Or who was more the question, although he had a feeling he knew. That dark blonde hair was just like hers. May Savage dragged a hand down his face. "No. Get out," she said in a trembling voice. "Leave us alone. You want to bring him back using the book." "Oh God, May, no." Chapter 36. There were precipices more dire than life and death, and Balls was on one. As he trembled on the lip of acquiescence, as every part of him wanted to follow the command of the woman of his dreams, he knew an inevitability that was like a second birth, a choice made for him by someone else that caused him to exist in a world. And so, yes, he would enter the psychic's domain, and he would follow the beckoning of the brunette before him, and he would live out what had been his destiny all along. "That's right," she said with a smile of those blood-red lips. "Come to me." From out of nowhere, an image slapped him sure as if it were a dagger palm across his face. He saw his cousin back in the old country, in a forest hovel where they were sheltering from the sun. Siphon was smiling while draped in weaponry and the rugged leather of war. A healing slice on his temple, the result of a lesser's blade that had been quicker and more nimble than its target. Comrade. A friend. A protector. Family. His eyes were so blue, his grin so wide, his goodwill inexhaustible even though they had no warm food in their bellies and only raw dirt in a cave for their bed. Here, take it. His cousin's invitation, spoken in the old language, was as clear as if it had been spoken to Balls right now, and he could see the fighter leaning forward, his hand outstretched. And in the palm, the last heel of bread he had. Are you no hungry, then? Balls had asked. Nay, it shall be for you, cousin. Take and feed yourself. I shall find something else. Siphon had spoken the simple words over the growl of his own stomach, and in spite of the reality that there had been no food anywhere in the cave. Balls's eyes flashed open, though he had not been aware they'd closed. And the smile that was in front of him, the smile of seduction, the smile of evil knowing that it had captured another soul, was nothing like his cousin's had been. Nothing like his cousin's was. You know what you want to do, the woman said. You know you're going to come with me. With a battle cry, Balls spun around and lunged off the top landing of the stairs, reaching for his cousin's dangling legs as the shadow lifted the helpless male higher and higher, as if it was going to break out through the window mounted high above the entrance and take Siphon away. You fucking idiot! The brunette yelled from the abyss. You fucking asshole! Just before the shadow entity busted the glass and disappeared with its prey, Balls caught his cousin's left shit-kicker with a grasping claw, and he backed up that insufficient hold with a rock-hard grab at the ankle. The shadow let out an unholy screech as the added weight dragged it down, and then something gave way, the entity dropping its load. Balls's back broke the fall, his body landing with a crack on the wooden steps and starting on a descent that was sure to put him in traction, and his cousin's body was a horrible chaser, all that weight banging him even harder into the unforgiving, uncarpeted stairs. As his brain was overcome with pain, there was a moment of stunned paralysis, but the shadow entity's quick counterattack meant there was no time to whine about the pain or even check if Siphon was still alive. Throwing a foot out to stop their jangling, tooth-loosening descent, Balls shoved a hand down to his hip holster and palmed one of his 40s. Just as he brought up the muzzle, the shadow shot forward, snake-like tentacles lashing out, striking at his cousin, striking at him. When his forearm was hit, he cursed in pain, but he hit his trigger. The autoloader did its thing, kicking out bullet after bullet, and thank fuck they worked. The shadow let out another one of those ear-killing screeches, recoiling as if it had been burned. Yet it came back. So Balls outed a silver dagger. As one of the tentacles got too close, he stabbed it and was rewarded by that high-pitched holler. But then Siphon, who'd lost consciousness, started slipping down the stairs again. And as Balls tried to grab him, they both ended up bouncing head over heels toward the bottom. As his body blendered, he did what he could to stab and shoot at the shadow, making sure that neither any of him nor any of his cousin was in the way. Boom! They landed in a tangled heap at the base of the steps, their big bodies crammed up against the closed door. With a shove, Balls shifted his cousin to the side so he could keep shooting, but as the last bullet left his weapon, that was a moot point, and he couldn't reach his backup clip or his other 40. Siphon's hand appeared in front of his face with a full magazine. Thank God, Balls muttered. Can you get me another gun? As he got a grunt for a reply, he swapped the clips and kept shooting, and like magic, another Sig Sauer appeared in his face. Ditching the dagger where it hopefully wouldn't Swiss cheese them or be used by this entity, went Deadpool, kicking out lead slugs from both autoloaders, driving the shadow back, holes appearing in its translucent body, or maybe it was more like the structure that held it together was beginning to fail. Now it was like a school of fish, the whole devolving into coordinated parts and undulating in a pattern that became increasingly erratic. Another clip appeared by the side of his head, Siphon's shaking hand punching through their heap of bad-angled limbs. And a third. All Balls could do was aim and shoot and reload. I'm out, Siphon said in a hoarse voice. At that very moment, as the last bullet left the second 40, the shadow exploded, the airborne shrapnel like the feathers of a raven, blowing apart and floating down on lazy currents. Meanwhile, up at the top of the stairs, the brunette was leaning around the doorjamb, her furious eyes boring down at Balls. You're a fucking fool, she bit out. And then, just like that, she was gone. Balls sagged, his breath tearing up and down his throat, some kind of weird nausea curdling his stomach, a feverish shimmy prickling his skin. As he twisted over and retched, he felt all kinds of pain bloom in all kinds of places. Now that the immediate threat was gone, He remembered the stories of shadows in Caldwell. And shit, he should have grabbed some of V's special bullets. But he hadn't taken those reports seriously enough. And he needed to call for help before more of these fucking shadows showed up. Pushing himself up, he tried to stand but lost his balance and slammed his hip into the banister. "You live?" he mumbled as he barely noticed the new injury. From at his feet, there was a groan. Then Siphon lifted a face that was lashed with red welts, the features so distorted that he was barely recognizable. "I'm calling us in," Balls said as he triggered the emergency locator on his communicator. "And I gotta clear up there. I have a dagger. I'll be okay." Balls didn't have the heart to point out that his cousin could barely see. "Good, hold the fort." As Balls limped up the steps, the going was uneven. Bullets littered the staircase, balls of lead that had free-fallen when they'd hit the shadow. At the top landing, he backflatted by the open door and then fired up his flashlight and pointed the beam into the dark interior. The space was mostly empty. Couple of tables below the bank of windows that faced out front. A clutter of candles, pots, and herb bundles crowding the tops. In the center of the room, there was the proverbial crystal ball on a round reading station with 2 chairs and a lot of draping. Elsewhere, there were futons with cushions and a sitting area of threadbare armchairs. Swathes of brightly colored fabrics shot with cheap gold thread were nailed to the walls. Rainbows trapped and captured. Absolutely no brunette. She was gone. Balls breathed in deep. He couldn't catch the scent of anything other than the acrid, metal-backed burn of gunpowder and an unpleasant, fleshy tang of fresh meat. Had she even been there? He told himself that he had made the right decision. He had done the right thing. He had chosen family over whatever she was. And yet he mourned, like a lover left behind. As a beeping went off on his communicator, he angled his head to his shoulder. "I need medical help. Stat." He looked down the stairs, then jogged down them. "One wounded. Extent of injuries hold on." Back with his cousin, he took the lax hand of the fighter he was probably closest to. Siphon had passed out again, but he was breathing through those bee-stung lips. Oddly, his clothes were all intact, which made no sense. "Extent of injuries is severe." Balls choked out as he lost the strength in his own body and collapsed on his side. "Do you have my location?" "Good. Fucking hurry." Back at her parents' ranch, in the bathroom where she had never intended anyone to see what she was keeping cold, May tried to block Savage's perfectly good view of the tub of Roger. But it wasn't like a dead body in ice was the kind of thing eyes ignored, even if only parts of the remains were showing. "Close the door," she barked, because it was all she could think of saying. "Don't look at him like that." Except Savage wasn't focused on Roger. He was staring at her. "May. No." She covered her ears with her palms. "I'm not listening." Instead of continuing to speak or doing what she demanded with the door, Savage backed up until he was against the hall wall. Then he slid down until his butt landed on the floor and they were on the same level. Now he didn't look at her or Roger. He put his head in his hands. As he stayed quiet, May collapsed against the side of the tub, looked through the ice at her brother. "You don't understand," she whispered. "It's all my fault." Savage made an exhausted sound. "Unless you killed him with your own 2 hands, I'm very sure it's not. Our parents were really strict," she heard herself say. "Very old school. After they were killed in the raids, Roger started to change. He stayed out all day, sometimes for a week at a time. He was hanging around with a different crowd. He just spiraled. Meanwhile, I was here taking care of the house, paying the bills, trying to hold what was left of our family together. I got resentful." She reached into the tub and shuffled the ice around more evenly. As her hand got cold, the difference in temperature between her palm and the chips was a stark reminder of everything that separated her and her brother. May choked back tears. "The last night he left we had a terrible fight. I lost it. I told him he had to get a job or move out. He yelled back. It got so ugly." She shook her head, even though she wasn't sure Savage was looking at her. "He didn't come back. For 2 weeks, maybe it was almost 3. I can't keep it all straight. I tried to find him. I called his phone constantly. I went to his friends' houses. No one knew where he'd gone. Then one night, I was working here. Andy came through the front door. He was bleeding from so many places, and he looked like he hadn't eaten since he'd left. I rushed to him and he died in my arms. May rubbed her stinging eyes. I didn't have any idea what happened to him or what to do. I called Tala. I don't have anyone else in my life and I couldn't think straight. After I told her everything and I managed to calm down a little, she got so silent on that phone I thought she'd hung up on me. And then she said the words. The book. Savage gritted. May glanced out of the bathroom to him. The book. You can't do this. May, you have no idea what you're opening up here. But it was okay to prolong Tala's life, she muttered bitterly. I never said that. May threw up a hand. Roger is all I have left. That's what you said about Tala. We're really going to argue about how few people I have in my life right now? Really? May gathered the empty bags of ice around her, and then didn't do anything with them. I can't get off this path. You don't understand. It's all my fault. I drove him out of this house and into the hands of someone who tortured him so badly. He died of the injuries. Savage cursed. He left because he left, May. It could have been any other night. Don't pretend you know us. And don't you pretend what you're doing is right. That's my brother in all that ice, she choked out. That's a dead male, Savage countered. He might have been your brother when he was alive, but not anymore. May exhaled sharply. How can you say that? Because it's the truth. Stop it. She closed her eyes. Just stop it. When she opened her lids, Savage was right in front of her, and as she reared back, he took one of her hands. Please, he said, don't do this to him. If you love him, you will not do this. What? Bring him back to me. How is that wrong? Savage swallowed hard, and his voice was barely audible. Leave him in the fade. I beg you. The consequences are not worth it. Those midnight blue eyes were boring into her, and his expression was so intense. She knew this was not just a case of someone looking out for her best interests. What aren't you telling me? She demanded. It's just what I've heard to be true. Bullshit. What do you know? And do not lie to me. Savage broke the contact between them and sat back onto his ass. As his eyes went to Roger and the ice, he grew very still. When he finally spoke, his voice, like his expression, was haunted. I only know that people are not meant to live forever. I don't want him to be immortal, goddammit. I just want to bring. And you think you're setting the terms? You honestly think you're going to set the rules here? You're toying with the very foundation of mortality. Fuck mortality. Roger got robbed. And I'm going to fix it if it's the last thing I do. Chapter 37. Savage had only had one other moment in all his earthly years that revealed a blindness this great. A blindness that changed everything about where he was. And it wasn't that May had lied to him. It was that he had failed to anticipate her ulterior motive. He had taken at face value what she had said, and moved on to other things. Like the sexual attraction he had for her. Funny how that shit had a way of wiping the slate clean. I have no other choice, May announced. You are wrong about that. He shook his head. Death is not something that is bad. How can you say that? Roger is barely 70 years old. He was cheated. But if you believe in the fade, you mean to tell me that my father and Maman, who didn't get along all that well when they were under this roof here, are enjoying a perfect relationship on a cloud somewhere in the sky? Please. I was fine with the theory of the fade until I did the math on the people who are supposedly up there. An eternity with our so-called loved ones is just a fairy tale fed to us, so we don't lose our minds in the very situation I'm in right now. And yes, I'm aware I'm crazy. But you don't know what this is like. I lost my only family member, too. So I know exactly how you feel. That shut his female up. Not that she was his. What happened? May asked in a softer tone. It was back in the old country. Savage rubbed his face. She was my charge, my first cousin. I was responsible for her. I was her only family, her protector. When he didn't go on, May sat forward. And you lost her. I failed her completely. She was taken from me by an aristocrat. And then she was brutalized. Savage pegged May with a hard eye. So yes, I know what that is like too, and it was all my fault as well. May's eyes glowed with tears, her face flushing with compassion. That's why you don't like to look at yourself. No, he said grimly. That's why I hate to look at myself. Shit, this was getting way too real, he thought. How can you say you don't understand where I'm coming from then? She prompted. I never told you that. I said what you're trying to do is wrong. With the book. Forever on Earth is not meant for mortals, May, and not for the ones we love either. Let him go. Give him a proper fade ceremony and let him go. May was quiet for a time. I'm sorry, I just don't think I can live with myself. I need to see this through. If I find the book, I'm going to proceed. Is there anything I can say to make you change your mind? No. His eyes left hers and went to the empty bags of ice she'd crumpled up and put next to her hip. One of the bags had unfurled and was displaying a cartoon penguin with a red scarf. The fucker looked quite cheerful. Inappropriately so, given the circumstances. I'm sorry I lied to you, she said remotely. About Roger. That hardly matters now. It's a difficult thing to talk about. Savage stared across at her, wishing she were human and he could manipulate her mind. Of course it is. Because you know this is wrong, and if you say it out loud to someone or have someone see this, you run the risk of realizing how bad an idea this is for yourself. May blinked. Couple of times. Then she leaned forward, her eyes narrowing. Are you even kidding me? She shook her head. You're a stranger. I've known you for 48 hours, and I met you when you were bleeding out at an underground, bare-knuckle fight with a human. Savage put up his forefinger. I wouldn't have been bleeding if you hadn't distracted me. Will you quit it? May threw up her hands. God damn it. My point is, you're not exactly someone who's properly in my life. And this, she jabbed a finger at her brother, is killing me. Okay? It's killing me. So no, I wasn't in a big hurry to share it with you. Her voice cracked and her eyes watered with tears again. But it was clear she wanted no kind of sympathy, at least not from him. She angrily slashed her palms across her cheeks and then wiped them on her jeans. I can't just sit here and do nothing, she said roughly. So the only thing you and I have to talk about is what you're going to do now. Are you in or are you out? And before you find some way of pissing me off again with one of your sweetheart comments. Yes, we are here at this crossroads. Again. Savage closed his eyes. After a period of tense silence, he intended to give her an answer. But instead, the present drifted away and was replaced by the past that he had resolutely ignored for so long. In the great hall of Xisis, the Elder's castle, Savage felt as though a veil had fallen from his eyes, his sight now clear, though he had been unaware that it had been obstructed, the world around him no longer beset by fogged haze, though he had assumed all was as he believed it to be. And what he saw revealed before him was terrifying. Who art thou? He whispered again as he stared down at Raven, his cousin, his charge, his only family. Behind him, the headless bodies of the stand of guards jerked in their pools of blood as the last of their animation deferred unto death's cold call of eye motion. And afore him, Raven was unbowed, even in the face of the beating she had been given, of the violation that had occurred unto her virtue. But she had good reason to fear nothing, did she not? Lifting her arms, she looked at first one, and then the other of the steel cuffs that had bitten into her fragile wrists. They dropped off as if commanded to do so, clanging to the stone floor. I am who I have e'er been, she said in that voice of power. Only unleashed, the now. Xisis had somehow known of this power within her, Savage thought. It was clear that the aristocrat had cobbled together the stories from the village and seen the trailheads for what they were. Meanwhile Savage, who had supposedly been the closest to the female, had missed the trajectory. She needed not his protection. She needed no one's. We shall go our separate ways, cousin. Now her voice changed, returning closer to that which he had known. You have discharged your service unto me, the vow unto my sire, your uncle, fully met. And as I know you shall not leave me, I shall leave you. Raven, where is Xisis? What did you do to him? The smile that pulled at the corners of the female's mouth terrified him. What he did unto me, no more, no less. I repaid his attentions by getting inside of him. Raven limped over to where a black cloak had been thrown over one of the banquet seats. Pulling it around herself, she faced him. You shall not find me. Do not even try. On a reflex, he protested. My duty unto you is sacrosanct, and I hereby release you of the burden. Abruptly, her eyes softened. Savage, you are free. Of it all. No more worries concerning me that distract you from your true calling. You shall be the most powerful fighter that e'er have served the Black Dagger Brotherhood. Glory shall be yours, for the race shall ne'er have seen such a protector as you. No, my defense of you is more important than. Not anymore. She blinked away tears and lifted her chin. Be well, cousin. I have so much faith in your future. I urge you to join me in this optimism, even as I depart from your life. This era is over. Raven! He yelled as he rushed forward. But she dematerialized from the great hall, leaving naught except her scent and the bloody carnage she had caused. No! He yelled, even as he knew not what he was denying. Dragging his hands into his hair, he paced around, and around, and around in a tight circle, but not changed. Not what his charge had done, not what he had seen with his own eyes. With a curse, he released the hold upon his head and went to stand over the dead. The tangle of bodies and unhanded weapons were layered in a mess, blood glistening on leather togs, on flesh, on stone, on bright steel scabbards and gunmetal gray rifles. Raven, he whispered. What else have you done? Except there was no Raven anymore, was there? As the realization struck, an urgency called unto him with the clarity of a brass bell, and he took care to arm himself with the weapons of the dead before he hastened down the broad thoroughfare that marked the way unto the drawbridge. As he jogged in silence and with speed, there was much to surmount. A field of debris marked the stone pavers. Clothing fragments, foodstuffs in their nettings and pouches, pages from diaries and books littering the way unto the exit. A flurry of people, fleet of foot and panicked of mind, had of recent rushed forth upon this very route, their objects of secondary import to their very lives. What had scared them so? 'Twas a question he feared the answer to. When the fortification's grand entrance presented itself, Savage slowed. Then he stopped. The view through the vast opening provided a ready vista of the cleared fields surrounding the castle. Trampled rivulets through the grasses illustrated the scatter of the inhabitants who had fled, and the drawbridge, which had remained lowered, was likewise covered with the same detritus trail. Whatever did they know? Savage whispered as he stepped through the great iron and steel gates. Whatever did they see whilst they abandoned this entirety? Drop, drop, drop. At the soft sound, Savage glanced down beside the fall of his robing. There, on the old, worn surface of the drawbridge's wood, a puddle glistened in the moonlight. Red. Brilliant red. Savage turned and looked up, dearest virgin scribe. Up above the grand and formal entry, speared upon the iron stanchion that carried the silks of seats the bloodline, was Xisis the Elder, and it went without any question that he was deceased. As if the impaling wasn't a clue. Verily, his skin had been stripped from his bones and muscles. Everything that had once bound his corporeal form was gone, his intestines drooling out of his pelvis, organs seeping free from under his rib cage. His face had been preserved, however. Those features that defined his identity within the Glimmera and this household and village had been left untouched. His expression one of utter horror, his lips stretched wide over his bared teeth, his blind eyes staring in terror out over his landed estate. Raven! A brilliant light exploded into the sky, so bright that it readily outshone the moon, so painful that he groaned and lifted his arms to shield his eyes. Stumbling back, Savage sought the protection of the stone walls of the castle, and when he was under their cover, he attempted to sight what he could withstand of the celestial being. Whatever it was traveled across the velvet heavens, eclipsing the twinkle of the stars, seeming to suck up all illumination from overhead. And as it reached the horizon to the north, there was another brief intensification and then it burned out to nothing. In its departure, all was as it had been before. Except no, that was not true upon the earth. None of what was around him was as it should be. And Ravin was wrong. She had not freed him with her departure. She had framed him for the killings she had wrought against her abductors. None would believe that he had not dispatched Xysis and his guards as they had been. His reputation within the Brotherhood not only justified the nomenclature he had been given upon his birth, it preceded him where'er he went. The bodies in the great hall, Xysis's overhead, skinned as an animal, pierced as a carcass, and whatever else had been done to whomever else had hurt Ravin. All would be accorded unto Savage, and thus the Glimmerer would come looking for him, demanding explanations he would not be able to provide. And the Brotherhood would be put in an untenable situation, for they knew what he was like in the field and they knew what his charge had meant to him. They would also know the whispers of the village around the castle, the old females and young who spoke of magic in the forests and inexplicable happenings in the town. To protect his charge, Savage had been content to accept the curse of being called Warlock when he was as far from being one as any mortal. And besides, Ravin's magic had been harmless or at any rate, not to be afraid of. He closed his eyes and pictured Xysis. No more for the harmlessness. Thus, nay, Savage was not free no matter what his cousin maintained. Her actions had condemned him to death. With an abrupt pivot, he turned to the way he had come. And then he set off at a run. As he came up to decapitated guards, he leapt over the bodies and the blood. Onward, still, he went, unto the steps he had at first ascended and passed them farther into the castle's lower levels. When he came upon the storage room he had awoken in, he took a torch inside and placed it in a mount just within the door. Going over to his coffin, he put his weapons down and replaced the lid as it had been, and it was then, courtesy of the torch's frothing light, that he noted the warnings that had been carved into the wood. Accursed dead was herein, the symbols announcing it on all sides. Savage looked around, then promptly removed the lid once more and picked up bags of flour that were close by, 3 of them, 4 of them, more of them still, laying their weight where his body should have been. Finally, he lowered the lid and used the stone from a grinder, wrapped in a sack, to hammer home that which he had disrupted. Finally, he retrieved the scabbard he had purloined. Utilizing its stout point, he carved his name in the lid and on the vertical panels, for that had not been among what had been inscribed. Reshouldering the rifle, he took the torch and returned unto the corridor. Checking both ways, he confirmed that the resonant quiet persisted, although that would not last. Superstition would keep vampires away, and humans likewise, but only for a time. The greed of thieves would soon enough overwhelm their senses of self-protection, and there was much to be pilfered from within. And this would serve his purposes. In the course of such trespassing, his coffin would be found, and of all the things within the castle walls, it was the one that would not be touched. No soul would want to assume dominion over such an artifact. Yet word would get out. Eventually, the Brotherhood would find his final resting place, but whether they accepted the remains or whether they would discover his duplicity, who could say? Savage, however, would not be around to ascertain the outcome of his purported dead body. Instead, he was going to search for his cousin until he found her, and then, when she was thinking with proper logic, he would ensure that the pair of them stayed hidden. And his supposed death would ensure that was possible. Tap. Just as he was about to run off, Savage turned to the sound. Tap, tap. In the unnatural quiet of the castle, the soft noise stood out far more than its soft volume would have permitted under any other circumstances. Tap, 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 tap. Leave it be, he told himself. His mandate with regard to a prompt exodus was clear. Tap, 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 tap. As a cold premonition brushed the back of his neck, his will directed him unto the exit. His body, however, proceeded in another direction, such that he followed that strange, soft sound. Chapter 38. As Savage went silent and seemed to retreat into his own mind, May put her hand on the edge of the tub. "I can't let you go," she whispered to Roger. "And I promise I won't. I know how to fix this." She meant the words, especially the last ones, but the refrain was weak, as if she had used the syllables too often and was wearing out their strength. Or maybe they had never had any power to begin with, just the panic fuel of her desperation, and how far did that ever take anybody in real life? "No changing your mind," Savage murmured. She looked back at him. Never. The word had more vigor than she did. But it was like if she stood up to him, she was standing up to fate, and that had to be her mindset in spite of the fact that she didn't have the book yet. And she was taking what Tala had told her on faith. All right, he said finally. Are you leaving? No, he shook his head. I'm not going anywhere. May closed her eyes and sagged with relief. I promise it's going to be okay. Everything is going to be fine. We're going to be fine. Yes, and then what, she wondered. Even though she knew the answer to that when it came to the two of them. Savage would go on about his life. She would go on about hers. And it was in the nature of nothing in common that the pair of them would diverge. As they had no intersections to begin with, nothing was going to keep them together. Getting to her feet, she gathered up the ice bags. Let's go back to the cottage. Funny how normal it felt to say that. Then again, a person could get used to anything and unused to it, too. As she stepped out of the bathroom, he moved his legs to the side and then stood up, too. And when she shut the door, it was firmly, except did that change anything? Like she could lock out the awkwardness? The lie of hers? Nope. I'm going back to my place, he said. Okay, you don't have to stay. I mean, at the cottage or with... Yeah, I do. Now more than ever. But I need clothes. He didn't look at her as he walked out toward the garage, and she rushed after him, grabbing her purse and her keys from the washer. As she locked the house up, he nodded at her and dematerialized through the gap in the shutter. Left alone, she glanced at the trash that had still not been taken out and remembered the reason why. On impulse, she got in her car and started the engine. Maybe they'd need a vehicle, or maybe she just needed to drive around. As she was backing out because she'd been so distracted coming back from the Shell station that she'd broken her father's parking rule again. She thought about how the book was taking its own damn time and tried not to see the lag for what it was. A sign this was all a big folly, and she was a desperate fool. Turning in the street, she thought of Tala, home alone at the cottage. With a curse, May hit the gas and headed out of her neighborhood, consumed by obsessions about shadows and brunettes and huge males naked in bathrooms. Unable to stand the chaos in her head, she turned on the radio. She'd left the station on NPR, and some dulcet-voiced woman was droning on about public funding for libraries, so she switched to FM. Serial killer here in Caldwell. The CPD reported that another man and woman were found dead last night. The bodies were discovered at Club 875, and both of their hearts had been removed. May's eyes went to the radio, and she cranked up the volume. Just as the others had been. The identities of the newest victims are being withheld at this time, pending the notification of families. The count is now up to 5 couples, including the most recently identified pair, Ralph D'Amelio and Michelle Caspary. Allegedly, D'Amelio was involved in an underground fighting ring, and authorities believe that he was killed shortly after one such fight. Footage found on Instagram suggests he had faced an opponent with a distinctive tattoo covering his chest. May's left foot stomped on the brake. The blare of a horn behind her drowned out the rest of the report, and then the world exploded. The strike of the rear-end collision blowing May's head against the rest as the airbag broke out from the steering wheel and her car careened off her lane with a scream of locked tires. All momentum stopped with a furious impact, the Civic's front grille striking something that had no give in it. As the airbag deflated with a hiss, May drooped forward, her consciousness fuzzing out and then returning in a fog. In her car's headlights, through some kind of steam rising out of the busted hood, she read a sign mounted on a brick wall. Poplar Woods. She'd run into the marker for the development next to her own. Fumbling with her seatbelt, she released the latch on her door and popped things open. On a loose list to the side, her body fell out, her arms and legs not listening to the commands she gave them, and with all the grace of dead weight, she spilled onto the ground, dirt going into her mouth, her nose. She flopped onto her back and took some deep breaths. A frantic face entered her field of vision. It was a human man with rimless glasses, a receding hairline, and a cell phone up to his ear. "I couldn't stop in time," he said. "You threw your brakes on so quick I am calling 911. No, don't call." May put her hand up, like she could somehow take that phone from him. No. Hi? Yes, my name is Richard Karuk. I need to report a... With an abrupt gasp, Richard Karuk stopped talking, his eyes flaring wider behind those glasses. Then there was a clicking sound, and his mouth dropped open. Blood flooded out onto his business shirt and his nice jacket, a bright red flush. As he slumped to the ground in a heap, a figure in a bustier and a set of skin-tight black leather pants was revealed. The brunette. And she had a long steel knife in her hand that was stained red as her lips, her nails. "Hi, honey." She smiled. "Looks like you hit your noggin and totaled your car. Thank God I'm here when you need a friend." Savage did not go back to the shitty place he was crashing at. Instead, he reformed on the top of a rise in a public park, and as he stared across at a wide, sluggish river, he decided the lights of the houses at the opposite shore were like a galaxy fallen to ground. Twinkling, distant, untouchable. "Is there anything I can say to make you change your mind?" No. That exchange with May replayed in his head a couple of hundred times, and of course the repeat thing did not change her reply, even though he had some delusion that maybe the discourse would improve over time, the needle in the proverbial LP record finding a different groove, a better one. With a curse, he took out his phone. And as he made a call, he knew that he was setting himself to as immutable a course as May was on. Then again, her intentions drove his. And it was what it was. After a terse conversation, he ended the connection and put his phone away. He was still standing where he'd planted his boots when a male materialized in front of him. The Reverend was who he had been at the fight, an imposing figure in a full-length fur. His cropped mohawk and amethyst eyes not the kind of thing you saw every night. Given the elegant bulk of that mink, it was not immediately apparent whether there were weapons under the duster, but a strange sense told Savage that the conventional stuff you could buy at your local click-click, bang-bang shop wasn't going to be necessary for the guy's protection. There was something off about him, and the fact that he was involved with the book seemed right. "Fancy hearing from you?" the Reverend drawled. Then he frowned. "This isn't about the fight money, is it?" "No." "How's your female?" "She's not mine." Savage ignored the chuckle. "But I need to find that book she's looking for. Valentine's Day isn't for another 10 months, and as romantic intentions go, you might have just as good a result with chocolates, only without the fucking hassle. Where can I find it? And don't tell me you didn't lie to her. You know a hell of a lot more than you're saying." Abruptly, the jokey shit left the chat. "I am under no obligation to humor your drama." The Reverend smiled coldly, flashing long fangs. "And you're not trying to get it for her, are you?" No, you've got other plans for the book." "Of course it's for her." A dark eyebrow lifted. "You're either lying to me or lying to yourself." On his side of the conversation, Savage was busy blocking every thought he had, and it was clearly not working. Which he took to mean he was definitely talking to the right male. With a shrug, he said, "I'm just helping for a friend." "Yeah. 'Cause you're the kind of male who does shit like that." The Reverend put his hand in his pocket, then grew still. "You're not going to tell me to keep my palms in full view?" "No." So trusting. Another surprise. "We keep this up and you're going to tell me you're turning into a pacifist next." "I don't trust you at all. But you can't hurt me." Those amethyst eyes narrowed. "That, my friend, is where you're wrong." "No one can hurt me," Savage countered grimly. You know, the Reverend took his hand back out. "I've heard of toxic narcissism before, but you're taking the cake. Here's your money. Keep it and tell me what you know about the book. No offense, this is couch change to me, so you're not doing me any favors. Keep it anyway, and tell me what you know." The Reverend disappeared the cash again. Then he just stared at Savage. "Where's your lost family, fighter?" "What?" "I have this cute little knack for knowing what people hide." He tapped the side of his head. "Such a handy thing out in the world. Really? And you lost your people, your family, a long time ago, didn't you?" "I didn't lose anybody, and I just want the book." There was a long period of silence. Then the Reverend switched his cane from one hand to another. "As it turns out, I have someone you're going to want to speak to. I don't know where the fucking thing is, but a friend of mine does. You'll want to ask him. He's an absolute angel." "Fine. Tell me when and where. I'll be in touch. Make it quick." You are hardly in a position to make demands. Savage slowly shook his head. You don't know who you're dealing with. The Reverend opened his mouth like he was going to make a snide comment. But the male didn't follow through on the impulse. As a calculating look came into those eyes, he smiled a little. Fascinating. Then he nodded with respect. And I do believe you are right. I don't know who I'm dealing with, but neither do you, fighter. You'll be hearing from me. The Reverend bowed. And then he was off, disappearing into the night. Left on his little lonesome, Savage went back to staring over the slow-moving water. The fact that he didn't know the river's name was a testament to how many places he had been over the last couple of centuries. From wandering the old country's various nation-states to coming to the New World 50 years ago and traveling all around the South and the Midwest, the globe was a blur to him. Then again, he'd never used maps. Maps were for people with destinations. The sole direction he took was no daylight and veins only when he absolutely needed them. Otherwise, he roamed in search of a moving target. No, that was actually no longer true. He had come to this side of the big pond because he had finally given up on finding his cousin. Just as he had predicted the night he resealed his coffin full of oat flour, his death had freed him of any ties, and he had gone to ground, following up on leads, gossip, and tenuous stories of magic in hopes of finding Raven. Not one single trace. She must have died somewhere along the line, and now he was here, an ocean away, but no longer purposeless. The Reverend was right. He wasn't going after the book for May. He was going to find it and destroy the goddamn thing before she could ruin her brother's life. And her own. Chapter 39. Balls limped around in circles outside one of the training center's operating rooms. There were a lot of people with him. Ecker and the rest of the band of bastards, the Brotherhood, the other fighters in the house. On the far side of the closed door, Siphon was being treated for God only knew what. On that note, Balls pulled up the sleeve of the flannel shirt he'd changed into after his own medical exam. The welt on his forearm was calming down, the raised flesh less angry, less swollen. There were a lot of the damn things, mostly on his chest and arms. Maybe 20% of his entire body. Siphon was at more like 80%. If the male died, it was all Balls's fault. Back at that psychic's, Manny had arrived with his mobile surgical unit a mere 8 minutes after the call-in for help, and Ecker and several of the brothers had loaded Siphon into the treatment bay. Balls had refused any medical attention at that point, and insisted on riding in to offer protection. Not that he had been much use. He'd been in killer pain. But self-blame was a better analgesic than morphine, go figure. In recounting the attack, he'd done what he could to fill the docs and the other fighters in on what had happened. But he'd given them all an edited version, although he'd been totally upfront about the shadow. Again, it had been a goddamn shame that he hadn't had water from the Scribe Virgin's fountain in those bullets. There's a new evil in town, Butch muttered. Maybe the shadows are something of hers. As a cold rush of awareness fell on Balls's head, he pivoted around and faced the brother. Butch O'Neill was a sharp dresser when he was off the clock, a great fighter when he was on it, and wicked Hondias he would have said with a potato launcher. He'd also been up close and in person with hers. Balls heard himself say, "You remember what happened with the Omega? The woman yeah, whatever the fuck she is." "Oh, right." Balls cleared his throat. "Twice. Right? Right, sure." His brain, his awareness was like a Victorian stereoscope, where two flat photographs of the same thing were merged and became a three-dimensional image. He felt like he couldn't breathe. Just curious. What did she look like? Butch shook his head as he glanced at his roommate, V, and then looked back over. "You mean, did I see her driver's license?" Then he frowned. "Wait, you're serious? What she looked like?" "Yeah." Balls shrugged and tried to appear casual. "I mean, if she's out there on the streets of Caldwell, with some kind of shadow army, shouldn't all of us have an idea of what she looks like?" Butch shrugged and then nodded. "Good point. Well, she's pretty much the most beautiful brunette you've ever seen. Until you look her in the eye. And then she's horror and destruction and disease." Butch made the sign of the cross over his heavy chest. "She is as enticing as poison in a rosebud." Conversation bubbled up at that point, the brothers who had seen her chiming in. But it wasn't like Balls needed any more descriptors. Truth was he'd known the answer before he'd asked the question. To make it like there was nothing wrong, he hung out for a little longer, and then he broke away, making sure he told Ecker he'd be right back. The locker room for males was next door, and as he stumbled inside, he went past the lineup of lockers to the row of sinks by the shower stalls. Running some water in one of the basins, he splashed his face and scrubbed the moisture off with some buff-colored paper towels from a dispenser. Dropping his hands, he stared at himself in the mirror. "Don't worry, I forgive you, lover boy." As the female voice echoed through his head, he wheeled around. "I'm not yours for the taking," he said to the shower stalls. "How about we bet on that?" The locker room door opened, and he went for the gun he'd loaded. Butch walked in, and the brother's stride was as casual as Balls had tried to make his own when he had left. That face, though, was not relaxed in the slightest, and those hazel eyes were knowing. You could tell the guy had been a cop in his earlier life as a human. "Tell me where you've seen her." Good thing that as a thief, Balls was an accomplished liar. The truth, after all, was only one more safe to break into and steal from. You just did it with words instead of grabby hands. "I don't know what you're talking about. Don't bullshit me." Butch crossed his arms over his chest, his leather fighting jacket creaking. "It's not going to help either one of us. When did you see her and what did she do to you?" With a curse, Balls thought about that pause, that moment, when he'd been stuck in between saving his cousin and whatever she was. There shouldn't have been any hesitation at all. And that's what was terrifying him now. Tonight, he took a deep breath. Tonight at that psychic's. And before that, during the day in my bedroom. She came to visit me and I thought I was dreaming, but she somehow scratched my back. Butch took a deep breath, as if he were relieved. "Good. I'm sorry," Balls said with a frown. I know you're a big boy and you can take care of yourself. I also know you would never lie about something like that." "Of course I wouldn't. I was just worried that you'd seen her." "I'm glad you didn't." "What?" Balls shook his head because clearly his ears weren't working. "I just told you I did. That she was with me. We can't be too careful, you know? I feel like she's kind of like an infection. Once she gets in you, she takes over until you die." Butch clapped Balls on the shoulder. "Sorry that I was paranoid and really glad she hasn't crossed your path." Balls stared after the brother in total confusion. When Butch got to the door, the fighter glanced over his shoulder and smiled. "But hey, we get our hands on that book and we've got all kinds of demonicillin." "What?" Balls asked. "Word has it that book can be used for lots of fun things, including getting rid of pesky trespassers, and I ain't talking about your Uncle Norman over the Christmas holiday." As the brother ducked out of the locker room, Balls mumbled, "I don't have an Uncle Norman." He sure as shit had a trespasser, however, and he had a feeling she was working through him in ways he wasn't aware of. This realization would have flat out terrified him, if he hadn't already been shitting bricks. Back at the cottage, Savage entered through the second-story bedroom window, and as he came to the head of the stairs, he called down for Tala. He did the same on the first floor. At the cellar door, he leaned in, then went down. The old female's room was open, and the light from the hall shone inside. There was a lot of pink silk with flowers, and furniture that he had seen in what the humans called France, back when he'd been traveling the old country. Over on a chaise lounge, Tala was fast asleep. She had dressed formally once again, her gown a faded teal, her silver fall of hair loose and tangling in the seed pearls that had been stitched on the bodice. Beside her was a tray with a cup of tea, some half-eaten toast, and a pot of jam. The lifespan of vampires was very different from that of humans, and not just from a longevity point of view. Unlike that other species, vampires looked pretty damn good for their entire lives, up until their last decade or so. At that point, the aging process slammed into the body and the mind, and the degeneration of everything occurred on a fast-rate escalation that led right into the grave. Tala was not far from a headstone. "Savage?" the female mumbled as she lifted her head. "Is that you? I'm sorry I woke you. I was just checking on you." "Oh, that is so kind. Where's May?" "She's on her way back." He took a deep breath. "You haven't eaten much." "I was not very hungry. That stew last night was so filling." You just rest. You look tired. I am. As he went to turn away, Tala said, She's lucky to have you. With a non-committal sound, he headed back upstairs and took a seat at the kitchen table. Checking his phone, he frowned at the time and texted May. And then he waited for a response, which would be coming at any second. He was quite sure. She'd probably taken her car. He glanced at the clock on the wall. Yeah, that was it. May was driving back with her car, and it would take her. Glanced at the time on his home screen again, probably another 10 minutes. 15 at the most. As the quiet in the cottage seeped into him, he found the past coming back one last time. Good thing. He'd lost his patience with his memories then again, that had been true at the very moment they had been made. Tap, tap, tap. The plaintive sound led him onto the broad staircase that ascended to the highest level of the castle. As he followed, a dog upon a scent, he was aware that the volume did not change. Though he instinctively knew he was closing in on the destination, the tapping did not become louder. It was as if the sound was in the very walls of stone, in the floor, in the ceiling. Or perhaps no. It might well be inside of him. His journey ended in front of a stout door, the heavy planks reinforced with iron bars. And on either side, silk flags with golden trim were mounted upon proud poles. He pictured Xisis impaled in the rectum. Tap, 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 tap. As if its purpose had been served, the sound evaporated. And the door opened with a creaking, though he neither willed it so nor placed his hand upon its latch. The master's bedchamber was revealed, a blast of fresh air rushing forth as if it were anxious to depart the luxurious confines. Then again all was not well. In the flickering light of agitated candle flames, a scene of violence had even Savage closing his eyes. Raven's simple underdress, the one that she had worn many times before, was torn to shreds and stained with blood, parts of it here there on the bedding platform. And beneath a canopy marked with the silks of the bloodline, the smell of blood and sex was at its strongest, even with the open window. There she had been taken in violence. Dearest virgin scribe. But that was not all. There in the corner there was a bundle of leather, pale, unfinished leather. Xisis's skin. Savage drew his dagger palm down his face. Though he had never been a spiritual male, one caught up in prayers or the promised consolation of the Fade, he could not help but utter the Mammon of the race's name o'er and o'er again. Tap, tap, tap. Wheeling around, he frowned. The sound was coming from a trestle table by the hearth, and as he approached, he saw that a book lay open beside a black candle, an earthen dish, a dagger, and some herbs. As he breathed in, he caught a scent that was familiar. His robing. Lifting the front of the black fall that covered him, he sniffed. Yes, that was what had been pressed onto him, and within the bouquet Raven's blood. He looked at the ancient tome. There were lines of ink upon its parchment, the rusty brown color suggesting that blood had been in the quill that had stroked o'er the pages. The letters and symbols, however, were unlike any he had e'er seen before. However, he had a guess as to the content. A spell, for surely these ingredients were inexplicable for any other purpose. And Raven's vein had been opened. He thought of the warnings carved on the outside of his coffin. It was not a difficult conclusion that some kind of containing spell had been wrought upon him, although obviously Xisis hadn't been successful in the attempt. Turning the cover over to close, Savage grimaced. He did not care for the feel of handling any part of the book. And as for what it was bound in, the ugly leather was riddled with cracks and fissures, as if it were aged beyond centuries. There was also a smell like curdled milk or decaying flesh. He dropped his hold and rubbed his palm upon his hip. Even after a vigorous scrub, he felt as though something was retained on his fingers, his palm. The cover flipped back open of its own volition, the pages ruffling in a rush, sure as if ghosted hands were skimming through them. Savage backed away, but stopped as the book came to a rest in a different place than had been exposed previously. Tap, tap, tap. Narrowing his eyes, he recognized the symbols of the language he had learned as a young. Indeed, he could now read what was upon the parchment, and he had the sense that it was a message for him, or perhaps a calling or a command. Savage covered his eyes. No! He knew not what he was saying, nor to whom, but the denial had to stand true, stand strong. He somehow had the conviction that if he set his gaze upon the pages, if he absorbed the symbols and translated them into words, he would embark upon a path from which he could not depart. With a wrench he turned away. The slatted shutters of the windows were, as the drawbridge had been, open and offering a ready exit. Tap, 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 tap. As the summoning sound started up once more, and became so loud it was the now a pounding like heavy boots upon a wooden floor, Savage closed his eyes and breathed deeply of the fresh night air. He had to block out the sense that made him violent, the blood and the sex of an innocent taken by force, rendering it impossible for him to calm himself. So he must put them aside. As he focused on dematerializing, he was as the others of the household had been, compelled by a sense of survival to depart. Savage jumped back to present awareness with a full-body jerk and a suck of air. For a moment, the now familiar details of Tala's kitchen were utterly foreign. But then he saw the pots and pans he had washed drying in the rack, the refrigerator against the door, the duffel of guns and ammo on the table in front of him. "Shit," he breathed. Rubbing his head, he could still picture that trestle table in the bloody bedchamber, and what had been with the book made him think back to what May and Tala had laid out here, the salad dressing ingredients that were not for any lettuce leaves ever. He looked around sharply. May? His hand shot out and grabbed his phone. As he checked his texts, nothing from her. No calls either. And it was over an hour and 20 minutes since he'd left her house. Where the fuck was she? Chapter 40. May came back to consciousness slowly, and the markers that her brain was back online were mainly the physical information that she began processing. Her head hurt. She was lying on something that had thin ridges. One whole arm was numb. And what was that smell? She focused on the fragrance for no particular reason, and as a mental connection was made, the image that her memories coughed up was one that didn't make a whole lot of sense. The Galleria Mall. Christmas time. The perfume counter in Macy's. An aggressive saleslady double-fisting spray bottles that had hair triggers. May getting hit in the face with something that had made her eyes sting and her nose tickle like she had a single strand of fine cat hair up each nostril. Her eyes flipped open. Right in front of her face there was a pattern of wires. But that couldn't be right. It took some deep breaths before things focused properly, and she discovered that what she thought she was seeing was correct and also wrong. The thin ridges pressing into her were a weave of black-coated wires. She was in a cage. Like a dog cage. "You're reminding me of someone." At the sound of the familiar voice, May moved her eyes, not her head. Through the pattern of crosshatches, she looked across an open space. Wait, was this a department store? There were racks and racks of clothes, a display of designer purses and shoes, a makeup table. But there was also an exposed kitchen that ran down one wall and a bathroom without walls or a door. A king-sized bed. "I'm over here, dummy." May tracked the sound to the center of the whatever it was. Sitting on a white leather sofa, with her legs crossed like a lady, the brunette had changed her clothes and done her hair over. Now she was in a white skirt suit, the top form-fitting to her tiny waist, the bottom with a slit that went to mid-thigh. The stilettos were black and white, and there were pearls, lots of pearls. But that wasn't all. She had a spectacular white hat on, a derby hat, with a brim that carouseled around her beautiful face and her graceful neck, lower in some places, higher in others. "Do you like it?" the brunette murmured as her blood-red tipped fingers hovered around the delicate black piping on the bill. May pushed herself up and banged her head on the top of the cage. "Oh, sorry. It's for dogs." The brunette smiled. "Big dogs are not as big as grown females, though, are they?" Shuffling her feet around, May sat up as much as she could, her head at an awkward angle. With a better look at the area they were in, she saw 4,000 square feet with a low ceiling held up by thick, featureless supports. No windows, and a single door. So that was where she needed to get to. Alexis Carrington Colby. The brunette swept a hand down her smooth legs. "This is her outfit. From the Season 2 first episode. And not a copy, this is the actual suit. I bought it off the wardrobe guy. Or rather, I let him fuck me for it. He was small, by the way, and size does matter. But this suit with the hat? So worth it. Besides, I was so much hotter than the shit he usually got that he lasted a minute and a half. May blinked. Okay, fine. It was 2 minutes, tops. The brunette frowned. Hold up. Did you not watch it? How could anyone not watch Dynasty? Although, considering your sartorial choices, the dog cage had a latch right in front and also one on the short side. Both were locked with a padlock. The wire was steel. Not exactly mesh, and if she had been calm, she would have been able to exit the cage safely. But she was in pain and terrified. The brunette seemed piqued by a lack of fawning. You know, I dressed up for you. You could show some appreciation. When May didn't respond, there was an elegant shrug. Fine, you've been out for a while now. How's your head? The cage was made up of panels that were collapsible, the hard corners of right angles held in place by virtue of the 2 short sides having been pushed up to hold the top. You don't say much. The brunette flashed her hand. Do you see this diamond? 25 carats. Do you like it? May knew her only hope was to kick at the sides and bend the metal hooks until the structural integrity of the panels failed. It's glass. The brunette put her hand out to herself and moved the huge stone from side to side. You know, some would say that pear shapes are not classic, not like rounds or emeralds are. They're supposedly like Marquise Cutser, that fucking princess cut shit. But see, this is the ring that Joan Collins wore. I got it at an auction like 3 years ago. I would have paid more. May shifted around and planted her boots on the cage's short side. Cramming herself against the other end, she started to put her strength into it. What are you doing? The brunette lifted a stenciled brow. Honestly, you think that is going to work? Straining, May felt the wires bite into her shoulders and the back of her neck, her head. The injuries from the car accident, her bad shoulder from where the seatbelt had tightened on it, her face from landing on the dirt, her temple from God only knew what began to hum louder and throb, especially as she started to kick. The brunette laughed and rose to her feet. Getting a good workout? And 1 and 2 and 1 and 2, tell me, are you feeling the burn? Bang, 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 rattle, rattle, rattle. May grunted. Sweat broke out across her face. Her eyesight swam as her body protested at the demands she was putting on it. After this, the brunette smiled. Can we work the core? Core is so important. Things were loosening up in the cage, the top sinking as she punched out, popping back when she retracted her knees. I swear you remind me of someone. The brunette came over to stand by the commotion. But that's not important. With one last, powerful extension, May busted the end out, the lattice of heavy wires bouncing on the floor. Half of the top came down on her, and she shoved it off as she shuffled out of the escape route she'd created. The second she was free, she scrambled to stand up. Her balance was for shit, her body totally uncoordinated, and she was aware of the brunette laughing as May hit the hard floor and tried to stand again. And again. She collapsed in a sprawl, panting, her head spinning, all kinds of pain pretty much everywhere. And where do you think you're going now? The pair of black and white stilettos appeared right next to May's face, which was the only reason she figured out she had ended up on her side with her ear and cheek on some cool, cool marble. You know, the brunette murmured. You ruined a perfectly good cage. I'm gonna have to make you pay for it, one way or the other. And I'll be choosing something other than cash, of course. You won't hurt me. I beg your pardon. May lifted her head, lifted her torso, tried to lift her whole body, but settled for sitting up against the wall where the cage had been. Even though her eyes were still focusing intermittently, she trained them in the direction of the brunette. Taking a deep breath, she said, You aren't going to hurt me. Those glossy red lips flattened and that voice got nasty. You keep thinking that, then. We'll see how long the bullshit lasts. With a sudden rush, an invisible force levitated May up off the floor and pinned her against the wall. Bone-crushing pressure covered her entire body, a blanket that weighed as much as a car, and as she struggled to draw breath, she tried to fight the squeeze, but there was nothing to fight against. The brunette walked up and struck a pose, one hip curving out, the opposite hand poised on her waist. Yet her face was drawn in harsh, ugly lines. I'm going to do anything I want to you. Her eyes raked down May and then surprise registered. Well, well, well. Looks like that big male hasn't gotten into you yet. A virgin? Really? What a prize you are. Now she smiled again. Just what every guy wants. Fumbling hands and awkward winces of pain. How sexy. You can't hurt me, May grunted. Because you need the book. The brunette went silent and closed her mouth. Then she turned on one stiletto and walked over to the display of boxy, two-handled purses with little locks on them. There were easily a dozen of them, in a rainbow's worth of colors and with just as many different textures. You know, the brunette said, I've used a lot of male virgins over the years, and TSK, not like you're thinking. They were necessary for a private, non-sexual purpose which sadly is no longer applicable. You need me alive, May coughed, because I summoned the book. You need me to get the book. The brunette looked over her shoulder, her eyes narrowing. I wouldn't be so cocky, honey. I have other sources for that. Then kill me. Right here and now. May let out a scream as the pressure became unbearable. The bones in her face threatening to collapse flat. Her ribs squeezing her heart and lungs, her pelvis nearly cracking. And just as she began to black out, at the moment she felt herself slipping away, she was able to drag some air down her throat. As her eyes started to clear a little, the brunette was right in front her again. No longer angry, but pensive. Tell me how you did it, she said. May wheezed. Look at you. You're not bad looking, but you're hardly worth crossing the street for. You have no style, no personality, nothing to recommend you, and no experience in bed. And yet that male. He's so fucking into you. I don't get it. As the brunette went silent, May put some strength in her voice. That's what you want the book for, isn't it? No. You're lying. The brunette's glare was a promise of misery. Infinite misery. And you can kiss my fucking ass. All at once, the pain and suffocation returned, and May knew she'd overplayed her hand. It was the last conscious thought she had. Chapter 41. Out on a rural property that had a lot of junk on its grounds, Erica ducked her head as she entered a dilapidated trailer. Inside, there was mess everywhere on everything, pizza boxes, crumpled cigarette packs, and empty booze bottles choking out the details of the galley kitchen. The floor underfoot, the ragged furniture. Unsurprisingly, there was also a collection of bongs, syringes, plastic baggies, and bricks wrapped in supermarket bags. The body was over on a couch that was so stained it looked like it had started its life a muck brown. Victim was a male, somewhere in his 20s, and he was sprawled back against the worn cushions, his face frozen in a stare ahead, the single execution-style bullet wound nearly dead center in his forehead. As her eyes went down to the front of his chest, as opposed to the red wash on the wall behind his skull, she heard her sergeant from back late in the afternoon. You need a night off, Saunders. You've been going too hard for too long. We're short-staffed after Pam went on maternity leave and Sharanya moved. What else can we do? And that's how mistakes are made. I haven't made any. And I won't. This is not a request, Erica. I can't remember when your last break was. And neither can you. The father called it in. One of the uniforms, the younger of the two reported. Because the older one was on the phone. Poor man. Nobody wants to see their son like this. Erica leaned down and checked out the bullet wound in the forehead. No gunpowder residue, so it hadn't been a point-blank kind of thing. The shooter had been back some distance. Professional shot, she murmured. The uniform continued. The victim's name is David Eckler and he's got a record. Mostly selling stolen property, but he has a number of drug charges, 2 of which were just dropped on technicalities. Detective De La Cruz took the father down to the station to talk. Outing her penlight, she looked around at the mess on the floor. Here's a shell. She bent down to put a marker on it, and before she straightened back up, she found herself going eye level with an off-kilter coffee table that had had one of its legs replaced by a milk carton. In the midst of its clutter, a leather box about a foot long and 5 inches wide. Unlike everything else in the trailer, the thing was of fine construction and without dust or scratches. Surprise, surprise, she murmured as she peered through its glass top. The lineup of watches inside were big names even someone middle class like her would know: Rolex, Piaget, Okay, fine, she'd never heard of Hublet. How'd you even say that, she said. Hublot? Huh. And that was when she saw it. A little wink in the far corner off to the side of the couch. A lens that had caught her flashlight beam. We have security, she announced. You mean a dog chained in the yard? I didn't see 1 inch. No, as in a camera. She leaned in and carefully inspected the recording unit. Then she followed the wires around the back of the sofa, avoiding the victim to a cupboard. Inside, a laptop that was shiny new and plugged into a surge protector. The thing was running. Thank you, baby Jesus, she muttered. Aren't you supposed to be off? Erica straightened and looked at the uniform properly for the first time. Dick. Rick. The fresh-faced guy pointed to his badge. Donaldson. I'm still on the beat, but I hope to transfer to homicide soon. I'm detective. Oh, I know who you are. And I thought you were supposed to be off tonight. How do you know my schedule? The guy looked around like he was hoping someone else would answer that. Unfortunately for him, the older officer was still on the phone. Everyone knows your schedule, detective. As headlights washed the front of the trailer, slices of illumination speared into the interior. Well, you're in luck. Erica clicked off her flashlight. I'll see you in the morning. I'm going home to get some sleep. While Rick whoever Donaldson looked relieved, like someone had spared him a trip to Target on Black Friday, Erica hit the broken door. It took every ounce of self-control to step out of the trailer, but the reality was the crime scene folks were going to need 4 to 6 hours to clear everything, and it was now, what? She checked her watch. 3 a.m. perfect. She could be in her bed at home in 45 minutes, with her teeth brushed, her feet in fresh socks, and her head wrapped in a blanket to cut the noise of the early risers who lived in the apartment above her. Totally living the high life, she thought as she started her unmarked and waved at the crime scene investigators. She would be back in the proverbial saddle no later than 8 in the morning. And then the sergeant couldn't have a good goddamn thing to say about her shift work. Nailed it. Besides, as long as there was a heart still in that victim's chest, she was okay turning the case over to someone else. When Siphon was finally resting quietly, and the folks in blue scrubs with the ticker-listening necklaces were satisfied he was going to be okay, Balls was the first to beat feet out of the training center. And he once again looked casual or tried to appear that way. Inside his skin, he was screaming. At the far end of the underground tunnel, he stepped out from under the mansion's grand staircase and then dematerialized up to the second-floor sitting room. As he went down to his own bedroom, he moved silently, like the thief he was, and prayed he ran into no one. In his suite, it took him under a minute to change into his all-blacks, and not much longer than that to cinch a double holster around his waist. Whispering back out into the hall, he looked left and right. Voices bubbled down from the second-story sitting room, so he went the back way, taking the servants' stairwell on a fast descent. At the bottom, he made all kinds of deflections to the doggen who were getting last meal ready in the kitchen. Then it was out through the garage and backdooring it into the battened-down-for-winter gardens behind the mansion. Closing his eyes, he dematerialized without a struggle, which surprised him given the scrambled eggs he had for brains. And as he traveled in a scatter away from the mountain, he headed for downtown. Balls reformed on the Commodore's rooftop. No more Gentleman's rules of engagement for this infiltration. He opened the steel door by the HVAC venting systems with his mind because its deadbolt had no copper in it, and he would have ghosted down the concrete steps, but he couldn't be completely sure whether there would be debris or any fire doors in the way. 3 floors down, he made no sound as he entered the carpeted hall. Skirting past the doors of 5 or 6 condominiums, he came up to the elevators just as one set of doors was opening. The 2 women inside were standing together, their chic clothes and good haircuts suggesting that they had both disposable cash and the taste to know what to do with the shit properly. Just to be safe, he froze them, scrubbed their memories and sent them back down to the lobby. Tap. Balls stopped and looked over his shoulder. But he knew there was no one behind him. No, it was where he was going that he needed to be wary of. The entrance to the triplex gave way on his approach, and as he went inside, he disarmed the security system with a whacker programmed with the code he'd lifted from the alarms database. Tap, tap. A quick inhale revealed no sense. Guess the happy couple were once again not at home. It wouldn't have mattered if they were. Nothing mattered. Well, one thing did. Tap, tap, tap. As his chest got tight with emotion, he proceeded through the viewing spaces, revisiting the bat skeletons, the Victorian surgical instruments as well as one full of taxidermied animals that he'd missed during his first trip through. Tap, 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 tap. All at once, the room with the shelves and the books presented itself in front of him, sure as if it had been doing the walking, not Balls. Staring down at his shit-kickers, he halted just inside of it, and for a brief moment, his heart pounded with terror that he was wrong. Then it skipped beats because it was terrified he was right. Finally, he looked across the beautiful parquet floor. Shit, he whispered, because there was no question. This was the book. And it had called to him. It was calling to him. Tap. As the final tap traveled over to his ears, it was so soft, like a sigh. And even though he didn't want to, Balls went forward, not with reverence, though. Not with the thrall he'd been stuck in back at the psychic's either. There was resignation to his stridea sense of inevitability. Everything had been leading up to this. When he stopped in front of the display box, the ancient volume of God only knew what vibrated on its stand. A puppy wiggling with happiness. And then, as if its joy could not be contained, it jumped and flipped itself open. Pages flew in a rush, too fast to track yet when they stopped. It was with a decisive halt, as if the particular passages exposed had barged through the movement and taken over. Balls leaned down. At first, he couldn't decipher the lines of writing. But then he rubbed his eyes, and as he dropped his hands, everything was in English. Plain, casual English, the kind you'd find on a flyer for a garage sale. With modern slang. Given the age of the parchment and the wear and tear on the cover, he couldn't reconcile how NSFW would appear at the top of any page in the binding. But he was not going to argue with all the whatever. He wasn't arguing with anything. Reaching out, he lifted the lucite cover off the display case. And though he anticipated resistance, there was none. The protective cube came up like the thing was levitating, and as he went to set the thing aside, it felt light as a feather. Fuck! He muttered on a recoil. The smell was god-awful, like a lesser, but without the sweet overtones. And then he didn't worry about his nose's problems. No, he said as he started to read the words. That's not what I want. I need something else. The book fluttered, like it was disagreeing with him. I'm not looking for, he shook his head. I'm not looking for love. You're nuts. I'm actually looking to get rid of a woman. He couldn't say the D word. Don't move. I have a gun. At the sound of the booming male voice, Balls rolled his eyes and turned around, putting his body between his book and the triplex mister who was standing in the archway of the room of shelves. A shiny little poodle shooter in his doubled-up palms. Like he'd seen a lot of Roger Moreira 007 films. Goddamn it, Balls was so fucking distracted he'd missed the scent. I'm calling the police. The mister had had a lot of Botox, so his eyebrows were locked in the down position, even though he was panting from shock and super flushed. Guess only the bottom half of his puss was capable of exhibiting surprise. Oh, and those plaid pajamas? Not exactly a vibe if you were trying to be taken seriously as a protector of your happy home. Rolling his eyes, Balls froze the human where he stood, and then had to wonder if the missus was in residential as well. Not that it really mattered. Put that thing away, for fuck's sake, Balls muttered. On command, the mister lowered the gun and then blinked like he was waiting for further suggestions as to what he needed to be doing. Glancing back at the book, Balls frowned. Let me ask you something. Where'd you find this thing? It's a new acquisition. The mister looked around Balls's body, and the instant his eyes rested on the book, love poured out of his stare. I just knew I had to have it. It was like it was destined to be mine. As Balls's dagger hand snuck to his own gun, he told himself to fucking relax. Was he really prepared to shoot this motherfucker over a book? The book, he amended. The mister continued. There's a rare book dealer here in town. He knows that I buy the unusual, particularly if it has, shall we say, an edge. The man smiled in an I'm a naughty boy kind of way, those brows moving not in the slightest. Then he dropped his voice and tilted forward. My seller told me it's bound in human flesh. So much about this son of a bitch made Balls want to kick him in the nuts. On principle. So where the hell did it come from? He demanded of the guy. It's very old. No shit. And it's written in Hungarian. Balls glanced behind himself at the NSFW. And all the English words underneath that heading. No, it's not. The mister puffed up his chest. Are you saying I do not know the first language I learned? Pointing at the book, Balls said, No, I'm saying that's English. You, sir, are wrong. If not for the Botox, there clearly would have been a serious arch over one of those eyeballs. But as it is my book, I'm not going to argue about it with a stranger. What do you use it for? Use it. That stare went hard upper right, which was what liars did when you got inside their little games. You don't use a book like this. It's for display only. You're full of shit. But I don't care about your answer. At least not to that. I need to know when you bought it? About 2 weeks ago. It's my newest acquisition. Yeah, you already said that. Did the dealer tell you where he or she got it from? The mister smiled and nodded. Such a crazy story. Some lowlife brought it into the bookshop and dropped it off. Said he found it in some back alley downtown. He refused to take any money for it, said, and I'm not sure whether this is true, but he said it told him to bring it to the shop. Can you imagine? How much did you pay for it? The mister inflated his chest again, like he was used to telling people how much he paid for his shit. 'Cause he liked making those kinds of reports. It was in the 6 figures. Well, you better get ready to put a claim in on your insurance. Why? Balls reached out for the book. Because it's coming with me. Just before his hands made contact with the ancient tome, the lights flickered. And then everything went black. Chapter 42. May came back to consciousness because she dropped to the floor and the sudden impact hurt. But it was also a case of her being able to breathe again. Gone. The crushing, invisible pressure was gone. As she started to cough and gag, she rolled onto her back and shoved her hair out of her face with a loose, flappy hand. Staring up at a bald white ceiling, she was confused about where she was. But then her brain began tossing context into the boat of her consciousness. The images and sounds and smells of her short-term memories like dry dock fish flipping around, spastic and overlapping. The brunette. With a shot of adrenaline, May shoved herself into a sit-up and put her hand to her head. Even though everything went around in a circle, she managed to track enough so that the racks of clothes registered, and so did the purses and the shoes, the kitchen area. The bed. She was alone. The brunette woman, or whatever she was nowhere to be seen. May's legs were loose as she stood up, and she needed to brace a hand on the wall to keep vertical. Looking around, she expected the evil woman to jump out from behind the partition over by the bathroom area or reform right in front of her. When neither of those happened, May stopped thinking about immediate self-defense and possible weapons and started worrying about survival and getting the hell out of wherever she was. With a lurch, she headed off to the door on the other side of the what was this? Anyway, an apartment in a converted warehouse? It had to be underground given the no windows, and she tried to scent things to get some clues, but whether it was all the perfume or that her nose was broken, she couldn't smell anything except that Macy's counter stuff. The only exit she could see was solid steel, with reinforced bars riveted in place. It didn't budge as she pushed at the handle, but like that was a surprise, and there was going to be no dematerializing for her. She had no clue where she was or what was on the other side of any of these walls or that door. Plus, with how much pain she was in, no way she could calm herself. Phone. May shoved her hand into her pocket. Her phone. She still had her phone. Yanking the thing out, her hands trembled. No service. Shit. But at least it was 3 in the morning. She had been gone for hours. Surely Savage had noticed her absence? Surely he was looking for her? And even though she had been unconscious for a while, there was still enough time before sunrise to get home. Holding the cell phone out straight, she walked around and hoped to pick up a bar. When that didn't happen, she circled the perimeter of the space, looking for any viable option to get out. There was nothing. No other feasible way to leave except for that one bank vault-worthy door. Yes, there were a couple of vents over the stove and in the bathroom area and 2 heat exchangers in the corners that pumped in warm, dry air. But that was too suicidal. You dematerialized and tried to travel through a venting system you weren't familiar with? All it took was one steel-based air filter and you were Swiss cheese. For a split second, her brain fritzed out with panic, and the go-nowhere buzz got worse as she glanced at the dog cage she'd broken free of. But losing focus was not going to help. She reminded herself that Savage would know she should have been long home by now. He would look for her. He might even find her car at the side of the road. Oh God, that poor human man who had rear-ended her. He was dead because he had tried to help her. She had to get out of here. A low rumble emanated from somewhere above, not above. All around, terrified, May covered her head and ducked down, her injuries screaming at the awkward position as whatever it was came to a culmination of volume, with a vibration that emanated up through her legs. And then it faded. As May straightened and dropped her arms, she looked around. The subway, she thought. She was definitely somewhere underground. No, I'm happy to. Nate glanced at Ellen and decided not to finish that thought out loud. I'm happy to go anywhere with you seemed a little intense. It's a nice idea to walk outside, he concluded as he made a point to look up at the starry sky. And get some air. The two of them had spent most of the night setting up all the furniture in her bedroom. They'd been a good team, following the directions, using tools, figuring out where everything needed to be arranged for best effect. The fact that Ellen had nothing to put in the drawers of the bureau or hang in the closet hadn't been lost on him. You know what we could do sometime? He said as they ducked under the top rail of the fence in the side yard. There's a place to go shopping. A mall? It's like a bunch of shops that are under the same roof. People say they're dying out, but the Caldwell one is still going strong. One thing he'd learned about Ellen was that she wasn't familiar with so many things he took for granted. Apparently, she hadn't called him because she wasn't sure how to work a phone. He'd thought it was a joking excuse, but as she'd stared into his eyes, he realized she was dead serious. And then, when they'd taken a break at midnight for a snack, she'd had no idea how to use a microwave and the juicer had scared her as it buzzed. Oh, and the TV had captivated her, to the point where she'd gone around and looked behind the flat screen, as if she couldn't figure out where the images were coming from. When she'd asked him to take a breather from the house just now, he'd totally gotten it. Abruptly, Ellen stopped and looked up. The moon was bright overhead, stripes of clouds drifting over its face. When I got out of the lab, he heard himself say, everything was too much, too loud, too many. My adoptive parents helped a lot and I did get used to it. But for a good month or two, I had to decompress every once in a while. I'd go lie down in my bedroom with the lights down low and some classical music playing. It helped. As she focused on the night sky, he studied her profile, and the sadness on her face was something he knew all about. Mourning looked the same on everyone's features, no matter whether they were old or young, male or female. Who did you lose? He said in a low voice. I cannot. Her words drifted, and he was not surprised that she didn't finish the thought. Or more likely couldn't. I won't say anything to anyone, he vowed. I promise. The assurance seemed like the only thing he could do to help her with wherever her mind was at. With a shake of the head, she started walking again, her eyes down, her hands tucked into the pale gray parka she'd been given at Safe Place. She'd been provided with the whole outfit she had on. Too, the jeans, turtleneck, and cozy sweater fitting for the weather. And out of that draping black robe thingy she'd been wearing, she was a lot smaller than she'd seemed, and that just made him feel worse about whatever had been done to her. She needed protection. As she led the way across the meadow, he wasn't surprised that she took them into the forest, back to the meteor impact. And when they emerged from the trees into the clearing, she didn't stop until she was right at the edge of the pit, and she was quiet and still for so long, he had to walk around because one of his legs started cramping. I had to leave him, she said abruptly. I had no choice. Nate's gut clenched, and yet he wasn't surprised. Abusive males were the reason Safe Place and Luch's house existed. And thank God she'd gotten out alive. You have to save yourself. With his eyes, he traced her beautiful features and the way the moonlight turned her white hair into spun silver. Thank God you're safe. As she fell silent once again, he knew she was reliving her nightmare and he wanted to hug her. I had to save both of us. She brushed a hand over her face. He was not going to leave me, and it was too dangerous for him to be around me. I am dangerous. Nate recoiled. What? He reached out and took her arm. You are not. Don't let anyone make you think that. After a moment, she lifted her eyes to his. You do not know me, Nate. The grave expression on her face gave him a moment of pause. But then he shook that off. I absolutely know you, and whatever your abuser told you is a lie. You need to never see him again. Abuser? Ellen frowned and then shook her head. Oh no. He was good to me. He was too good to me. He was going to lose his life for me, his calling for me. I had to separate us. He deserved so much better than the vow he undertook as my father died, and he was such a male of worth that regardless of circumstance, he was never going to diverge our fates. She refocused on the pit. He was one of the best males e'er I have met. Honor and strength were but the start of his many virtues. Oh! Nate dropped his hold, took a step back. I thought, well, maybe you should have stayed with him then. I was his responsibility, and he protected me better than anyone could have. It made a target out of him, and my enemies resolved to kill him. They wanted me, but they knew they had to take him first, as he would have died before he let anything happen unto me. She closed her eyes and moaned. And in the end, I was taken just the same. Something about the way she said it made Nate's mind go into very bad places. Do you know if the male you lost lived? He asked hoarsely. Ellen was quiet for a time. There has been a vast distance between us. So vast. When was the last time you saw him? Centuries ago. Nate blinked, dumbfounded. Do you want to try to find him? Nate rubbed his hair to make sure none of the profound heartbreak showed on his face. How can I help? Do you know if he's here in Caldwell? He is here. That is why I arrived thus. Okay, so we've got a variety of ways to find people. He thought of all the things she was confounded by. There are databases to search, places we can go tour like you can go. I mean, I don't want to get in the way. You cannot help me, Nate. Oh, you're wrong about that, he thought. I'm totally pumped to help you reunite with the male you love. Sign me up. Of course I can. It shall be dangerous. Nate frowned. Who is after you? He is dead, the now. So you're worried about his kin? When she didn't answer, Nate felt a warning ripple down his spine. So his kin lives? He was of fine bloodline. Glimmer. As she nodded, Nate exhaled in relief, even though there was no verified reason to. Yet, you may not know this, but many of them are dead now. In truth, from the raids a couple of years ago. He was not surprised when she stared at him blankly. The Lessers infiltrated their homes here in Caldwell. So many were killed. Can you tell me your enemy's name? We can check and see if his bloodline was affected. We can ask Mrs. Mary's Hellren, and he will know how to find that out. When she once again stared into the impact pit and didn't answer him, Nate tapped her on the shoulder and waited until her silver eyes rose to his own. I'm not afraid, he said. Her response was grim. You should be. Instead of waffling at the warning, Nate felt a certainty in his chest that he had never known before. A surety that was so rock solid. It was as if the end point of wherever they were going to go had already occurred. I am not and I won't be, he said in a low voice. No matter what happens. Nate, you think I haven't lived through pain? I've had surgeries with no anesthesia. Viruses and bacteria forced into my veins. I've been examined for the sole purpose of degrading me. I was young when all this happened. There are no miseries I haven't endured, and if I lived through it once, I can do it again. Especially for her, and even though there was clearly no future for them. She was in love with her male, and given the hero material the guy obviously was, who could compete with that? After a long moment, Ellen reached up and put her hand on the side of Nate's face. You are so brave. As the contact of her flesh on his own registered, he froze where he stood and realized, as he stared down into her silver eyes, that he was as the male she loved had been, willing to lay his life down for her. Your Helrin is a very, very lucky male, Nate said roughly. Ellen frowned and tilted her head to one side. Helrin? I am not mated. The male you love, then? No, 'tis not as that. I do love him, but he is my first cousin. He is my family, not my mate. As her words sank in, Nate's soul smiled. He couldn't describe the feeling in any other way. But he pulled his shit together quick, as Ellen was still looking very serious. Then let's find him, he said. Together. As she looked into his eyes, he wanted to be even taller than he was. Bigger. Stronger. He was through his transition, sure, but compared to his dad, murder? He was a pipsqueak. You have been so good to me, she murmured. You have been a friend when I need one. A shelter when I had none. A well of compassion in this darkness in which I am trapped. Thus I cannot, and will not, do anything to endanger you. This has always been my quest, and it must needs remain thus. They stared at each other for the longest time. Kiss her, Nate thought. Now is the moment. Off over Ellen's shoulder, a tiny flare of light appeared and began to move. And another, and a third. She turned and glanced at the little galaxy that had inexplicably formed behind her. Oh, they are back. Ellen extended her palm, and the flickers came to her, coalescing above her outstretched hand. Fireflies, Nate murmured. Wow! The glow was such that it illuminated her face, making her positively resplendent. No, it was more than that. Her silver hair and her silver eyes seemed to pull the golden illumination in and reflect it back out, so that a halo formed all around her. Without warning, she pegged him with a hard stare. I shall not allow anything or anybody to hurt you, Nate. Touched as he was by the sentiment, he didn't have the heart to state the realness. Out of the two of them, she was hardly in a position to do any protecting. That was his job. Chapter 43. Balls smelled the brunette first. In the midst of the dense darkness inside the triplex book collection room, that perfume, that grape-undertoned, darkly sensual Dior scent, pervaded the still air. Davina? The mister said through the void. What are you doing here? The lights came back on, and as Balls blinked the retina sting away, he didn't shift from the position he was in, his arms and hands still outstretched toward the book. But he did turn his head. Between him and the brunette Davina evidently was posed like a cover girl, wearing a formal white skirt and jacket and a hat that looked like something you'd wear to a royal wedding. You're supposed to stay at corporate headquarters, the mister said. Then he glanced behind himself and lowered his voice. I thought we agreed you'd never show up here unannounced. Idaho is where you have to. Oh, shut up, Herb, the brunette snapped. And I've never even been to Idaho, you fucking idiot. BB butt. Davina focused on Balls and rolled her eyes. Humans. Really. They're all in remote control cars they think they're driving. So fucking ridiculous. Herb marched over and took the brunette's arm. This is not a game you're going to win. I want you out of here, and if you're going to keep seeing me, you're never doing this again. Do we understand each other? My wife lives here. The brunette looked down at where Herb's hand was. And in the beat or two of silence that followed, Balls was tempted to tell the guy to let the fuck go of her, but there was no saving stupid. Are you touching me right now? The brunette said in a soft voice. Herb rose up on his tiptoes a little so he could glare down at her given her heels. I will touch you anywhere the hell I want, and you're leaving now. As Balls straightened from the book, he had a thought that Herbie boy was going to choke on those words. This behavior is really not becoming on you. Herb felt the need to tack on. Davina's perfectly arched brow lifted over her perfectly made-up right eye. You don't say. Well, wait till you get a load of this. Herb's body flew back against a set of the display shelves, sure as if invisible hands had picked him up and thrown him across the room. And as books were dislodged from their props, and all kinds of things landed on the floor, Balls frowned. There was no noise. Nothing made a goddamn sound. Not the flopping of the first editions as they hit the parquet wood. Not the clattering of the lucite stands as they fell. Not the banging of the varnished planks. Likewise, as Herb was pinned against the wall, and his mouth cranked wide to start screaming. There was no sting in the ears from the high-pitched agony, no banging as those heels kicked at the sheetrock, no tearing as his clothes. Oh shit. The loose PJs poor Herb was wearing were ripping at the crotch. But that was hardly the worst of it. Like someone had spread-eagled him and was dragging his legs apart like the wishbone of a turkey. The mister started to rip at the centerpiece, a fault line initiating at his hananies and proceeding up his pelvis, his abdomen. All kinds of internal organish stuff fell out and landed like overboiled lasagna noodles, glossy, mushy, and disturbingly pink and brown. "Oh man," Balls muttered. "That's gonna get whiffy." The tearing apart along with the pulling asunder kept up, cracking Herb's sternum, having his set of lungs, stopping at the base of his throat. And then all his nearly there was dropped to the floor. Herb, the former hedge fund manager, now Hedgemound Fertilizer, twitched a couple of times and then didn't move at all. Well, that wasn't exactly true. His blood was still leaking out of his major veins and arteries. "You know," Balls commented dryly, "I bet you don't worry about getting mugged much, do you?" Davina wiped her hands off on her hip even though she hadn't directly touched the guy. "No, I'm good out on the streets alone. And speaking of mugging, it's time that you and I stop fucking around. Give me my book." Balls, who'd straightened from his stretch forward during the Laffy Taffy interlude, glanced back at the ancient volume. It had closed itself up, and the spotlight that was mounted on the ceiling hadn't come back on. Or maybe it hadn't been on in the first place, and the halo around the book was just dimmed. "Give me what's mine," Davina demanded as she put her hand out, like maybe Balls owed her a $5 and was just going to slap a bill right on there. "If you don't give it to me," she said as she sex-walked her way over, "then that is going to happen to you." Ridiculously, she pointed to the mess on the floor like anyone might have missed the example of all her Ginsu knife skills. Balls narrowed his eyes. Then he took a pointed step to the side. "You want it, you take it. Just pick the thing up and leave. There's nothing stopping you." Or is there, he wondered. The pout on her face was poetic. "After everything we've meant to each other, surely you can help a lady out. No offense. But can you really call yourself a lady when you just field-dressed that motherfucker?" Now he's part of the exhibit. As a human anatomy illustration? Exactly. They both laughed a little. Then it was enough of the jokey on both sides. "So Balthazar, here's how this is going to happen." The brunette smiled again, but her eyes were chips of obsidian, cold, bright, and hard. "You're going to pick that up and give it to me, and then I'll decide whether or not to blow your ship from the water." As she blinked in confusion, he shook his head. "Come on, Raiders of the Lost Arkansas Dietrich to Katanga. You remember, they were on the deck of the ship and—" "Shut up." She jabbed her red-tipped forefinger at the book. "Give it to me." "No," he put his hands up. "I'm not going to." "Now what?" "Give it to me." There was a pause, and he waited for her to throw him back against the wall. Or maybe castrate him with thin air and make him eat his own nutsack. When nothing like that happened, he was interested in just how far he could push her. "You know, if you stamp one foot, it's gonna really persuade me. Even better, tap dance. I'll whistle a tune." The roar that hit him in the face was like getting sandblasted with a hurricane. His hair streaking back, his skin flapping like he was in a wind tunnel, his chest getting compressed, and yet the sound seemed to be only between his ears, the effect only on his body. "I own you," Davina snarled over the din. "And you're going to give me what I want." Savage found May's car after 4 hours of searching for her. There had been nothing back at Tala's cottage. Nothing at her own home. Nothing that he could sense anywhere. It was as if she had disappeared off the face of the planet. Or, even more untenable, was no longer on it because she had gone unto the fade even though she did not believe in it. Just as he'd been about to lose his ever-fucking mind, as he was making yet another circuit back from the suburbs and out to the cottage, with no May at her house and no May on his phone and no May. Blue lights. Flashing blue lights. He'd first seen them on the previous trip into town from the rural farmlands. But because he hadn't sensed her anywhere near the scene, he'd ignored them. Besides, the truth was, about 2 hours into looking for May, he'd stopped expecting to find her and started bracing himself to be found. by a brunette with demands. Or scribe virgin for fend body parts. Except with nothing else to go on, he decided to check out the accident scene. Materializing in the darkness thrown by a stone wall, he surveyed the front-end car accident. May! Savage shouted her name as he recognized her Civic, and as the cops looked up from what turned out to be a body on the ground, his blood ran cold. He knew it wasn't May, but as he was downwind from the scent, he prayed it wasn't Tala. Sir, unless you're a witness or can identify. As a female officer came over to him, he didn't give her the chance to get any further with the bug-offs. He busted into her mind and got the details he needed. Male victim on that grass had been stabbed and was dead. Car that was off the road was registered to a Christopher Wooden who had died in 1982 and lived 10 miles away. Passerby who had a house in the neighborhood had called the scene in. No other material anything at least not that mattered to Savage. But that was definitely May's car, the name on the registration and identity shield to keep things legal on the human roadways. So where the hell was she? And yet even as he asked the question, he knew. He was willing to bet that somehow, the brunette had come here and abducted May. As his phone went off, he fumbled the thing out of his jacket to check the screen. When he saw who it was, for like the 100th time he flat out lost it. Oh, for fuck's sake what? He snapped as he answered the call. Can you fucking leave me alone? You're the one who called me, asshole? The Reverend shot back over the connection. And given what you're looking for, I'd have assumed you'd have picked up your fucking phone one of the last 4 goddamn fucking times I called. Now do you want to find the book or not? Savage looked at the dead guy and dragged a hand over the top of his head. Unless you've got it in your lap, I have other priorities right now. Meet me out at the city park where we were before. 15 minutes. If you want the book, you'll be there. This is your one and only chance. After this, you'll never hear from me again and you'll never find me. As the line went dead, Savage nearly threw his fucking phone at May's totaled Honda. But he held on to the thing because he was still hoping, by some completely impossible miracle, that she would call him. He was cursing as he glanced around, and realized all of the cops on the scene were frozen and staring at him like they were ready to get a list of jobs. Or maybe a clue as to what their first names were. He went over to May's car. The driver's side door was open and he leaned in. Both airbags had blown, but the keys were still in the ignition. Snatching them out of their slot, he didn't see where her phone or purse were. They might well be in the hands of the cops already. But he wasn't worried about the CPD showing up at her house and, God forbid, finding her brother in that tub. Like the registration, all her IDs would be in the name of someone else with an address other than where she actually stayed. It was standard procedure for vampires living in heavily populated human areas. Shit, he muttered. Shit. Can I help you? The female cop said. Anything you need? What I need is... As he let his thought trail off, a word came to him from out of nowhere, like it had been implanted in his head. Leverage. That's right, he thought. He needed some motherfucking leverage. The kind of thing that when that brunette showed up again and she was going to would have something she wanted. Something she needed. So he could get what he had to have in return. Which was May. Safe. Leverage, he said out loud as he looked at his phone. As he dematerialized, he freed the cops out of their neutral, but only after he wiped any memory of his presence from their minds. For all they'd remember, he'd be nothing but ether. Him as a ghost made so much sense. But he was a ghost with a fucking mission. Having already let one female down in the course of his life, he was not doing that shit again. Even if it killed him. And he was hoping it would. Chapter 44. Here's the thing, Balls said to Davina. I'm not a gentlemale, not by a long shot. And sorry to break it to you, but you're no lady. So I'm just going to leave you to do what you will with this book you seem to want so badly. As Fury turned that beautiful face into something that was rank ugly, he knew she wasn't walking away with shit tonight. He wasn't exactly sure what the rules were, except she wasn't going to be able to touch that fucking thing. He had no idea why, but that did not matter at the moment. Take care of yourself, he said. I'm going to kill you. Not tonight and not here. Your bluff's been called. With a little wave, he closed his eyes and dematerialized the fuck out of there, and he wasted absolutely no fucking time getting back to the mountain and the Brotherhood mansion. He was willing to bet that the brunette was going to have a second or two of dumb shock, because really, when was the last time a man didn't do what she told him to? And then she was going to try to negotiate with the book itself. She was going to lose at that bargaining table. But she would give it a try. And that personality defect of arrogant narcissism was going to be the only reason he was able to get inside the Mize alive. What happened after that? Who the hell knew? But he had a feeling she could only work through him if he was asleep. Otherwise, she would have appeared to him in person when he was awake. As balls reformed on the front steps of the mansion, he went to run up to the enormous door, but then he thought about the scratches that had been on his back and stopped. Fuck! He muttered as he looked down at himself, and wondered just exactly what was inside of his skin. Taking one step back and another, he kept going until the courtyard's fountain bumped into his shoulder blades. Staring up at the mansion's great gray stone walls, and the gargoyles at the corners up high, and the slants of the slate roof, he thought about who was behind all those glowing leaded glass windows, but he kept the images in his mind vague. He had the sense that he needed to make sure his thoughts were as indistinct as possible. With a feeling of dread, he took his phone out. The first number he called didn't pick up. The second? No answer. The third? Voicemail. As his heart started to pound, he had a sick fear that things had taken a very bad turn. The fourth number was answered before the initial ring had even started to fade. Sire, how fare thee? May I please be of your service? Fritz, he said grimly, drop the shutters. All around the house. Drop them right now, I don't have time to explain. Any other butler in any other royal household might have taken a breath to ask why. Maybe gotten a little flustered or thought that he needed to talk to one of his true masters. Not Fritz Perlmutter. Right away, sire. And by right away, the Doggen meant exactly this second. All over the mansion, on every floor, on each side, the shutters began to lower. What else, sire? Where is everyone? Balls asked. No one's answering their phone. As Savage reformed at the park, he was partially obscured by a mist that had started to come off the river, the result of a strange imbalance in the weather that had most certainly not been going on when he'd been down here earlier. In between the spooky banks of fog, the ring of trees at the edge of the clearing appeared and disappeared, and overhead, the moon and the stars were likewise masked and revealed by turns as clouds drifted by. With no streetlights or lanterns around, it was very dark, the skyscrapers off in the distance offering only glowing spears rather than anything that could help you see. You are not afraid. At the sound of the Reverend's voice, Savage turned around. Where's your guy? The other male stared at him silently, as if he were making some kind of assessment. And still you're not arming up. If it'll light a fire under your ass, I'm more than happy to point a gun at your head. Now show me your guy or I'm fucking leaving. The Reverend nodded with a little bow. As you wish. And then the male disappeared. Fuck this, Savage muttered as he looked around. Nothing but that fog. With a curse, he took out his phone. Just in case he'd missed the call he'd been waiting for from May. In the 3.2 nanoseconds he'd been out of commission as he'd come over here. Savage lowered his phone, put it away, palmed up a gun. There was nothing coming to his nose, but his instincts told him he was no longer alone. In a major way. Well, get on with it, he called out to the tree line. I'm not going to wait all fucking night. With the next ebbing of the fog, a figure emerged from all the trunks and bare branches. And when he recognized the male, his heart skipped a beat. You lost your people, your family. Torment, son of harm, was as he had been centuries before. A tall, broad, uncompromising soldier with a level stare and calm presence. There was a white patch at the front of his dark hair now, and his leathers were modern. But the black daggers that were crossed, handles down, on his chest, were just as they had always been. How many are with you? Savage said roughly as the brother came forward. All of them. At that, more figures stepped forward. Vishouse, who now had a goatee. Murder, who was still red and black-haired. And then there were others whose faces he didn't recognize. And there were others who he expected to see and did not. but it had been a very, very long time. Things changed. On that note, the wind shifted directions and carried their scents to him, and as he breathed in, his eyes watered. He told himself that it was because of the cold breeze in his face. Yup, that was it. And motherfucker, he should have known this was going to be a setup. More than that, he should have known not to swing through Caldwell after hearing the king was based here and had finally decided to rule. Too close, given that where Wrath was, the Brotherhood would never be far behind. He never should have fucking set foot in the zip code. Savage cleared his throat. So is this where you try to kill me for bringing disgrace on the Brotherhood? What happened to you? Tor asked without rancor, which was, after all, his way and no doubt the reason that he had stepped forward first. Still the level-headed one. We thought you were dead. So you found my coffin, huh? Savage checked his phone even though it hadn't rung. Look, I don't have time for a reunion and I'm not interested in catching up. We've been our separate ways. What the fuck was he saying? For all this time, and we're gonna keep it that way unless you want to fight it out. In which case, let's get down to it. I've got somewhere I need to be. Where exactly that was, he didn't know. What happened to you? Tor asked again. I got some tattoos. That's pretty much it. For a split second, he went back to how it had been with the males. His training with them in the Bloodletters war camp. The fighting. His induction. He had been a part of the Brotherhood for a little while, but then his uncle had been killed by Lessers and Raven had been left with no one. After which came meadows and fireflies and arrows, headless guards, and an aristocrat on a flagpole. As all kinds of images played through his mind, he was aware of holding back his emotions inside his chest. Then again, mourning had never been his thing, had it? He thought of May and her brother. Then just thought of May. I was a bad pick from the jump, he said roughly. And I'm sorry I snowed you with my coffin shit. But that's the only apology you're going to get. We're not here to catch up either. Tor's eyes did an up and down. And we don't need an apology or an explanation. We need your help. Savage laughed in a short burst and stamped a boot. You're in a sorry fucking state if you're looking for help from me. Exactly, Tor said in a grim voice. Chapter 45. Still stuck in the brunette's lair, or whatever the hell it was, May walked another circle around the wardrobe area again, even though it wasn't going to make any goddamn difference. And as she went past what she had come to think of as Sparkle Alley, she heard the rumble of the subway again. Think. She'd already done as much as she could with the door, which was absolutely fucking nothing. That thing was solid like it had been soldered in place. And still no windows or viable vents. And time was passing, which increased the likelihood of the brunette returning. In frustration, May closed her eyes and let her head fall back. If she didn't figure this out, she wasn't going to be able to help Roger. Tala would be alone and scared. And Savage. As her eyes opened, she almost kept walking, but just as she went to take a step forward, the fixture on the ceiling, which she had just happened to stop under, registered. A sprinkler head. Suddenly alert, she looked for others. There were 6 in total, mounted at equidistant intervals around the space. And not only were they bright and shiny, they had blinking red lights, so they were part of a working system. May turned to the kitchen area. The Viking stove was an 8-burner, and sparkling clean as well. With her heart pounding, she went over and cranked one of the knobs. There was a clicking sound. Pumph! A blue flame popped up, all accommodating. All hot. All ready to get busy with anything that came into its vicinity. Blindly stumbling back to the clothes, she considered her options and decided to go for the purses. For one, they could carry a flame and not just burn quickly like kindling. And 2, she could use the handles to hold the heat close to the sprinkler head. But which one? You're not pulling together a frickin' outfit, she muttered. In the center of the display, there was a boxy bag of some kind of exotic leather, the pattern of scales shades of gray on the edges that faded to a creamy white center. As she grabbed it because it was the closest, the little lock in front sparkled with diamonds. Over at the stove, she held one of the corners to the open flame. The smell was like BB, but the insta-burn she had imagined did not happen. As seconds turned into a minute or more, she glanced back at the main door. Just as she was getting desperate, A burst of yellow and orange caught purchase on the leather. May waited until she was certain the transfer was complete, and then she started walking. Fortunately, the nearest sprinkler was not far. "Come on," she groaned as she stretched up onto her tiptoes and lifted the purse as high as she could. No alarm went off. No water rained down. No anything. The ceiling was 9 or 10 feet tall. Maybe she wasn't close enough? But crap, her arms were getting tired because the purse was so heavy. With a curse, she lowered them and then went over and pulled a chair away from the table. Under the sprinkler again, she stepped up and put the flames right on the steel fixture. The smell of burning leather got stronger. Smoke began to waft in her face. She coughed and had to turn her head away. Still nothing happened. Glancing over her shoulder, she checked out the other sprinklers. Damn it! She didn't need to see a clock to know that she was seriously out of time, and had no other options. In spite of Savage's minor surge of emotion, he didn't let Torment, son of harm, go any further with whatever problems the Brotherhood had. "You guys need to deal with your own shit." He waved a hand toward all the strong male bodies standing in the mist and then refocused on his phone. "Which goddamn if had not rung. You've got resources and you've been dealing with the Omega and the Lessening Society for centuries. You don't need me. The Omega is gone." Savage looked up from his cell. Surely he'd heard that wrong. What? The Omega no longer exists. The Lessening Society is no more. As he properly focused on the brother, he had a thought that those two statements were pretty much the only thing that could have diverted him, even for a split second, from worrying about May. Even though it had been so long since he had reflected on the war, to hear that it was over and the species was safe was a shock, and he found himself searching out the faces that he recognized in the Brotherhood. There was no running to greet them, however, and none of them were making any moves to embrace him, either. But it had been a long, long time. "We won," he said because he still couldn't believe it. Then he shook his head. "I mean, you won? You did it. We did. But there's a new evil." Savage glanced down at his phone, looked back up at the Brotherhood. "Like I said, you need to deal with. We need you. I'm no different than. It's a demon." Savage's body stilled of its own volition. "A demon? What kind of demon?" "We're trying to figure that out. And we know you have special skills." Putting his hand into the brother's face, he stopped the talk. "It's a female, right? A brunette. And she comes with shadows." One of the brothers he didn't recognize, who had dark hair and was shorter and wider than the others, stepped forward. "That's right. She can be a brunette. But she can also be a lot of other things." The accent was strong, but not in an old country kind of way, in an American one, though Savage didn't have enough knowledge about New World dialectics to pinpoint any origin in particular. "You've seen her?" Savage asked the male. "Yes." "Where? Do you know where to find her?" Torment leaned in and put his face in the way. "You know her?" As Savage contemplated his answer to that, the Brotherhood closed in on him, but not in an aggressive manner in spite of all their weapons. "I don't have time to explain." He put his phone away. "Listen, I just need to know where she is. I think she has someone. She's taken someone. Tonight. And if I don't find that demon, I think somebody I care about is going to be killed. I know of one place she's gone before," the stocky fighter with the accent said. "I can take you there. Let's go." Torment put his whole body in the way. "Not until we have your word." "Fine. Take it. You have it." Savage threw up his arms. "Whatever you need. I don't give a fuck. You're going to help us after we help you. You're going to do what only you can do when we need you to." Savage stared into his brother's former brother. "Says, you don't actually buy that bullshit, do you? About the warnings on my coffin? I can assure you, I got no special powers." "You're lying." "Look, that bitch took the female a female I care about. If I were so fucking powerful, you think I wouldn't be strangling her right now? But back in the old country, you shouldn't believe everything you hear." Torment glanced at the Brotherhood. "So you didn't slaughter Zysis, or his guards. You didn't do all that. You're not a warlock." Protecting Raven was a reflex, but there was no reason to keep up the lie anymore. He hadn't seen her or heard anything about her in 200 years. No, I'm not a warlock. And that wasn't me. I don't believe you. Savage shrugged. I don't give a fuck whether you believe me or not. Look, I gotta go, I have to find. I'll take you to where I found the evil, the brother with the accent said. No strings. Savage crossed his arms over his chest. I don't know you, so why would you do that? Damsel in distress aside? The brother narrowed hazel eyes. I'm a good goddamn Irish Catholic. So demons gotta go. Are you sure Catholics can talk like that? If you're from Southie, fuck yeah. In return, Tor cut in, you're going to help us find what we're looking for. You're going to owe us, and you've always been a male of your word. Keep telling yourself that. We find the book, and you're off the hook. Savage leaned in sharply. I'm sorry, what did you say you're looking for? Chapter 46. Vernon Riley wasn't having it. As he looked at the other security guard on duty, he was so sick of this shit. You gotta stop, okay? I'm over it. Buddy Hallies seemed surprised that anyone, would take exception to his bitching. I don't see why you're taking her side of this. The security office was a box with a single door, 2 swivel chairs, and a bank of monitors and equipment, and they were lucky to have the space they did. The building they were responsible for was an oldie but goodie, with what had been a big stack of floors for when it had been built a century ago. Now, of course, it was an antiquated stone stub compared to the graceful mirrored sky spears that marked the rest of downtown. In this respect, it was kind of like Vernon. Old school but still useful. At least for another 2 months, 3 weeks, and 4 days in his case. Buddy sat forward in his swivel chair and pointed to his shiny shield. I'm busy. I got a job, I got responsibilities. She have to understand where I am. This affects me, man. Buddy was a 27-year-old Caldy born and bred who was growing out his hair anywhere there was a follicle, and who seemed to think, in the ways of the younger generation, that absolutely everything revolved around how he was feeling. Vernon had had to listen to the trials of the kid's internal sense of self for every 8-hour shift since Buddy had been hired back in October. And my mother knows how I feel. Who doesn't? I have a right to feel safe in my own home. It's your mama's house, and you're not paying rent. I'm allergic to cats, though. She knows I'm allergic. Like a gift from God, one of the sensors started blinking on the console. As Vernon sat up to enter the diagnostic coding request into his computer, he hoped for the only time in his professional career as a security guard that there was an actual fire. Maybe your mama's sending you a message? Vernon remarked while he waited for the IT response. You mean you think she's doing it on purpose? To get me out of the house? As the assessment reading came back, Vernon got out of his chair. It's another malfunction. There's no heat registering. I've canceled the alarm, but I'm going to go check anyway. I'll come with. No, Vernon pulled on his jacket. You stay here. Someone has to monitor. Buddy was protesting the seniority factor as Vernon stepped out into the hall. As the door shut behind him, he closed his eyes and listened for the click. A heaven. If he played this right, he could stretch the investigation out for an hour or more. The security office was on the first floor right next to the freight elevator. But he was no fool. He was taking the stairs. Slowly. Down on the basement level, he whistled a tune that had no name, the same one he always fell into when the pressure was off. It was like a combination of Earth, Wind and Fire's September, and Smokey Robinson's original version of My Girl. And chances were good he was going to be a whistlin', for as long as he was inclined to. Unlike the rest of the floors above, the basement didn't have any office spaces in it, only storage areas, but more to the point, it was so damn late, all the suits were gone for the night, even the ones who liked to work the long hours on weekends. And that was another reason he was sure the alarm was a malfunction. Down here, there were no coffee pots left on. No one sneaking cigarettes and ashing into a combustible bin in a men's room. No gooseneck desk lamps angled too close to an outbox of memos or computer equipment sparking or any of the 1,000 bizarre things that he'd heard about or seen personally in the building. Being security for a property like this for 37 years, you learned about all the different ways human beings screwed up. He'd busted people out of elevators they'd stopped on purpose after hours to have sex in. He'd rescued people off the roof, people who'd had it with their lives. He'd turned the other way when some arguments got loud in the stairwells and interceded in others so no one got hurt. He'd tolerated everybody, no matter what their status, stats, or proverbial serial number. The fact that Buddy was driving him nuts was probably the best indicator. Other than that he turned 65 next month, that it was time to hang up the OL uniform and find a hobby. He'd never had a hobby. Maybe shipbuilding. He liked things with little parts, and God knew he was a natural when it came to making order out of messes. Which was why he'd always liked this job. The burning smell got his attention, even though he didn't understand the shadings inside the nasty aroma. It was like leather burning. Vernon picked up his pace. Like the rest of the building, he knew the basement by heart, and he hustled down to the storage space that was having what appeared to be a very non-malfunction. Getting out his old-fashioned ring of keys, he also had his pass card ready. Each of the storage units was privately leased, and if he entered, he had to swipe to record his ID along with the date and time for security purposes. And in this case, the particular space was rented to one of the insurance companies, so there was a lot of sensitive information inside. When he came up to the door, he put his palm on it and frowned when the steel wasn't hot. He put his key in the lock anyway, and as the deadbolt gave way, he pushed the heavy weight with his shoulder. Immediately, he got a whiff of what had grabbed his attention. The smell was definitely coming from inside, but as the motion-activated light came on. "What the hell?" Vernon muttered. Stepping into the storage area, he swiped his ID card to quiet the beeping of the door alarm, and then he just walked around. All the completely empty space. The walls were as expected, painted dark gray, with the ceiling and the floor done in black. This made sense. Every time one of the units was leased, the maintenance crew slapped a new coat of cheap and glossy on every square foot, the layers so thick now that the contours of the concrete were buffed out completely. But this paint job was pristine. No scuffs where boots had traveled or boxes set down. No dings from where things had been pushed into corners. So not only was there nothing currently inside, there never had been. Not his problem, though. If some company wanted to pay for the privilege of not putting a damn thing down here, that was their stupid mistake. His concern was figuring out why in the hell he was smelling something that was burning and seeing absolutely nothing. And yes, he was sure he had the right space. The alarm report told him so. Maybe he was having a stroke. No, wait. One of the sprinklers, way in the back, was double blinking, indicating it was the one that had gone off. Vernon went over to it and walked around a couple of times. But nothing changed. The fire alarm continued to blink, and his nose kept talking about some kind of smoky stuff, and the storage unit remained totally empty. Okay, this was definitely going on his weird list. Heading back to the door, he took one last check at that which he had already checked. Then he stepped out. Vernon froze, all of the blood draining from his face. Down at the end of the corridor, walking in the kind of flanking formation he knew from his time in the army, there were 3 men dressed in black leather. Well, one had camo pants on. And Vernon did not need a metal detector to inform him that the bulges under those jackets were weapons. All of them had dark hair, deadly eyes, and were lock-focused on him. With a sudden wave of nausea, he realized he wasn't going to make it to retirement. Dear God, Rhonda. She was going to have to bury him. Vernon closed his eyes. He had mace but no gun. He had no way of defending. Opened the door to the security office. Over at the console, Buddy looked up. "That didn't take long," the kid said. "So it was just a malfunction, huh?" Vernon blinked and looked around. Buddy was the same, still bearded and long-haired, still young and bored. Likewise, the console was what it had always been, and so too the monitors. His chair was also exactly as he'd left it, swiveled around to face the door, yet he felt like he'd been gone 20 years. And as he went to sit down at his side of the control panel, he had some vague stomach upset and a headache that had moved in between his temples. "You okay, Vern?" He hated when the kid nicknamed him. Usually. Not right now. "I'm fine." After he cleared the alarm notification, he turned his chair toward Buddy. "Hey, can you do a favor for me?" Buddy's eyebrows popped. "Yeah, sure. You want a soda?" "No. I want you to." Vernon rubbed his forehead. "Rerun the security tapes." "Sure. From where?" Down in the pain between his temples got worse and he gritted his teeth. In the basement, where the alarm was. Did you see anything? No, I didn't, he said roughly. I just want to review the tapes. But if you didn't see nothing, okay, yeah, sure. Whatever. As Buddy worked the monitors and the feed was set up, Vernon opened his drawer and took out his Motrin bottle. Shaking 2 and then 4 into his palm, he choked the pills back dry. He was coughing as the image of the corridor in question came up on Buddy's right-hand screen. The second Vernon focused on that vacant, basement-level hallway of doors. His whole brain lit up with pain. Keep going, he groaned. I want to see the footage from when I was down there. As the headache intensified, he had to fight to keep his eyes on the glowing image. The feed clicked out. Just as he emerged from the stairwell, stepping out of the fire door and into the corridor, the images went black. What the hell? Buddy muttered as he ran it back. Buddy might have been a whiny codependent with his mommy, but he wasn't an idiot. He wasn't doing anything wrong with the technology. The file, for some reason or another, was corrupted to the point where it provided no visuals whatsoever. 11 minutes. 11 missing minutes. I give up, Vernon said as he let his head fall back. It happens. And hey, the alarms are off, so it's all done with whatever it was. Yeah. Still, there was this nearly undeniable urge to probe his memories. Something had happened down in that basement. From the time when he'd left this office and decided to take the stairs to the... Vernon let it all go as the agony ramped up again. It was such a strange headache, like he'd eaten 3 ice cream cones, one after another, a kind of sharp, cold spear right in the front of his skull. You want to call in? Buddy asked in a voice that seemed worried. You don't look too hot. Motrin'll kick in a few. Vernon cleared his throat. Tell me about the cat again, would ya? Buddy immediately went back into his drama. Yeah, so my mom says he was a present from Aunt Rose, but I don't think he was. I think she needs an excuse to kick me out. So bizarre. As Vernon concentrated on the feline drama, the headache completely disappeared and it couldn't be the Motrin. There was no way they were this effective this quickly. But as if he were going to argue with what worked. And you can't get allergy shots? Vernon said when there was a pause for breath in Buddy's reporting. The kid frowned. What are you wait, you can do that? Vernon nodded and started to shrug out of his uniform jacket. Yeah, sure. You go in and they give you shots and then you're not allergic. Oh my God. That's exactly what I'm going to do. Thanks, man. With another incline of his at-the-moment not-hurting head, Vernon decided to glance at the console. When the lights didn't hurt his eyes or bring the pain back, he relaxed. Who the hell knew what it was? Maybe that pinched nerve in his neck was acting up again. Yeah, that had to be it. Man, he was so ready to retire, he really was. Chapter 47. Inside the storage unit full of designer clothes, May lowered the flaming purse from the sprinkler head's vicinity. The red light was no longer blinking. No, no, no. She turned back to the door. The reinforced panel was still shut and totally secured, but someone had been close by. She had scented them. She had heard their voice. They had been so close. There it was again. Her instincts pricking as if she were no longer alone. May looked to the sprinkler with all kinds of hope the light was still solid. Shit. As she got off the chair, she thought maybe she was just losing her mind, all fried on desperation and the terror that came with knowing your murderer wasn't going to stay away forever. And as she stared at the door again, the wave of emotion that came over her was totally not helpful. No longer scared for her life and focused on getting free, she was beyond sad, near to the point of tears. May breathed in deep. At first, the scent did not make sense. And then she was convinced she'd imagined it because more than anything, it had been what she had prayed for. Savage, she yelled. I'm here. Savage. Through the connection of her having fed him, she could sense him clear as if he were standing in front of her. He was here. He somehow had found her. Throwing the bag to the floor, she bolted across the space, shoving racks aside. Curling up fists, she pounded on the door. I'm here. I'm here. Help. As she struck the steel panel over and over again, Something in the back of her mind registered, and it took some further yelling to figure out what it was. Abruptly, she stopped striking the steel, stopped hollering. Calming herself down, May knocked lightly, knocked more loudly, pounded again. There was no sound. As she made contact with the door, there was no reverberation back to her. Nothing entering her ears, nothing that would register to anybody else, either. Trying not to panic, she knocked on the white-painted sheetrock by the jamb. Nothing either. And even though there was smoke curling around the racks of clothes, and a stench in her nostrils, she feared, for no reason that made any logic, that no one else could smell any of it. That Savage couldn't scent it. May put her hands to her mouth and wheeled around to the racks and displays. This was an illusion, she realized. All of the clothes and the accessories, the furniture and the kitchen, that tub over there, it all didn't exist in the normal sense. Which meant she didn't exist in the normal sense. Savage, she whispered. Help me. How the hell was she going to breach the divide that separated wherever she was from where everyone else existed? Before the demon returned? Oh, dearest Virgin Scribe, if the brunette came back, Savage was now in danger, too. Full-blown panic jammed up her brain, and she paced back and forth. Then an idea came to her. May broke into a scramble, and as she skidded into the kitchen area, she started ripping open cabinets. White vinegar. Thank God. Salties. Lemons. May tried the refrigerator. Come on, there has to be. No lemons, but there was a honey lemon vinaigrette. Turning the bottle around, she shook her head. The third ingredient was lemon. It was going to have to do. Candles. She opened drawers, found pink, yellow, and blue birthday candles in one. Sterling silver. I need. Over on the display table, where the purses were, she nailed that one by pouring out a shiny dish that held a dozen pairs of earrings. Knife. She dumped the growing pile by the door, went back to a wooden block full of Henkels sitting on the counter by the stove. Snagged the flaming purse on the way back to her supplies. Sitting down cross-legged, she tried to remember what Tala had told her. What the measurements were, how much of the one and the other of ingredients. Oh, and as for the lemon delivery system of that salad dressing. Who knew how to weigh that? Your intention matters. As she heard Tala's voice in her head, she inspected what she'd put into the silver Bainis if she was going to know what was right or wrong. Then she popped the top on the birthday candles and took out a blue one. 'Cause true blue and all that. What the hell was she doing? It wasn't like this had worked with the book. Stop it, she commanded. Intentions. Bracing herself, she bit her lip and cut her palm, right over the lifeline. The blood came out fast, dropping all over the place as she picked up the candle and tilted it to the still-burning purse. The flame caught quick. Even though May's heart was racing and she didn't really think this was going to work, she put her dripping wound and the burning candle over the dish. Then she closed her eyes and tried to calm her mind, picturing Savage walking through the door. No. If this was some kind of fucked up, other existential plane, she didn't want to get them both trapped here. She pictured Savage straddling the two planes. 1 foot in the realness, 1 foot in wherever she was. With total concentration, May recalled every single thing about the fighter. She pictured his cropped hair, his beautiful, harsh face, his obsidian eyes, his lips. But as she drew in a breath, she couldn't feel him. Even as she pictured him, it didn't go far enough. It was a photograph, not a sculpture. Definitely not a person. May popped her eyes open and looked around. Think of him. Refocusing, she tried to quiet down again and put herself inside the memories of them together. In the bathroom, Tala's. All at once, it clicked. She was so close to Savage, their lips nearly meeting, their eyes locked. She could scent him in her nose and feel him inside her body even though they weren't touching. Her blood racing, her senses alive. The precipice she was about to jump off of leading not to a hard fall but a soaring flight. With that in her mind, she now imagined that he had 1 foot on the far side of the door, and 1 foot on her side, whatever that was. He was reaching out to her, extending his hand to her, and she was putting her palm on his, and he was pulling her. Savage, I'm here. She thought the words at him so hard that she began to strain, and she kept repeating them until she felt like she was going to burst. Exhaling on a great explosion, with her lungs burning and her heart skipping beats, everything went wonky. Gasping, May opened her eyes and nothing had changed. Sagging in her own skin, she looked around and felt a despair that went further than even the pain she'd been carrying around about Roger, and that was because everything that had happened to him was wrapped up in the piercing agony now marking the center of her chest. And she was going to lose Tala, too. Everything was gone. Her life as she had known it, her life as she had wished it would be. And she would never, ever know where Savage's kisses would have taken her. She was going to lose him as well. Tears rolled down her cheeks as she regarded the strange, unholy prison she was trapped in, and the horror that there was nothing to do but wait for the demon to come back, which would be both a beginning and an ending. All hope lost. In the midst of her sadness and regret, Savage's face came to her mind once more, from back when he'd shown up at the cottage and they'd fought that shadow. The image of him was from after the attack, when they'd been in the kitchen. He'd been joking with her, a sly smile on his face, his black-blue eyes sparkling. Under different circumstances, maybe they could have had a life together. "I could have loved him," she yelled at no one. With a swipe of her arm, she backhanded the silver dish, the stupid, go-nowhere bullshit in it going flying and hitting the steel-reinforced door on a splash that stuck. On account of the fucking true blue birthday candle. All at once, the lights flickered and went out. Chapter 48. While an older security guard was sent off with no memories of 3 vampires showing up in his building's basement, Savage was going insane as he walked through some kind of storage place. That was 4,000 plus square feet of absolutely fucking empty. But May was here, stalking around the pylons that were holding up the ceiling. He couldn't explain what he was sensing, May was here. He could almost feel her. And yet his eyes were telling him that he was alone in this concrete 4 walls and not a damn thing. "I don't get it," he gritted out. Butch, the brother who'd volunteered to tour guide him, shook his head. "This is how it was for me and V too. We were tracking the demon on GPS, but we couldn't find her even though she was at this location. May's here." He breathed in and smelled smoke too, along with his female scent. She's here." Faster and faster he kept walking around. But like that was going to change anything? "Fuck this," he said as he marched back to the steel door. "I get the fucking book. Then I make a deal with her. She wants it, and she'll do anything to get it." The pain of remote faces looking back at him were a loud and clear he was not having. "Sorry, May comes first." Tor shook his head. "We'll get your female back. But the book and that demon can't be reunited. It gives her too much power." Just so we're clear, Savage leveled his stare. "I don't give a shit whether that brunette blows up half of Caldwell. The only thing I care about is May. We have other resources. We can help you. All I need is that fucking book. I'll take it from there." As Savage faced off at the brothers, he recognized the screaming in his head. It took him back to all those fun-filled nights looking for Raven. Goddamn. How had he gone from glancing at May in the crowd at that fight to this hollow despair at not being able to save her? He was a simp. "I'm coming for you, May," he said loudly. "You stay alive. I'm coming for you." As his voice echoed around the gray and black concrete, he knew he was insane. But there was no getting off this train. He turned and stalked out of the storage unit. Closing the door behind himself and the brothers, he looked up and down the corridor as the other fighters continued to give him all kinds of no-go hairy eyeball. When he walked away, he felt like he was peeling off his own skin. And the only way he could keep going was by promising himself he was somehow going to find his female. Not that she was his. For fuck's sake, he should have listened to his gut and not gotten involved. The clanging clatter rang out in the hallway, like something metal had hit something metal. Spinning around, he frowned at the nothing happening. "What is it?" Tor demanded. "Didn't you hear that?" "No. There was no sound." Butch shook his head. "There was nothing, my guy." Savage ignored them. But when there was no repeat and no fucking anything at all, he knew he was just being an ass. "Motherfucker." He turned away, and that was when he heard the weeping. Soft, as if from a distance, yet the sound was unmistakable. Gripped with focus, Savage walked back to the steel door, even though he didn't expect to see anything. He was wrong. May! Holy fuck! May! The solid metal panel had somehow morphed into a screen. He could see through it now, and on the other side, May was sitting cross-legged on a bright white marble floor, her head in her hands, her sobs carrying through whatever kind of existential distance separated them. May! He yelled as he dropped to his knees. What are you doing? Butch said. She's right there. What the hell is wrong with you? May! Savage touched the metal and it gave way, his fingers somehow pushing into that which shouldn't have had any give in it at all. And as if she sensed him, May jerked her head up and looked around. I'm here. He ripped his jacket off and held it out to the brother closest to him. Take this. Tor stared down in confusion. What are you talking about? I'm going in after her. I'm going to pull her out. But I'm going to need an anchor. He didn't care how he knew this with such clarity. Hold this. Tor continued to look at him like he'd lost his mind. Join the goddamn club, but the brother grabbed onto the jacket's wrist. I don't know where the hell you think you're going. Your opinion is irrelevant. Savage braced his body, one foot planted behind him, the other set right on the lip of the door. Then he extended his arm into the steel panel. The sensation was unpleasant, like he was pushing his hand through cold mud, but like he gave a shit. He just kept going, leaning farther and farther forward, his palm, his wrist, his forearm, penetrating through the door and coming out the other side. May reared back, and then instantly her expression changed. Savage. Or at least that's what he thought she said. He couldn't hear her. Take my hand, he yelled. Take it, I'll pull you through. Even though he didn't know whether that was possible. He didn't know anything other than he wasn't leaving without her. I'm going in, he said to nobody. Moving carefully, he put his boot into the other version of reality and shifted some of his weight. That same instinct that told him to make sure to keep one foot in each plane of existence, one on each side of the door, got louder and louder, so he relied on the hold on his jacket sleeve as he tilted himself off balance. Penetrating the door with his torso gave him a bad case of the shivers, his skin goose-bumping, his muscles twitching, his bones aching deep in his marrow. And as his head broke free of the resistance, he was hit with all kinds of sights and smells. Clothes, something burning, perfume, like he gave a fuck. May was right in front of him. He could finally scent her tears, feel her presence and hear her properly. Oh God, she was hurt. Her face was wounded and savage. As she launched herself at him, he grabbed onto her body, but couldn't spare even a second to check her injuries. Hold on, my female. Just hold me tight. Looking over her head, he had a brief but indelible impression of racks and racks of fancy shit. And modern furniture and a kitchen and a bed platform. There was a whole living space in the storage area. But the demon was so fucking clever, wasn't she? Here we go, Savage said. The last thing he noticed as he started to pull back was the white vinegar bottle right next to the door, and the container of salt, and a box of birthday candles, and a white and gray scaled purse that was on fire. Whatever. He had May in his arms, and that was all that mattered. May had been at the end of her rope, weeping into her hands when she'd heard something outside the door, and then an arm, a heavily muscled, heavily veined arm, had somehow, in some way, come at her. She'd been so shocked, she'd nearly bolted. But then she'd scented Savage. Clearly. And then he'd appeared, right in front of her, leaning through the door. May! As he'd said her name, she hadn't thought twice. She'd sprung forward and thrown herself at him, and the second his solid hold registered, she nearly blew apart from relief. She had never gripped anything so hard in her life. Savage told her something about holding on to him, but that was a command she did not require as she locked on to the back of his neck and all but wrapped her legs around his waist. When he started to retreat through the door, the pulling was terrible. Her body stretching until her bones were spears of agony and her muscles strings of white-hot pain. All she could do was bury her face in his thick throat and try to keep breathing. The trembling came next, chills racing through her, chattering her teeth, spasming her legs. Just as she thought she was going to shatter apart, At the moment when she knew she could take no more, there was a release, all the drag on her body disappearing. May exploded out of the lair, sure as if she were spring-loaded Savage was her landing pad. As they were thrown back against a corridor's wall, she banged into his chest, her knee hitting something rock hard, her nose registering all kinds of new smells. "I've got you," he said in the numb aftermath. "You're okay, you're out, I got you." May shook all over, her adrenaline ebbing and leaving her so limp, she couldn't lift her head. "It's all right," Savage murmured as he stroked her shoulders. Gradually, May's senses came back online properly. They were in a hallway outside of a steel door that was closed. Two enormous males were standing over them, and a demon was still returning at any second. With panic, May shoved herself up off Savage's pecs. "We need to get out of here. She's coming back. We need me house. Let's go there. The salt will keep her out. Can you dematerialize?" With Savage's help, May managed to stand mostly on her own. But when she lurched to the side abruptly, he cursed. "So did she. If you have to go on foot, we'll guard you," one of the males, the stockier of the pair, said. As she glanced at him, she realized he had a pair of black daggers strapped, handles down, to his chest. And so did the other one. The Black Dagger Brotherhood, she thought with awe. "I've got you," Savage said for the 100th time. The next thing she knew, he'd scooped her up and started running. With all his strength, he carried her down the concrete hall like she didn't weigh anything at all. His boots pounding over the bare floor as the two brothers provided cover in front and in back. When they got to a heavy door with a red exit sign over it, the stockier brother jumped ahead and held the thing open. "This way," he ordered. May felt her awareness come and go, like it had just after she'd been in that accident. Meanwhile, Savage just kept soldiering on, running, as if he had endless amounts of energy and all the power in the world in his body. Eventually, they came to some kind of delivery facility, a lineup of cargo bays and all kinds of rolling bins suggesting they were in a big building's mail processing department. The two other fighters immediately went over to one of the receiving areas and broke open a set of vertical doors, rolling the slats up on their tracks. All at once, May smelled night air that carried a hint of oil and trash. They were downtown somewhere. "I can dematerialize," she said roughly. Clearing her throat, she spoke louder. "I can do it. Let's get you checked out first." Savage jumped down to the pavement, and as he started running again, she realized they were heading to a huge RV where a man in a white Kawada human was standing by what looked to be an operating room. "No, it's not safe," May said as she pushed against Savage's shoulder. "I have to go back to my house. She's coming here any minute." "May! No!" She shoved herself out of his arms and had to catch herself on the vehicle's brake lights. "She's coming." May looked at all the males in a panic. "You don't understand what she is." "No," the stockier one countered. "We know exactly what she is. If you have a safe place, get to it now. We'll catch up with you." Savage opened his mouth as if he were going to argue, but the brother grabbed his shoulder. "Let her go where she needs to be. We'll bring the medicine to her. You got her out once, but I will guarantee you that whatever loophole you found, that demon is going to plug it up the moment she returns. We have seconds now. Let's use them." May stepped forward and put both her hands on Savage's face. "Meet me at my parents'. Tell them where to go." And then, even though she was still woozy, and in spite of her pounding head and the pain in her body, she squeezed her eyes shut. "You can do this," she told herself sternly. "More than that, you have to." Or her life and the lives of Savage and the two other males were over. Chapter 49. He couldn't believe May was able to do it. In all Savage's years of combat back in the old country, and even throughout his Human Fight Club experiences lately, he'd never seen such an act of will. Even though the female could barely hold herself upright, she somehow managed to gather the focus and presence of mind to dematerialize back to her house. Not only that, she made it into the garage, all the way up to the door. He'd followed her the whole time, staying right behind her, so that as she finally collapsed, he reformed just in time and caught her. "I've got you," he murmured as he took the keys he'd grabbed from her car ignition out of his leather jacket. Thank fuck he'd thought to snag them. The copper lock would have been trouble. Rushing inside, he left the door unlocked for the brothers and headed directly for the basement with her. He did not want those other males checking out the rest of the house and finding her brother in the tub. There were too many complications already to volunteer for those kinds of questions. The bedroom I'm using is down there, May mumbled. Fortunately, there were lights left on, so it was easy to get to the modest room with simple furnishings. And as he laid her on the bed, she let out a ragged sigh. Up above, heavy footfalls announced the arrival of the brothers, and as May closed her eyes and breathed roughly, the other fighters came down to the cellar. Manny's ETA is about 10 minutes, Tor said. The protective male and Savage wanted to tell both of them to get out of May's private space, but he shut that shit up quick. This was a more the merrier kind of situation, especially given that the Merriers came with all kinds of extra guns and ammo. As time ticked by, everyone stayed quiet as Savage sat on the edge of the mattress and held May's hand. She was so still that had she not been drawing breaths, he would have worried she had passed. "Hello?" came a voice from up above. "Down here, Doc," Tor called out. The human in the white coat jogged a descent, a black duffel rustling at his side. "Hey," he said as he addressed Savage. "I'm Dr. Manello. We weren't introduced." As the guy approached the foot of the bed, Savage looked him up and down. Handsome man. Big shoulders for a human. Seemed competent. But Savage did not fucking move from May's side. And as the silence stretched out, the brothers cleared their throats. "I promise," the doc said. "This is strictly medical. I need to examine her, though. She's got obvious head trauma. Okay?" With a wave of aggression surging in his body, Savage wanted to tell the guy that she was just fucking fine, except he didn't really know that. Which was the point. She'd been in a car accident, gotten abducted, and then nearly been lost forever thanks to that goddamn brunette. A strictly medical exam was called for, especially given the fact that May was lying back against those pillows like maybe she needed a crash cart. Her beautiful face painfully pale, her body too motionless, her chest rising and falling in a shallow way. There was just one little problem. Savage kind of wanted to take the handsome, dark-haired human and put the guy's face through a plate glass window, and then maybe nail his arms and legs to a wall, and hit him with a spray of accelerant, followed by a match, Savage said out loud. "What?" the human asked. "Never mind. And you're not taking any of her clothes off." On that happy little announcement, he glanced around May's bedroom for no good reason. There was a bureau, a bedstand, and a queen-sized bed with a simple duvet and a couple of pillows. Short of some books and an alarm, there was no clutter whatsoever. Functional, non-fussy, barren. And that made him sad. "Look, I'm happily mated, my guy," Manello said. "So I know how you're feeling right now. But how am I going to examine her properly if I can't remove her tops?" Before Savage had a proper thought, his dagger hand shot forward and grabbed the front of the doctor's scrubs. Pulling the human right up close, he bared his fangs. But instead of screeching, calling for help, or shoving back, the guy just rolled his eyes. "Jesus, you people need to fucking chill. Relax, dickhead. And spare me the 'if you touch her, I'ma kill you.' I've heard it a million times. And not once has anything that's 6'7" and clocking in at 300 pounds had to put my face through a plate glass window." Savage's eyebrows popped. "I didn't think humans could read minds." "Wow, you went there with the glass? Really?" Dr. Manello punched Savage's chest and got himself free. "Out. Now, if you care about this female at all, you'll let me do my job. I'm not fucking around with your bonding anymore." "Oh no, you got it all wrong." Savage put his palms up. "I haven't bonded with her. So I'm smelling cologne you just decided to put on in the middle of a crisis?" The doctor tapped the side of his nose. "Niffer, dumbass. In case you've missed it." On that note, the human planted a fairly good-sized set of payback palms on Savage's torso and gave things a big old push. As Savage tap-danced out into the sitting area, the brothers went with him and the bedroom door was shut. Whereupon he just stood there, like, well, a dumbass. "You know," Torment remarked as he parked it on the sofa in the sitting area, I'm not sure what I'm most surprised about. The fact that your coffin was full of flour, the high hauria out of the blue, the pull a female through a steel door, or this. What's this? Savage muttered as he turned around. The bonding. I haven't bonded with her, for fuck's sake. The fact that he had to physically restrain himself from stamping his boot was something that he resolutely refused to dwell on. Meanwhile, over on an armchair, the brother Butch cocked an eyebrow, and didn't say a goddamn thing, which made it worse, of course. As minutes stretched into 300 years of waiting, Savage paced up and back. Couple of times. Then he stopped. So you know where the book is? Butch looked at Torment, who shook his head. We have a couple of people working on leads. Torment crossed his arms over his daggers. But make no mistake, we will find it. Savage thought about the summoning spell, and kept his goddamn mouth shut. When we get its location, Torment continued, we're going to need you to help us get it. And before you try to bullshit us again that you're nothing special, you just pulled a female out of some kind of alternate reality through a steel door. We need you, Warlock. Without your powers, we're not going to get to goal. Savage narrowed his eyes. Answer me this. What are you going to do with the book when you get it? Put it in a very safe place. You're going to destroy it? It's going to be in a very safe place. Savage thought about the brunette, and what that bitch had done to May. Then he cursed to himself as he remembered what his May wanted the book for. But maybe everything that had just happened had changed her mind, not that he knew the details of the abduction yet. He sure as shit was going to find out everything as soon as she was able to tell him about it, though. Because now there were two things on his extermination list. I'm staying here with May, Savage said. You get a bead on the book. The Reverend has my number. So you will help us. Savage stared right into the navy blue eyes of the fighter who had once been his brother in all but blood and lied through his fucking fangs. Absolutely, I will. As Erica stepped off the Commodore building's main elevator, a couple of floors above where she'd been called into that scene with the murdered and desecrated couple, she was glad that short staffing issues had kicked in once again. Striding down, she did not miss her sleep. Her empty apartment. Her planned couple of hours off. She was firing on all cylinders. The uniform by the door nodded to her and opened the way in. As she passed through, she nodded back at him. They're in with all the books, he said. The direction was great except for the fact that it presumed she knew anything about the layout of the rooms inside. But considering all of the balls in the air at the moment, the mystery of the body's location was the simplest one she had to solve. Besides, all she did was follow the conversation. Soft, with some weeping thrown in for tragic measure. According to Special Agent DeLorean, the wife found the husband after he'd gone to investigate a tripped alarm, and the corpse was right up Erica's alley. After she went through a room full of hunks of rock, and then one that had some pretty gruesome-looking old instruments in it, she rounded a corner and took a memory snapshot. Nothing but shelves and books in this space, but that was not what was going to stick with her. Over in the far corner, a very dead body appeared to have been used as a projectile against a section of shelving. All kinds of broken pieces of wood and disrupted leather covers and cracked spines around the remains, which were in a very bad state. DeLorean broke away from the uniforms and came over. This has to be your boy. It's just like the scene at the club and the other places. As if someone waved a goddamn wand and tore him in half. Erica went over and knelt down. Maybe it was the exhaustion, maybe it was the fact that her nerves were shot, but she was having trouble processing the victim's injuries. It was as if he had been pulled apart at the legs, the torso raggedly torn in half from crotch to throat. A sense that she was being watched made her jerk her head back over her shoulder. But there was no one there. Erica frowned and straightened. Inside a lucite presentation stand with a lid, like it was something special, a book was set apart from the others and it captured her attention for no good reason. Even though she couldn't see its cover or its spine properly, and didn't have any clue about how fancy or expensive it was, there was just something, well, captivating about it. You okay? DeLorean asked. Is the wife in the other room? She asked as she shook herself back to attention. Yeah. I'm going to go talk to her. Erica put her hand up to the special agent. Just give me a minute with her alone. Without waiting for a response, She followed the sounds of sniffling through a couple more rooms, and found herself emerging into some kind of sitting area that seemed big enough to be in a hotel. Over on a set of sofas, by a curving staircase, a woman with really good hair and a puffy face was wearing a bathrobe and nightgown set that was quite possibly worth more than a month or two of Erica's rent. As she approached, she didn't have to ask the officer to get up and go. He took one look Erica's way and murmured something to the victim's wife before excusing himself. "Hi, I'm Detective Saunders," she said as she came over. "I'm with Homicide." The wife patted her red nose with a Kleenex and looked up. "I just told him everything I know. I'm sure it will be helpful. You okay if I sit down with you?" "I don't have anything else to tell." Herb went down when the alarm registered motion and he didn't come back. I waited about 20 minutes and then I left our bedroom and found him. Erica lowered herself onto a white velvet couch that was part of an overall neutral color chamiso that the masterpieces on the walls would show, no doubt. Geez, the place was like a modern art museum. "Why would someone do that?" the wife said as she stared at the wad of tissue she was holding. "Why?" When those bloodshot eyes shifted over, Erica's heart stopped. "I am so sorry." Leaning forward, she put her hand on the woman's shoulder. "I promise you, I'm going to find the person responsible. I will bring them to justice if it's the last thing I do." Maybe it was the female-to-female thing. Maybe it was the honest-to-God communion Erica felt with the pain the woman was feeling. But the wife's eyes watered anew. "Do you think this has anything to do with the watches?" Erica blinked. "The watches that were stolen." The wife sniffed and took another tissue from a white box. "We called the police as soon as my husband got home from Idaho and discovered they were missing. He went into the safe in our closet and saw they were gone. They were part of his collection. He always told me how much they were, but I can't remember now. But several $100,000. Erica glanced around at the ceiling, taking note of the pods that were mounted in the corners of the gallery space. "You have a security system here, correct? There was no footage from that night something went wrong. So you have cameras too?" When the wife nodded, Erica frowned. "The alarm was engaged when you think the theft occurred?" "I was here alone. I swear I put it on. But I maybe did something wrong. Maybe I turned the cameras off. Oh, God. What did they do to him?" Those eyes lifted again. "There's so much blood and his body." As the wife started to get agitated, Erica shook her head. "Try not to think about that." What a bullshit thing to say. But what else was there? I can't unsee it. Every time I blink, I see him on the floor. There's so much blood. So much. As the wife's words drifted, she stared off across the fine carpeting, and it was as Erica studied her profile that the sparkling at the woman's throat registered. Holy fuck. She was wearing a diamond necklace, and not a diamond that was on a necklace, but a collar of diamonds that glittered with every ragged breath she took. So many diamonds. A set of blunt and buffed fingertips felt over the stones, as if the wife had noticed Erica looking at the jewels. "My husband gave this to me for our anniversary last year. It's incredibly beautiful," Erica murmured. "I feel beautiful when I wear it now." The woman closed her eyes. "It keeps me warm at night when my husband doesn't." Didn't. Erica made a mental note, but wondered what kind of jealous lover had the strength to rip a grown man apart. "No, I didn't kill my husband." The wife's stare shot over. "I would never. He may have been with someone else. But I loved him and—" "You're not a suspect." Erica noted all those totally clean fingernails. "And I don't judge." There was a moment when the two of them just looked at each other. Then the wife took a deep breath and dropped her eyes to her tissue again. "I feel disloyal," she muttered. "Even though he was the unfaithful one. Oh God, Herb's dead." As she started to cry again, DeLorean appeared in the archway of the gallery. But Erica shook her head. When he nodded and backed off, she appreciated his discretion. "I just want to be back in my dream." Erica refocused on the wife. "What dream?" "The night the watches were stolen, I had this incredible dream. This man came to me, and he told me to wear this and feel beautiful." The wife sighed. "But none of that was real, and I shouldn't be thinking about that now, should I? Sometimes the mind retreats, Erica said softly. To wherever it can. Sometimes those retreats are the only reason we get through things. So if you want to remember a dream like that on a night like this, you fucking do it. The wife turned and tilted her head. As her eyes focused, it was as if she were seeing Erica properly for the first time. Is the person who did that going to come back? She said hoarsely. And why didn't they come after me upstairs? Are you aware of anyone who might have wanted to hurt your husband? No. He was a stand-up man. In business, at least. Am I in danger here? Do you have another place you could stay? Not really. The wife looked around. But the bedroom suite is a panic room. I guess I could initiate the lockdown and stay here. Whatever feels right to you. If you do stay, though, how about we do a sweep up there, so you're sure there's no one hiding in any of the rooms? I would really appreciate that. Erica looked at the diamonds, and thought she knew what it was like to not feel beautiful. Except in her case, it wasn't because some man wasn't treating her right or disrespecting her with other females. It was because there hadn't been a man for a very, very long time. I'm going to give you my private cell phone, she said. I want you to call me any time, about anything. Memory is a funny thing. Comes back at strange times. If you can think of something that can help us, I want you to call me. The wife nodded. Okay, I will. And keep wearing the necklace. Erica got to her feet. It really is perfect on you. Chapter 50. With a groan, May woke up and pushed herself a little higher on her pillows. As she winced, the male guard dog at her open door looked like he was ready to defend her against anything and everything, even if it was just the aches and pains she was suffering from. The sight of Savage in the familiarity of her bedroom was a shock, but the fact that she was on her bed, in her home at all, she wasn't sure she trusted this reality. Did the other males leave? She asked in a rough voice. Yeah, about 20 minutes ago. Savage cleared his throat. Can I get you some Motrin or something? The doc said you were allowed a second dose if you're still uncomfortable. The light from the sitting room made his huge figure seem menacing as a murderer. His scent, on the other hand, was a source of total comfort. I'll be okay, she said. The doctor was really kind to me. I'm glad you're not hurt. I mean, not seriously hurt. Are you hungry? I don't know. May laughed in a short rush and looked down at herself. She had some vague memory of changing into fresh clothes. Had she had a quick shower? Maybe. Everything was so hazy. Can you imagine that I don't know if I'm hungry? She blinked and saw those racks of designer clothes. So she tried to rub the images from her mind by going knuckle on her eyes. I called Tala, he said. Dropping her hands, she exhaled in relief. Thank God. Did you talk to her? She doesn't know how to get into her voicemail. Yup, I spoke with her. I just told her we were staying here tonight. Nothing else. Was she okay with it? Absolutely. Good. As May shivered, she pulled half of the duvet over her legs. I can't get warm. There was a pause. And then Savage said, I can help with that. When she glanced up at him, he put his hands out. I'm not suggesting that we... With tears glossing her eyes, she extended her arms. She had no voice to reply to him. As he straightened from his lean and came into the room, she couldn't believe what she was doing, and it was the most natural thing in the world. 2. She'd never had a male in this bed, in any bed, but there was no other answer except yes. Before Savage joined her, he put his hands to the front of his hips, and as she flushed and had to swallow hard, simply removed his gun holster and placed it close by. The entire mattress tilted as he sat on its edge, and she moved over to make sure he had enough room. But as he stretched out, she suddenly wasn't thinking about space. She was thinking about proximity, his and hers. Before she thought too much about anything, she curled into him, and his heavy arm pushed under her neck. When she hissed, he froze. No, it's fine, she murmured. I just have a bump on my head. From the car accident? As she settled in, she said with exhaustion, I don't know. Could have been. I don't remember a lot. How did it happen? He asked right by her ear. The accident? May thought back to the radio report she'd been listening to. I got distracted and hit the brakes. I was rear-ended, oh God. She killed that nice man, who was gonna call 911 for me. As she moaned, he took one of her hands in his own. Try not to think about it. I was so scared, she said as she went deeper into her memories. In that place, she had a cage. I was in a cage. May, now he sounded like he was in pain. She lifted her head and looked into his dark blue eyes. How did you know where to find me? One of the brothers knew where the brunette was. Did you call them for help? They found me, as it turned out. His brows dropped low. We went there, to that building downtown, and I can't explain it. I could sense you in the space, but I couldn't see you. I walked around and around. I swear it was empty and I left, but then, all of a sudden, there was this clanging noise. And when I went back, the door turned into a window, into something that wasn't there in the normal sense. As he cursed under his breath, she put her arm over his rib cage, which was so broad. She felt as if she were trying to embrace a sofa. What if I hadn't heard that sound, you know? He murmured. I want to shit my pants every time I think of it. I summoned you. As both his brows arched in surprise, she nodded. I used the same spell I used on the book. At least the one for you worked. So that's how. Holy crap. There was a period of quiet. And then Savage rolled toward her. You know, she'll go away if you give her what she wants. I'm sorry, you mean the brunette? When he nodded, May sat up. How do you know that? It's in the nature of those who covet. They acquire. You saw all those clothes. May pushed her hair out of her face. You're saying I should use the book for Roger, and then just give it to her? No, I'm saying to save your own life, you should just let her have it. When she didn't respond, Savage sat up as well. May, think of where you've been. Think of what you've just survived. Be a stroke of luck. Between one blink and the next, she relived waking up in that crate. The panic of being trapped. The way it had felt being pressed up against that wall by the demon's invisible power. She had been so terrified, so out of control. Exactly as she had felt at the deaths of her parents. At the death of Roger. It wasn't a stroke of luck, she muttered. I called you to me. And besides, I don't have the book, do I? May. No. She wasn't even aware of having spoken until Savage said, No, what? As May remembered feeling trapped and scared, she shook her head in the darkness. Then she turned to him. I'm not going to let her win. She's never getting that goddamn book. Downtown, on the basement level of the old office building, Davina clipped down the corridor to her lair, her stilettos fucking off the concrete. She could have just projected herself home, but she didn't feel like it. She just didn't fucking feel like it. The fact that she was so enraged that concentration was impossible was a reality she refused to acknowledge. She was fine. She was just fucking fine. The smell registered about 30, 40 feet from her destination, but she was so up in her head, it wasn't until she got to her door that she realized something was on fire somewhere close. And then, as she stepped into her home, there was smoke in the air. Looking around, she saw that the stupid fucking female vampire was gone. Davina screamed. No, 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 no. Falling to her knees, there was a cracking sound as she hit her polished floor, but she didn't care about the pain. With trembling hands, she reached out and tenderly cradled the innocent that had been massacred. Her nearly priceless Birkin. Her Himalayan Niloticus 35 with the diamond hardware. Some absolute lunatic had burned the corner of the bag, ruining the crocodile skin. Its delicate coloring and pattern of white, buff, gray, and black scales invaded by a cancer of oxidation from a flame. Ruined. For $100,000 worth of Hermes' very best efforts. Hours of work from a master craftsman. The very rarest and most expensive handbag in the world ruined. Falling on her ass, one of her ankles cranked at a bad angle, but she didn't care. Cradling the desecrated carcass to her chest, she looked across her collection through eyes that watered. The tangled mess of the dog cage in the far corner seemed a rebuke of so much, so she willed it away, disappearing the goddamn symbol of her fucking failure. What a night. Everything had gone wrong. And this was the problem with her life. When things went bad, you wanted to share the nightmare with someone who gave a shit. Somebody who could talk it all through with you, iron out the bumps, help formulate a new plan, a different approach, a better way of getting to your goal. Instead, she was here, surrounded by beautiful things that could offer no advice or real support. Closing her eyes, she reminded herself that her therapist, that flabby paper bag of a woman, had told her it was okay to be upset, to be disappointed. She just needed to feel her feelings and know that, however strong they were, however unbearable they seemed, they would fade. Emotions were never permanent. Except no, one of them was. Though hate and anger, happiness and gratitude, jealousy, optimism, paranoia, all of the others were subject to peaks and valleys. Love was a constant. True love was immortal. And when you were a demon, when there was no exit ramp for your existence, you valued things that could keep up with your forever calendar of nights and days. Infinity was less fun than people thought. Swamped with sadness, Davina rearranged her legs, extending them out and putting the Birkin casualty on her thighs. Running her fingertips over the matte texture, she remembered buying it at the mother ship, 24 Rue du Faubourg Saint-Honoré in Paris. She had her favorite essay there, and after years of supporting the brand, and so many Kellys and Birkins bought and paid for, she had finally been invited to purchase the Holy Grail. And she had done it the right way. Not on the secondary market, but after climbing the mountain of earning that invitation. For 100,000 was what she could get if she sold it. But it hadn't cost her that much. When you were welcomed into that hallowed group who got them legitimately, you didn't pay anywhere near that reseller's premium. But now, this symbol of everything she had achieved, of everything that she was, had been violated. Davina narrowed her eyes at where the busted-up dog cage had been. Payback was going to be a bitch. A red-hot bitch. Chapter 51. Outside the Brotherhood mansion, Balls lit up another one of Vicious's handrolls and leaned back against the still winterized fountain. V had taken to supplying the cigs free of charge, no small gifty considering that not only was the prime ingredient very, very fine Turkish tobacco, it took a lot of fine motor skills to roll 'em up right. Lot of time, too. It was just one of the many blessings that had rained down on a thief's head since he'd come here with the other bastards. And he'd repaid the household how? Closing his eyes, he hung his head and exhaled. He'd brought that demon to them. Oh God, he'd brought evil to their midst. How had it started? When had the infiltration happened? He wasn't sure. Maybe it had been that electrocution, although why that had created an opening in his soul, he wasn't sure. Yes, he had died, but plenty of people he knew had shaken hands with the Grim Reaper and not brought back a door prize from hell. Like literally from hell. As his anxiety surged, he smoked faster, exhaling over his shoulder even though no one was around to second-hand smoke. He had been treated with nothing but respect by the Brotherhood and their community. Even, dare he say it, love. It was in the nature of thieves to steal, however. And apparently he was so fucking good at the felony, he wasn't even aware of doing it anymore. Because sure as shit, he had stolen the security of those wonderful people inside this grand old mansion, and that grift was going to lead to an even larger and more dire larceny. Somehow it was going to kill them all. And everything was going to be his fault. Let it go. With a shout, Balls skidded around. What? Oh shit, lass, what the fuck? Sneaking up on a guy like that. On a night like this, he added to himself. Lassiter stepped forward from the shadows, his blonde and black hair catching the moonbeams that fell from the cold sky above. Or maybe it was just the fallen angel glowing like a nightlight. Let it go. Balls frowned. The male's lips weren't moving. Let it go. What the hell is wrong with you? Balls tapped the handrolled. Now is not the time for some frozen bullshit. Okay? I'm not in the mood. Over at the stone steps, figures appeared from out of the darkness. The brothers and the other bastards returning from wherever they'd been, their strong backs to him as they faced their home. Fucking finally, Balls muttered. His impulse was to flick the stub, but he licked his thumb and pinched it out. And as he started off toward the other fighters, he tried to figure what pocket to put the remains in and decided he didn't want to crap up his leathers. So he ate the goddamn thing. He was chewing the wedge and grimacing at the musky, burned taste while wondering why, assuming it was biodegradable enough to shoot into his digestive tract, he hadn't just pitched it on the ground and let nature run its courses. He came up to the Brotherhood. Everyone was chatting at the same time. Working with us. I can't believe he's actually alive. The hell he's been all these years? I know where the book is. As Balls spoke the words, the turnaround on the stairs was such a Bob Fosse-er. It might as well have been choreographed. Every single fighter was suddenly looking at him, and as he swallowed the wad of tobacco-flavored paper gum, he prayed he was not making everything worse, and not with what he'd just put into his gut. Glancing behind to get some more attaboy from Lassiter, he frowned. The angel was not there. Whatever. I know where the book is, he repeated to all of them. Tor shook his head and came down the steps. This is why you told Fritz to shutter the house? Yeah, and Balls took a deep breath and coughed a random tobacco flake out of his esophagus. I can't live here anymore. I'm infected with... Over on the left. Butch leaned in as if Balls wasn't speaking loud enough. You're sick? Tor asked as the wind blew in from the north. Shit, what if what he was saying didn't translate again? Balls glanced around, and there, in the back of the lineup, Rev. You can read my grid, right? I want you to tell them what you see. I tell them myself, but I'm worried she won't let me. As the Reverend stepped around the others, the Sympatha's amethyst eyes narrowed. Who's she? Just tell them what you see. There was a long moment, that odd wind whirling around as if it were searching for a way through clothing to direct skin. Or maybe that was what Balls was sensing as the Sympath entered his emotional landscape. He's got Rev seemed to search for words. There's something wrong. His grid has a locking pattern across it. Ecker descended the steps and stood right beside Balls. Whatever it is, we are with you. We shall fix whatever is wrong. I'm dangerous, Balls said roughly. I don't know how it happened, but I can't be here anymore. Then we find you a safe place. Ecker grabbed Balls's shoulders. We do not desert our family. That's right, someone said. Fuck yeah. We got you. The next thing Balls knew, all the bodies that had been at the mansion's grand entrance were down around him. And the warmth he felt was about so much more than that cold wind getting blocked. As Ecker's heavy arm reached across his shoulders, Balls wiped off his face. Not that he was getting teary. He was a stone-cold bastion of tough guy over here. Stone. Cold. Tell us about the book, Tor said. We need to know. He coughed a little to compose himself. I went to do a little of my side hustle. Just my regular thing. I was walking through the place after I did some hustle on the side with that wife. Anyway, that's when I saw it. A book that commanded my attention in ways I still can't understand. It's ancient and it smells bad, and it's like it's alive. I didn't know exactly what it was the first time I saw it, but when Siphon told me about what you were seeking, I had to go back and see if maybe there's no question. It's the book. I know it in my soul, and I tried to get it tonight, but it's protected by the brunette that Butch saw. The woman who is the new evil. The fact that he didn't know whether his words were being heard as he intended them to was terrifying. Savage, Tor pronounced. We need Savage. Whatever metaphysical protection shit is going on, he'll handle it. And he's agreed to help. Balls looked around at the faces that were so open, so trusting. For a thief and a liar to find this kind of love? Well, in anyone other than a stone-cold tough guy, it would have brought a person to their knees. I need a cigarette, Balls muttered. V's black-gloved hand pushed through with a hand rolled. Me too, the brother said. As they lit up together, Balls stared at the front of the battened-down mansion and thought about the brunette. Savage and I go alone. I don't want backup. If things are going to get bad, losing me won't matter. That is not true, Ecker interjected. Sin, Balls's other cousin, and Zypher, his fellow bastard, spoke up as well on that one. But all he could do was shake his head. It is true, and what's protecting it is we can't take chances with that demon. Trust me. He met all the sets of eyes one by one. If Savage and I can't get the book and bring it back, it's not get able. Ecker spoke up. But how do we cure you? Rev answered that before Balls could. The book. We use the book to get him clean. That's what I'm thinking too, Balls said on an exhale as he went back to looking at the mansion. Or at least that's what I hope. Chapter 52. Lying in the dark, holding May in his arms, Savage was about as calm as he was before a bare-knuckle fight. He was knife-edged aware, eyes moving ceaselessly around the shadowed contours of the room, ears primed for any sound, senses reaching out. While beside him, his female. No, she was not his. This female, he amended, was safe. For now. Savage. Yeah. He hoped she wanted something to eat so he could do something. You hungry? I can get you a little food. I feel like I should apologize. She pushed herself up on his chest. I feel like I wish I could stop myself, but I can't. I'm hoping you can understand that, especially because you know what the loss feels like. Without thinking, he brushed a strand of her hair back, then touched her face. As her breath caught, he did not approve of where his mind went. Yeah, I know. I'm so grateful you're still here, still with me. I'm not leaving until this is over, for better or for worse. A ghost of a smile played over her face. That's a human thing. What is? For better or for worse. It's what they say when they're getting mated for life. She looked away. Anyway, I'm grateful you're here. Loyalty is pretty much my only virtue. His voice grew wry. And even so, I've managed to turn it into a sin. They stared into each other's eyes. And then she said, when I was trapped in that place, I was so angry. I felt totally cheated. I had tried to do so many things right over the course of my life. But there I was. I knew as soon as the brunette got back, she was going to kill me and I was going to miss out on everything, which is pretty rich considering I live with a dead male and I work from home. Savage thought of the wasteland of his life. At least you know you have an end. The fate again, she said with resignation. You really need to leave that alone. So that advice is a one-way street with you, huh? You expect others to drop shit, but you don't have to. Yup. She sat up, kind of like you refusing to respect boundaries, no matter how many times you're told to lay off. Abruptly, she glanced at the door like in her mind she was walking through it, and then she let her head fall back and started muttering curses toward the bedroom's ceiling. If you're going to yell at me, Savage remarked, you might as well let me in on the love fest. Seems only fair, and hey, I can always use pointers on how to properly use the word asshole. She shot a look at him. Actually, I'm yelling at myself. Why? Because I can't believe you were one of the things I was angry at. Oh, come on. He laughed out loud. That's not a newsflash. You've been pissed at me since you met me, which is pretty rich considering you distracted me in that fight. Do not bring up that whole cut thing again. Cut. He sat up as well so they were on the same level. You're calling that arterial bleed a cut? Just out of curiosity, what do you consider a wound? Total evisceration. You lived. I always live, he said roughly. Right, because you're such a hard-ass. Wasn't that what you were going to put on my name tag? Actually, badass was what I was thinking. And that was only because asshat was already taken. Savage started to smile. He couldn't help it. I get under your skin, don't I? No, she crossed her arms over her chest and glared at him. Not at all. Okay, I believe you. He put his palms out. Honest. I'm just curious, though, what in particular were you so angry with me about? I mean, it can't be my charming personality. As she turned to face him, there was a pause, and abruptly, the air in the room changed. And even though it was dim, he could tell her eyes had dropped to his mouth. And in spite of her injuries, her scent shifted, deepened. Gone, tell me, Savage murmured. You know how much you enjoy listing my shortcomings. There are so many of them in your book. When she still didn't look away, even after he taunted her, that was when his blood started to thicken. Back when I was stuck in that place, I was angry. Her voice broke. I was angry that I was never going to know what it was like. What is it? There was a long silence. Then she said, do you think we're going to survive this? Unlike the it. He did not want her to struggle to define the this. There was no reason for her to say out loud that they were facing that brunette, searching for a book that was a black magic catalog, and trying to raise the dead. Yeah, 'cause what could possibly go wrong with all that shit? I can promise, he said. That I will do everything in my power to get you out alive. Like they were in a dogfight. Like they weren't? Will I ever find the book? I don't know. He shook his head. But if that summoning spell worked to bring me to you, I'm going to bet it's going to work to bring the book in. It's just taking some time to arrange the handoffs. And when it did land in her lap, he was going to save her life by. I was angry because I felt cheated, she whispered. If I didn't. Now he was the one staring at her mouth. And fucking hell, there were so many reasons not to go down the road that was appearing before them, yet again. But, say it, he commanded. If I didn't know what you were like. On a surge of sexual heat, Savage reached out and touched her face again, letting his fingertips drift along her jaw and then travel down to the flickering pulse at the side of her throat. You mean as a dinner companion? He said. Or were you thinking of something more engaging, like chess? May sputtered a laugh. Seriously? Parcheesi. He tilted forward and pressed a kiss to her cheek. I already know Monopoly puts you to sleep. May leaned into him, and he felt her hand on his shoulder but not to push him away. She held on to him. I just want to be with you. As he went to say something, she put her finger on his lips to silence him. I know it doesn't change anything. I know you're going to leave when this is all over. But I keep thinking here I am, determined to bring my brother back, but what kind of life am I leading? All I do is work and worry. And the two people who made me swear to never have sex before I was mated have been gone for how many years? 3? What exactly am I waiting for? When is the next dog cage coming for me, and what will I be angry about not having done then? I need you to know something, he said in a rough voice. May dropped her arm sharply, and he put it right back where it was. If I could be different, I would before you, he told her. And in the future, if you ever doubt how important you are, just think of me. I promise that I'll be somewhere on the planet thinking about how special you are, and wishing things were different. You have that all backward. She cupped her hand over his own. You're going to forget me, and I'm going to be the one missing you. As he went to speak, she shook her head. It's okay. I am forgettable. Don't say that. I am one of 1,000 civilian females out of her transition, but not in the decline of old age, living in a simple house, working a regular job. I worry about which day is trash day, and whether I've recycled enough. I get tangled in my own head in front of the vegetables at Hannaford when I can't figure out what to eat. My car is 10 years was 10 years old. I snore on my back, have bad dreams if I'm overtired, and miss the feel of the sun on my face, even though it's been decades since I could go out at noontime. She laughed in a cold rush. Even the demon said I'm not bad looking, but hardly worth crossing the street for. Savage kissed her. Because he wanted to. Because he hated what she was saying about herself. Because she didn't get it. Even if all those supposedly average vital statistics were true, she was still unforgettable. To him, when it came to being a legend, all it took was one person to recognize that you were epic. That was it. As Savage's mouth moved over May's with gentle demand, she knew she'd annoyed him with her reality check, except she was right about all of it. No reason to argue, though. Not while he was. As his tongue licked into her, she put her arms around his shoulders, ready for so much more. Yet he eased back, their mouths parting with a soft sound. May! She rolled her eyes. Oh, please, spare me the I know best, especially when it comes to me losing my V. I'll make it good for you, he whispered. I promise. That's all. When he kissed her again, the door to her bedroom shut of its own volition, willed by him, not her. And as her eyes adjusted, she felt like she could feel the heat in his gaze, even though she couldn't really see him. Then again, everything felt hot. And she'd thought she'd missed the sun? Savage had brought it to her, not by hanging it over her head, but by putting it into her veins. May was the one who lay back, and he came with her, keeping their lips together. Except as all he did was keep kissing her, she once again became impatient. So she took one of his hands and moved it onto her breast. With a groan, she arched up to him, and he did exactly what she was hoping he would. He caressed her through her clothes, skating over her rib cage, going down to her hip, returning to where she was so sensitive. He made that route over and over again, soothing her, stroking her. Just as she was wondering if she was going to have to take her own clothes off, he slipped his hand under her fleece, under her turtleneck. As he made contact with her skin, she groaned again. His hand was so broad, so warm, so calloused. A very male hand. The only male hand to touch her like this. Slowly, he moved upward, and when he got to her bra, he stopped. His thumb went back and forth a couple of times, and then he was under the sensible cotton cup, pushing it up. "Savage," she gasped. Her skin was hypersensitive, and he knew where to rub, what to stroke, when to pinch. Her nipples strained, the hard tips tingling for more of what he was giving her, and her whole body went boneless. "Please, please what?" he said into her mouth. "What do you want?" "More." And that was how she became half naked. With a quick shift and an up and over, her top layers were off. He was the one who groaned now. "You're so beautiful." May looked down at herself. Her bra was cockeyed, one cup down, the other popped over, causing that breast to puff out, the nipple so very prominent. The front fastening popped under his fingertips, and then the constriction was completely gone. The pink tips of her breasts were so tight, so high, and before she could get embarrassed about staring at herself, Savage was kissing her neck, her collarbone, her sternum. Spearing her hands into his hair, she found her hips rolling, her legs sawing, her sex hungry for him. When he captured her with his mouth, sucking, licking, kissing, he shifted so that he was lying in between her legs. Perfect. She used his body to work herself on, the pressure of him, the weight, the size, making her pant as she rubbed her core against his contours. It was so perfect. And if the actual moment they were joined was anything like this, no wonder people did crazy stuff for good sex. Abruptly, he lifted his head and cursed. "You're killing me, May." "How? What am I doing wrong?" "You're doing everything too right. Don't stop." So he didn't. And when he lifted himself up off her naked breasts, and his hands went to her waistband, she rushed to help him, even though he knew what he was doing. The tugging and pulling as he undid the button on her jeans and unzipped the zipper moved things in a really good direction, and then he was pulling the legs down, peeling them off her thighs. He took her panties with them as he went. May had no shyness, no fear, no awkwardness. All she knew was the scent of him, and then the delicious weight of his body as it returned to her, and finally a burning anticipation that made her feel like she was on fire. "I want to touch you too," May said as he went to kiss her again. Talk about an instant response. Savage yanked his shirt off so fast, there was a tearing sound, like something had ripped, and he didn't stop to check and see what it was. He tossed the thing aside as if it were utterly disposable and went right back to kissing her mouth, kissing her throat, kissing her breasts. "I hurt." The instant the word came out of her mouth, he jerked up. "Oh God, I'm sorry." "No, no," she was mumbling. "Not like that." He sagged with relief. Then his voice got really, really low. "Where does it hurt, May?" She purred and rubbed herself against him. "Here." "Here where?" He kissed her shoulder. "No? How about here?" He kissed her ribcage. "No, how about here?" He kissed her belly button, then ran his tongue around it. May's knees fell open. Even though where he was heading was shocking, she was so desperate for something, anything, to ease the heat and the straining and the still not the right place? May's eyes had adjusted to the darkness, so as she lifted her head, she looked down her body to find Savage staring up at her, his enormous shoulders blocking the square of light around the door, his hulking body covering her, like she was his prey. And that was fine with her. She was more than ready to be eaten. Chapter 53. May might have not had sex before, but Savage was the one who was unprepared for what was happening. He'd never expected to be so affected by her skin, her scents, her innocent eroticism as she rubbed herself against any part of him that came into contact with her gloriously bare, beautiful, aroused sex. He hadn't meant to take things in this direction. But here they were with him about to put his mouth on. "Savage," she moaned. Throwing her head back into the pillows, May arched again and then undulated, her breasts peeking, those tight little nipples the kind of thing he couldn't not touch. Reaching up, He tweaked one and then rolled the other back and forth between his thumb and forefinger, rolling, rolling, rolling. And then he dropped his head and brushed her lower abdomen with his lips. Here? May, does it hurt here? In a rough voice, she said, Lower. Fuck, he thought as he went over to her hip, whispering his mouth on the graceful ridge of her pelvis. Then he slid his lower body completely off the end of the bed. As his knees hit the carpet, he pulled her down to him by the backs of her knees, her thighs wide open, her sex glistening in the low light. Savage licked his lips in anticipation. I need to taste you, he heard himself say. As she moaned his name, he started on the outside of one of her legs, just in case she had second thoughts. She did not. She said his name again in that rough, panting voice that nearly made him come. Moving over, kissing his way across the top of her thigh to the very inside of it, following the crease where it met her body, where it connected to her. He meant to stay on that soft skin, on the precipice of her beautiful sex, but her pelvis shifted without warning. And suddenly his lips were on hers, and all his planning to be gentle, go slow, take it easy, went right out the fucking window. He sucked her in the instant her taste registered. His brain completely shorted out. As May yelled his name and grabbed his hair hard, he unhinged completely. Locking his palms on the backs of her thighs, he widened her even farther as he pleasured her with his mouth and his tongue lapping and sucking at her until he knew she was getting close. With a sudden surge, May moved herself against his face and, just as he'd intended, she called out and went rigid, except for her sawing breath. And then she jerked over and over again, her body releasing as he licked at her to keep her going while all he wanted was to be inside of her, feeling her contractions until he orgasmed too. Except he wasn't going to do that. She deserved so much better than him for her first time, and he was not going to cheat her out of the joy and communion that would come when she gave herself out of love instead of desperation. He just couldn't do that to her. The good news? There were a lot of other things they could do together. When May finally went limp, her arms flopping on the duvet, her head doing the same, she was breathing hard, her breasts pumping up and down, her ribs expanding and contracting. Savage smiled and started planning their next position. Like her on all fours in front of him, his hand jerking himself off all over her sex so he could lick her clean. Off in the distance, out in the sitting room, a phone started ringing. But like he was leaving her under any circumstances. Savage? She asked on a mumble. You're incredible, he murmured as he stroked her thighs. What are you going to do now? What about you? Straightening on his knees, he went for his waistband. As he undid his combats, he realized his cock was so hard, so hungry, that he had to grit his teeth and exercise some self-control or risk coming all over her, which he was about to do. He just wanted to be naked when he did it, and she was so relaxed, he decided he wasn't going to make her get on her knees. He liked this view just fine, her breasts taut and straining, her belly so smooth, her sex. You okay? He asked her. Like the penetration that was happening in his mind was actually going on right now. Oh God, yes, she said as she saw his erection. With hands that were suddenly trembling, he did away with his pants, all but magic miking them by ripping them off his lower body. And what do you know, her mattress happened to be at the perfect height for him. His erection was right at the level of her core. But he needed to be sure. You all right? Oh God, yes, and I want more. You do. He didn't mean to stroke himself, but he did. Fuck May. Her hands were restless, grabbing at the duvet, fisting it up, one of them slipping free and bumping into her hip. Savage reached out and took her hand. Moving it between her legs, she gasped as he caressed her with her own fingers while he worked his cock. As she came close to climaxing again, he said, My, look up at me. In the dimness, he caught her gleaming eyes as she followed his command. And then he lifted what she'd been rubbing herself with to his mouth. Sucking her fingers in, he was oh so satisfied as she cried out again, his name echoing around her bedroom. Lapping up her essence, he smiled in the darkness as he realized she already was the best lover he'd ever had. When May's eyes squeezed shut, she couldn't make them stay open. But good God, she wanted to keep seeing everything. She wanted to watch all of Idiot. There was a surprising eroticism to the darkness. All she knew was Savage's tongue, hot and slick, licking at her fingers, then his hot and slick mouth sucking her thumb in. The smacking noises made her insane, and a new release rolled through her. When it finally drifted off, she opened her eyes. Her lover was a hulking shape above her, and his scent was flooding her nose, and he lowered her hand to the duvet. And just as she was about to ask him what had she been going to ask, she felt something on her sex. It was not his fingers. It was not his mouth. It was blunt, and very smooth, and very hot. May arched again, and if there had been a way to get her thighs even farther apart, she would have done it. Savage stroked her with himself, teasing the opening to her sex, then focusing on the top of her cleft. As another orgasm sprang into her core, into her blood, she knew now was the time, now was when it was going to happen. His broad palm locked on her hip, holding her steady. As May was suspended on the brink, she heard hoarse words leaving her mouth and had no idea what she was saying. But he was rubbing her faster and faster, and the fact that it was his sex on her sex, the two of them so close to being joined, meant everything was magnified. Just as she began to come again, she heard a clicking, a fast clicking. One of his arms was going back and forth, and then he was bracing himself on the mattress with the opposite palm, looming over her, about to. The first of the hot jets lashed across her sex, and the heat of them made her explode once again. As she came, for how many times had it been? Whatever, as she came again, he ejaculated all over her, covering her core, her inner thighs, her lower abdomen. In the darkness, she could hear him breathing hard, a curse escaping what she knew were gritted teeth. It was a while before the letdown came. As hot as this was, as right as it felt, as careful with her as he had been, she came to realize that he was not going to take it any further than this. He was not going to have her. Not really. Not ever. Chapter 54. At 6 p.m. the following evening, Erica parked her unmarked off to the side of the Commodore's main entrance. Putting her laminated CPD parking permit on the dash, she got out with her laptop and her bag. Inside the lobby, there was a security guard station and a concierge desk. Both were empty, and she could hear some kind of argument around the corner, two men going back and forth about some FedEx package that had been misplaced. Bypassing the whole check-in thing, she took the center of 3 elevators, and as she rode up, she stared at herself in the mirrored panels lining the inside of the car. Wow. She looked like she was 108, the bags under her eyes dark, her skin sallow, the fact that she'd pulled her red and brown hair back and clipped it at the nape of her neck, making every minor crease in her face like something that had been carved into her skin. And geez, her navy blue blazer was also really wrinkly. Maybe it was just the overhead lighting. Yeah, right? She muttered. Somewhere along the line, she'd read that the manufacturers of elevators had done a study and found that if people could look at their reflection as they went up and down, they felt like they were stuck inside the cars for less time. Well, she had to give that one a big nope. Sick of her reflection, she looked to the seam in the doors, but because this was a fancy building, every square inch except the goddamn floor was covered with tinted reflective stuff. Great. Ding. The elevator bumped to a stop, and the double doors opened on the top floor of the building. Stepping out, she lefted and righted it, and then went down to the triplex of Mr. and Mrs. Herbert C. Camborg, which was what the engraved brass plate over the doorbell read. 'Cause why would you put your wife's first name on her home, too? Then again, everything was hers now, wasn't it? Erica rang the bell and took a step back so that the peephole could do its job. As the door opened, she braced for a maid in a gray and white uniform with sensible shoes and a bun. But no, the lady of the house was doing the duty. "Detective," Mrs. Camborg said. "Come in." No silk robe and nightgown this time. Black leggings, black turtleneck, the brown hair long and loose and shinning. This was a woman who never looked bad, no matter the lighting. And Jesus, she was tall. But her eyes were as bloodshot as Erica's were. "Thanks." Erica nodded and walked forward. "I know it's late. I appreciate you seeing me." The triplex top floor had a foyer that was big as Erica's entire apartment building, or at least it felt like that. And there was so much marble, the browns, creams, and black separated by brasser, shit, maybe it was even gold curlicues. "Would you like to come down to the sitting room?" As Mrs. Camborg waited for an answer, it was like she was used to holding up for the opinions of others to frame her own choices. Or maybe she was completely fried, and who could blame her? Sure, that'd be great. It's this way. As of the night before, Mrs. Camborg had sealed off this top floor and stayed in the panic apartment within the condo. She'd promised not to go to the collection rooms downstairs. Then again, why would she want to? Here, Mrs. Camborg indicated a silk sofa. And can I get you anything? Can? Not May. Plus no maid. This was new money and a woman who wasn't used to it at all. Not that Erica judged. She didn't come from anything and it had never bothered her or been the kind of thing that had gotten in her way. No, I'm fine, thanks. They both sat down together. How you holding up? As Mrs. Camborg gathered her thoughts, Erica glanced around. Unlike the gallery below or the collection rooms, for that matter up here, there was a lot of color. Well, assuming gold was a color. Even the sofa was gold and black. It was like the 80s had stalked through the previous 3 decades and decided to camp out in the present. Through the archway, Erica noted that even the kitchen appliances were gold. Toilets, too? Probably. I didn't sleep at all. I'll bet. Anyone bother you? Oh no. I put the panic walls in place. They seal up the stairwell and everything, including the windows up here. Even if someone would have wanted to get in, they wouldn't have been able to, get at me. I mean, yes. Erica cleared her throat. So I have some news. I believe we found your husband's watches. Mrs. Camborg sat forward. You did. Erica nodded. The insurance pictures you emailed us were really helpful, and we happened to be at another scene last night where we think they may have been fenced. May I show you some images for identification? Yes, please. Firing up her laptop, Erica put the screen between them. Do you recognize any of these here? Use the cursor. Yup, that's it. Mrs. Camborg's eyes teared up as she went through the pictures. Yes, these are his, and yes, that's the storage case he kept them in. The one that was in our safe. Absently, Erica wondered whether that diamond necklace was still on under that turtleneck. She was willing to bet it was. Although why that was relevant to anything, she hadn't a clue. And nothing else is missing, correct? She asked. No, nothing else was taken. Erica nodded. While we were at the other scene, we found some security cameras. Their footage shows your husband's watches being delivered by a man, and I'd like to see if you recognize him. May I play you a clip? Mrs. Camborg dragged a hand through her silken hair. Of course. Here. Erica pulled the laptop to herself and loaded the next file. Look at this. As she hit play and angled things back to the other woman, she felt her lungs tighten up. And then, even though she'd watched the footage a dozen times and had been the one to crop the file, she got lost once again as the man in black walked on screen. He was tall, and given his muscular contours, he looked like he worked out often and intensely, and he sure as hell moved like he was in total control of his body. Up top over those big shoulders, his hair was dark and cut short, but it was his effect that really got her attention. There was such a cold, calculating calmness to his stunningly attractive face. Even as he stopped and looked at the corpse with its brains blown out on the wall behind the couch. It was like he'd seen a lot of dead bodies. But of course, the image of the deceased had been redacted from this cut. Mrs. Camborg had had enough shock. Speaking of which, Erica frowned at her expression. Do you know who that is? It was a while before the other woman answered. And when she did, it was in a soft, confused voice. That's the man in my dream. She pointed at the screen. That's the man I dreamed of. Blue shirt, red shirt. Nate held one in front of himself. Then the other. Both were flannel. Both had a black-based plaid. Both. No, the red. The red was definitely better. Tossing the blue aside on his bathroom counter, he leaned over the sink to make sure where he'd nicked himself shaving was healed. Looked good. He took the piece of toilet paper off the blood spot. Well shit. The red shirt was a good idea until he tucked it into his blue jeans. Then he looked like the brawny paper towel man. Damn it. He checked his phone. New shirt. As he removed the offending flannel, he took a minute to study his chest. His arms. His shoulders. They were okay by a human standard. Against someone like his father? He was the skinny kid at the beach who got sand kicked in his face. If Ellen really needed me, could I make sure she was safe? He asked his reflection. Fuck. And he wished he had some cologne. Out in his bedroom, he went over and pulled open the closet door. Sweatshirts. More flannels. Polos that would have worked if it were May, June, July. Unless he was Shuli, of course. And he wasn't on so many levels. In the end, he went with a plain white Hanes t-shirt that was brand new and a Let's Be Casual Mark Rober sweatshirt. Just as he was pulling the ladder over his head, there was a knock on the door. Yeah? He said. Things opened as he was back at the mirror in the bathroom, and his father walked in, dressed for war. All of Murder's weapons were on his body, his black daggers strapped, handles down on his chest, a holster of guns on his hips, a knife on one thigh. His red and black hair was hidden under a skullcap, and was that, yes, a Kevlar vest. Nate swallowed. What's happening? What's wrong? I'm leaving for the night. There was a pause. Look, I know things have been weird between us, and I just didn't want to go before I told you that I love you. Nate, I couldn't love you more than if you were from my own blood. You're a good kid, and you're going to be a great male and... Dad, Nate said in a small voice. What's going on? Why are you wearing that vest? It's just another night in the field. No, it wasn't, but it was clear he was going to get no information on the wise. As he grappled with a sudden terror, Murder kept talking. I don't even know what exactly went wrong for you here. I mean, you were happy for a time. I'm not sure what changed, but whatever it is, we'll figure it out. There are all kinds of resources for you, and if it really comes down to it, we don't want you to leave, but we just, well, I said it before. We love you as our son, no qualifiers. And I couldn't leave without telling you that. Some nights, you just better say your piece because you don't know how things are going to go. Nate's brain bubbled with so many kinds of super scaries. He literally lost his voice. And in the silence, after a moment, Murder nodded and turned away. Wait, Dad. Nate launched himself out of his bathroom and grabbed on to the brother just as Murder pivoted back around. I love you too, Dad. I love you. Murder made a choked sound, and then those huge arms were holding Nate. I'm glad, son. That makes all the difference for me. Nate stepped back. Are you going to die tonight? Murder shook his head. Not if I have anything to say about it. And no, I can't talk about it. But you and your mom are safe here. What about Luch's house? Nate asked in a rush. Theo, yeah, no, you should be fine out there. But you know, this does make me think. Do you want to have some training? Yes. He thought of Ellen. I want to learn how to fight. Murder got very, very still. What? Nate said. Do you not think, don't you think I can? I think you'll be good at it. I just didn't want this life for you, son. I'm not going to stop you, though. I'll talk to the brothers and set something up. Okay. Thank you. Is Mom home tonight? She'll be at the training center. Are you? I'm going to Luch's house. You be careful out there. Call me if you need me. No matter what's going down, I will always answer. I will always come find you. After a long moment, Murder nodded and left the bedroom, heading for the carpeted stairs that led up to the kitchen. Some nights you just better say your piece. I met someone, Nate blurted. As he heard his own voice, he was surprised he'd spoken up. But it was something he wanted his father to know, especially if he didn't get the chance to say it to the male again. His dad slowly turned around, and the expression on his face would have been funny. On another night, about another thing, he looked like somebody had just told him that the tooth fairy was real. Wonder. You have? Murder said. Yeah, and I think I really like her, Dad. Chapter 55. No, cereal's fine. Really. As May sat at the table in her kitchen, her bowl filled with store-brand Cheerios, the skim milk somehow passing the nose test even though it was one day after its expiration date, she was trying to hold it together. And no, not because she was about to go into a crying jag or something. She was choking on questions she had no business asking. Mainly like, why had Savage drawn that line? 2 consenting adults and all that. Except there was only one consenting adult, evidently. As Savage sat down across from her with some toast and a cup of coffee, she tried to smile in a casual, no problems over here kind of way. The fact that she hadn't had any eggs or bacon to offer him, and that it had been a miracle there had been enough coffee for them both to have some, was a commentary on how badly the last few weeks had been going for her. And everything they hadn't done in bed was just the shit cherry on top of it all. While they ate, they didn't say much, so all there was in the house, in the whole world, it seemed, was his crunching through the toast and her spoon hitting the side of her bowl. But the thing was, she didn't trust herself to broach the elephant in the room. Yeah, that wasn't going to go well. She was frustrated and angry about a lot of things, and he was going to get double-barreled with stuff that didn't have anything to do with their horizontal issues. She closed her eyes. "You okay?" Keeping a curse to herself, she nodded. "Oh yes, I'm all right." He pushed his crumbed plate away. "So I'm going to go get some ice." May looked up. "What?" "For your brother. I need you to stay here. It's the safest thing, and I have a car I can use." He got up, his chair scraping back on the floor. "It shouldn't take me that long." "Ah, there's a gas station not all that far from here." Except she felt a territorial urge to do the ice buying. That was her job. "But I could always just get into another accident," he said as he took his dishes to the sink. "Like last night? We all know how well that went." May frowned. "Excuse me, as if I planned that." Savage braced his palms on the counter and hung his head. As his jaw made circles, she was disappointed he was struggling to control his temper. She wanted an argument. And that made her a bitch, didn't it? "Is this about the book again?" she demanded. "Because we're done disagreeing on that subject." "You're right about that." He shook his head. "I'm not trying to talk you out of anything anymore. I never should have gone there in the first place." "Thank you." May exhaled in relief. "And I'm sorry for getting so defensive. I'm glad you finally see where I'm coming from." Savage nodded and then stared off into the narrow distance between him and the shuttered window in front of his face. It was impossible not to study those hard features and powerful body without thinking about what they'd done in the dark. But there was nothing sexual at all about him at the moment. He was somewhere else in his head, far away even though she could reach out and touch him. "I won't be gone long," he said eventually. "I mean, I'll have to drive my car across town. But yeah, it shouldn't take a lot of time. It's okay. Like I have any kind of schedule." Actually, she had work to do so she could keep this roof over her head. Assuming she made it through this, she was going to need to live somewhere. "And I have to call Tala," she heard herself say. After a moment, Savage turned his head and looked at her. Something about the way he was so self-contained made her feel like, "Don't say it," she whispered, a dull, lonely ache setting up shop in her heart. "Don't say goodbye. I'd rather just have you not come through the door again than have to go through the words. Besides, that way she could be ever on the verge of seeing him again." A goodbye was a closed door. Nothing was nothing. "I don't want closure," she said in a weary voice. "I'm really fucking tired of closure. I'm not leaving you." "Yeah, sure," she thought. "I wouldn't blame you if you did." May smiled a little, but couldn't keep up the farce. "I would leave me if could. I told you, I'll be back soon. This won't take me long." That was how he left things. And he didn't look back as he walked out into the garage. Savage was way in his head as the door bumped shut behind him. But he had enough presence of mind to wait for May to walk over and lock the deadbolt. When she didn't, he opened things back up, intending to remind her to come across and flip the copper mechanism. Down the short hallway, she was still at the kitchen table and had put her head in her hands. She wasn't crying. She just looked as if she couldn't hold herself up and needed her elbows to keep her face out of her cereal bowl. Took everything in him not to go back in there and take her into his arms and tell her everything was going to be okay. But he didn't like making promises he couldn't keep. So instead, he reclosed the door and reminded himself that the thing they were really worried about getting into the house was already locked out. May was safe. For a moment before he left, he stared at the spot her car had been parked in. Now there were only oil stains and marks where the tires had traveled up and back so many times, and he imagined her parents parking here in the past, too. Pictured how many times the family, including her brother, had gone in and out of the door he had just used to leave her. He truly understood where she was about Roger. He'd been there with Ravin. And fuck if he believed in miracles, in fate, in the universe being a right and just place. He might trust that he and his first cousin could be still reunited, and if May brought her dead back, there would be no regrets. But he didn't buy into that existential justice shit anymore. And damn it, May was gonna thank him for what he was about to do. Maybe not right away, but later when nature was not interfered with and she was not in so much pain. Then, she would know he'd done the right thing. Calming himself, he dematerialized out through the open shutter. But he didn't go back to his place to get his shitbox ride. He went downtown. As he'd only been in Caldwell a month, he didn't know streets' names or anything. The good news was that the Commodore was the only 20-plus floor residential building around. And given that it had vertical light-up letters on its flank that spelled out OMMODORE, it didn't take a genius to locate its roof. And just like they'd planned, there was a lone figure waiting for him by the HVAC blowers. As Savage reformed in front of the guy, he kept his hands by his guns. But he didn't palm up. No reason not to be civil, and besides, he'd gotten a sense of the bastard over the daylight hours. While May had slept, he'd gone upstairs to find out who had been blowing up his phone. And what do you know? The call he'd been waiting for. So you're Savage, the male of the hour. The fighter extended his dagger hand. Balthazar. Savage nodded and shook what was offered. You ready to do this? Like I said on the phone, we should move fast. Glancing around, Savage had the sense that the building was surrounded. Shadows? He wondered. No, he could catch the sense, even though they were distant and distilled by the cold wind, and he recognized a lot of them. Your backups are in position, he said. I know we aren't alone. Just as we agreed, they're on the perimeter and staying put unless things get fucked. I don't want, well, like I told you, last night she came as soon as I got close to the book. Just point me in the right direction. I'll take it from there. The male narrowed his eyes. That wasn't our agreement. Even if it keeps you from getting killed? She wants the book, not us. So if I wake up dead, it's going to be because I'm collateral damage. The same is true for you. We do this as we agreed or not at all. Savage met the fighter straight in the eye. Roger that. As Balthazar turned away, Savage followed the male over to the entry to the stairwell that ran up the middle of the building. Inside, they descended the concrete steps at a jog, and when, a couple landings down, Balthazar paused at a fire door and seemed to be scenting the seam around the door jamb, Savage realized something. You didn't make a sound, he said softly. The bastard glanced over his shoulder. Ha! As we went along, you didn't make any noise. I'm a thief. The guy rolled his eyes and punched the handle to open things up. You think I should have a marching band plugged into my ass? Now there's a Christmas card. Out in a corridor that smelled like rich people and had a sleek, contemporary vibe, they strode forth quickly, and Savage tried to take a page out of Mr. Schuss' book. But how did the fucker manage to not even have his equipment creak? It was obvious where they were going. The police tape gave it away. As they came up to the door, Balthazar looked back. Open foyer on the other side. I'm praying there's no police equipment in the way. I'll disarm the alarm and take us through the collection rooms. I'm right behind you. Balthazar went in first, and Savage was a nanosecond behind him. No police equipment, just an open foyer as described, like the place was a museum. This way, the bastard whispered. It's down here. The rooms were small and windowless, and contained collections of strange things. Surgical instruments, bat skeletons, and then, Savage's breath exploded out of his lungs as they entered a space filled with book displays, and his boots froze where they were. There, across the intricate floor, past a ruined section of shelving and a mess on the hardwood, was a clear box that housed an object Savage hadn't seen for 200 years. As he blinked, he was back in Zysis's master quarters. The blood of his innocent cousin spilled on the sheeting of the bedding platform. The window open, the herbs and potions and candle wax over on the trestle table. He had a feeling that the bastard was talking to him. But once again, the male wasn't making any sound at all. Savage approached the display on numb legs, and he could have sworn, as he came to a halt before the ancient volume, that the pages of the open tome ruffled as if in greeting. And he wasn't the only one transfixed. Balthazar was next to him and staring at the book with the same kind of captivation. In fact, so enthralled were he and the other fighter that they failed to note the blinking red light up at the motion detector on the ceiling. Chapter 56. It's the alarm. As Mrs. Camborg stood up from the sofa with her phone in her hand, Erica was already on it, not just going vertical, but putting her hand on her holstered service weapon. Someone's on the second floor. The woman turned her cell screen around. What do I? It's probably just one of the crime scene techs. Oh, okay. Or at least that was what Erica was hoping, and if it was, she was going to dress down whoever hadn't checked in properly. I want you to lock yourself in and stay up here, she said. I'm going to go down and check. But is it safe? The woman asked as she cradled the phone to her chest. I'll be right back. I'm sure there's a perfectly reasonable explanation. Okay. Mrs. Camborg pointed to an archway. You want to go through that corridor and take the stairwell down a level. Should I be calling someone? I'll handle it. Don't worry. Just stay up here. As Erica strode off down the hall, there was a series of soft, shifting sounds in her wake. When she glanced back, the archway area was being closed off with a matte gold panel. Good. That meant she didn't have to worry about anyone else. Besides, it probably was just an investigator who had failed to check in properly. The staircase curved around, modern art glowing on the walls. There was one painting she particularly liked, but it wasn't as if she was going to waste time checking out the chromatics of the damn thing. Like she knew anything about art anyway. But she sure as shit knew how to protect herself. When she came to the bottom of the stairs, at the triplex second floor, she unholstered her service weapon, but kept it at her side. The last thing anyone needed was her blowing a colleague out of the water. At the same time, shit was getting weird in Caldwell, so she wasn't taking chances with her own life. All of the bodies that she'd seen with missing hearts were what was on her mind as she rounded a corner and saw, through a couple of rooms, a pair of men standing over the lucite display box in the bookroom. They were enormous, dressed in black, looking like they were capable of handling themselves in any situation. So yeah, definitely not investigators. They turned around at the same time. Erica's training dictated that she was supposed to make both of them. Take a mental snapshot of their features that she could use later for ID purposes. And she also needed to put in motion the backup protocol. Instead, she stared at the one on the left. He was the man from the footage from the trailer, the thief who had brought the watches there, the one who Mrs. Camborg believed she had dreamed about. And God, he was still impossibly beautiful, if you could use that word on anything so masculine. His face was all perfect angles and jawline, and his eyes, as they narrowed and swept her up and down, were both cunning and, I'm almost not surprised you're here, she heard herself say. You seem to spend a lot of time in this place. As she spoke, he tilted his head in a way that reminded her of a German shepherd, a predator who was curious about how fast his prey might be able to run. Detective Saunders, CPD. Erica pointed her gun at him and took her cuffs out. I'm going to ask you both to put your hands on your heads and turn around. You're under arrest for trespassing, but something tells me the charges are not going to stop there. Neither of them moved. And that was when she realized she recognized the other one as well. The Fight Club, she thought with a surge of adrenaline. He was the one from the footage with Ralph D'Amelio. Holy shit, talk about your bogos. Before she could repeat her commands, the one on the left, the one she really needed to stare at in a solely professional way, said softly, I'll take care of this. Erica deepened her voice. Put your hands on your heads and, as balls went into the human woman's mind and froze her where she stood. He actually wanted her to keep talking. Somehow, she managed to turn simple words into a symphony in his ears, and that wasn't all she did. Her scent speared into his nose and went directly into his blood. Physically, she was not all that tall. 5'6", maybe 5'7", and she had a practical vibe to everything about her, from her flat shoes to the tight ponytail at the base of her neck, from her lack of makeup to her level, hard eyes. And talk about professional clothes. The shield on her dark blue blazer flashed with every breath she took, and her loose slacks gave him no clue as to what her body looked like. But like that mattered? It was all of her that got to him. And that wasn't the half of it. As he penetrated her mind so he could shut the present down and patch over her memories, flashes of unspeakable past violence and tragedy popped up. Like even though the images, sights, and sounds were part of her long-term storage, they were always just under the surface for her. She had faced things that no woman, no man should ever have to survive. And yet she was totally unafraid as she stood up to him and Savage, two vampires who were heavily armed and outweighed her by 400 pounds. Then again, considering what she had already lived through, there was going to be little that rattled her. What the fuck's going on here? As Savage's impatience cut through the silence, Balls snapped back into action. I got this. I got her. Do you? 'Cause from over here, it looks like she got you. In spite of the high stakes, Balls needed one more moment, and then he stripped the woman of any recollection of coming and finding them here. After that, he inserted the thought that it was just an alarm malfunction. Alarms malfunctioned all the time. Nothing wrong, nothing out of place. As she pivoted around to leave and put her weapon and those handcuffs away, it was clear that she was comfortable with guns and confident in her ability to use them properly, and what do you know? Balls got hard in his boxer shorts. He had to see her again. Somehow, a bumping sound brought his head around. Savage had removed the display case's top and was straightening back up, his hands outstretched. As he moved in for the book, his eyes were locked with total absorption, his body tensed, "Oh, no you don't," Balls gritted as he lunged forward as well. The two of them grabbed hold of the book at exactly the same time. And as that spoiled meat stench roiled up in the air, they both started pulling, and Balls felt like he was in a tug-of-war for his very life. Sure, Savage had fronted like he was all go team, but right now, nothing about the fucker suggested he was on board with the original plan. He was gonna take the fucking thing. Baring his fangs, Balls snarled, "You fucking douche. This is evil. This needs to be destroyed. What are you? You don't want this. I need it to save my life." Somehow, in spite of the fact that both of them were leaning back, all their weight put into the pull, all of their muscles engaged, the book was not torn apart. Even though there should have been, there was no ripping release of structural integrity, no break at the spine, no give anywhere. It was like an I-beam. Let it go. From out of nowhere, like it had been piped into the rumor maybe it was Balls' skull. Lassiter's voice permeated the growling fight. "Let it go." "No!" Balls barked. "Fucking no way." He refused to live with that evil inside of him for the rest of his life. If you want to live, let it go. From out of nowhere, the image of that detective he had just sent away came to the forefront of his mind. But was this the evil talking to him, or was this actually Lassiter trying to save him? How did he know the difference between the brunette's seductive misrepresentations and reality? "Fuck!" he yelled. Chapter 57. There were some battles where losing was not an option. This was one of them. As Savage's body strained and sweat broke out across his chest and face, he locked his molars and kept pulling. Across the pages of the open book, the bastard was doing likewise, every ounce of power in that male's body and mind determined to take control as well. There was the temptation to reach for a weapon. One bullet to the other fighter's head and this physical argument was fucking over. But Savage couldn't risk having the book ripped out of a one-handed grip. Without knowing many details about the bastard, he had a feeling that Balthazar was fully capable of dematerializing at the drop of a hat. And if the male did, Savage was not getting a second chance. In 200 years, he hadn't crossed paths with the fucking thing. It was not happening again, and with that summoning spell out there, sure as shit, given his fucking luck, it would find its way to May. All at once, and without warning, the bastard released his grip. Just opened his hands and let the goddamn thing go. With no more opposing force working against him, Savage's backward momentum was so great that he slammed into the opposite wall, the impact knocking him stupid for a split second. Meanwhile, across the now empty display case, Balthazar looked down at his hands, as if he didn't understand what he'd done or maybe that they'd acted independently. His eyes lifted and he spoke with resignation. "Where are you taking it?" For some reason, maybe because Savage recognized the numb despair in the other fighter's face, he found himself answering. where no one can use it ever again. I need it to get the evil out of me. There is no evil in you. You are very wrong about that, and the book is my only hope. If only Ravin were still alive, Savage thought. She used to take care of problems like that in their village back in the old country. I'm sorry, Savage said, and meant it. With that, he dematerialized out of the room, out of the gallery. Then it was out of the corridor and into the stairwell. But he didn't go up. That's where the Brotherhood Wazer had been. He went down, ghosting through the concrete landings faster than a heartbeat. At the bottom, he opened a fire door and expected to find all of the Brotherhood with their guns pointing to him. Nope. Just a sleek marble lobby with a couple of humans at a set of desk areas and 2 women coming in with shopping bags. As he jogged across that shiny floor, he heard someone shouting for him. Outside, in the darkness in front of the building, he expected the Brotherhood again. Or the brunette. Or shadows. Nothing. For a split second, he looked around and wondered what the fuck had happened to all the characters in his play. The stage was really fucking empty. But like he was in a position to argue with shit finally breaking his way, feeling like a bank robber on the heist of a lifetime. He closed his eyes and took to the cool spring night. As he left the downtown, he had a bizarre thought. It was almost like Balthazar had let him go. Up in the book room, Balls fell to the floor and put his head in his hands. Fuck. Fuck fuck. When he looked up again, he was not alone. Lassiter was right in front of him, and the fallen angel slowly lowered himself down so they were eye to eye. Hi! Balls swallowed hard. I don't know what I just did. Yes, you do. How do I know this is actually you? I don't know what to trust anymore, and that includes myself. Give me your hand. As the fallen angel extended his own palm, Balls had a thought that if he touched what was being offered to him, he might well be trapped forever in. Fuck it. Balls clasped what was in front of him and braced himself for. With an abrupt surge of energy, he felt warmth, like sunshine. Acceptance, like from a maman who loved you. Peace for a tortured soul. You did the right thing, Lassiter said without moving his lips. It was my one and only chance, though. Balls wasn't sure how he knew this with such certainty. I'm going to be eaten alive by her. From the inside out. No, there is another way. All Balls could do was shake his head. But then Lassiter smiled. True love is going to save you. Balls almost laughed. I don't believe in true love. When was the last time you saw the sun? My transition. And yet it has continued to exist and warm the planet and sustain life, even without the benefit of your eyes. You're less powerful than that, Balthazar. True love does not require your acknowledgement to be a force in this world. Whatever. They're going to kill me, the brothers and my bastards. I let Savage take the book. No, that's not what happened. There was a struggle and you slipped and turned your ankle. As you released your hold on it, Savage made off with the book. Ow, what the fuck? Balls dropped hold of the angel's hand and grabbed for the bottom of his right leg, which was suddenly killing him. When he looked up again, Lassiter was gone. But the agony was so great, he couldn't worry about the departure. Grimacing, he rolled over onto his back and wondered how in the hell the joint in question was screaming like he'd slipped on something and twisted the shit out of it. Fumbling for his phone, he triggered a call, and required no promise of an Oscar statue to grit out. Motherfucker, he took the book. I fell flat on my ass. I can't fucking walk or dematerialize. You're gonna have to come evac me. And no, I don't know where that asshole went. Immediately, whoever was on the other line started barking at him. And when he couldn't stand the noise, he cut the connection and squeezed his eyes shut. The only good news, he supposed, was also the bad news. With the book gone, it was less likely that Brunette was going to show up and play halfsies again with anyone who mattered to Balls. Or himself. Savage, the lying son of a bitch, had a proverbial tiger by the tail. Chances were very, very good he wasn't going to live to see another sunset, and not because of whatever the Brotherhood was going to do to him. But his destiny was his own damn fault. And as Balls worried about his infected soul, he heard the angel's voice in his head. True love, Balls thought. What a fucking crock of. From out of the white-hot agony claiming all of his attention, an image pierced through the veil, cutting the pain away. It was of that human woman, the detective with the handgun and the cuffs, so orderly, so focused, so tired, like she'd been working a hard job for too many hours in a row. Too many years in a row. But surely that was not his destiny. Or hers, right? Chapter 58. May was sitting at her kitchen table, staring into space over her now soggy almost Cheerios, when the phone started ringing. Thinking it was Tala checking in, she took her cell out of her pocket except no one was calling. When the ringing continued, she got up and followed the sound to the top of the cellar stairs. Descending, she glanced around and headed for the couch in the sitting area. Tucked behind it was a black duffel. It was Savage's, the one that was filled with guns. She must have gone back to the cottage and retrieved it, so he was well armed over day. As she looked at the closed zipper, things went silent, but almost immediately, the chiming started up again. Cursing to herself, she knelt down and went into the bag, rifling through the rifles as it turned out. Down at the bottom of so many muzzles was his cell phone. The screen showed the number was restricted. With a swipe, she answered the call. Before she could say hello, a male voice growled, "You double-crossing motherfucker. You just signed your death warrant and we know where you are." "Who is this?" There was a pause. "Who are you?" "I'm a friend?" How the hell did she answer that? "I know Savage." "What did he do?" "Where is he?" "He went out to get ice for my dead brother." "I'm sorry, but I don't know what's going on here." "And didn't that cover so much?" "Ma'am, I'm going to have to ask you to identify yourself. And you need to know that we have a tracer on the phone you're speaking into, so we are aware of your location. Savage is now an enemy of the Black Dagger Brotherhood. If you safe harbor him in any way, or you attempt any deception on his behalf, you're going to be on the wrong side of the ledger, you feel me?" May straightened. "What's he done?" "He has something that is ours." Stepping to the side, she stared down at her bedroom and remembered them arguing. As cold dread hit her head, she said baldly, "He has the book, doesn't he?" "What do you know about the book?" "Son of a bitch." Hanging up the phone and keeping it with her, May took the stairs 2 at a time and went directly out into the garage where she dematerialized free of the house. If the Brotherhood had the phone's location, she didn't want them anywhere near her home. They'd find Roger. About 5 miles away, she reformed behind a strip mall and tossed the cell into the dumpster and back. Then she up and outed once again. Traveling in a scatter of molecules, she followed the blood signal Savage emitted, the kind of tracer that only she had access to. And as she zeroed in on it, she was taken to an old part of Caldwell, one that was right on the edges of downtown's urban blight. Here, the houses were 3-story Victorians, of which many had been converted into apartments or were being used as dorms for SUNY Caldwell because they were close to campus. In order to properly orientate herself, she reformed in the parking lot of one that had been renovated and turned into a museum. As she stood in a handicapped space and looked around, she was shaking badly, but not because it was chilly and she had no coat. Closing her eyes, she fought the distraction of her anger and concentrated on where Savage was. When she had a precise pinpoint on him, she ghosted off again, rematerializing in an unkempt backyard that was fenced in by 6-foot-tall planks loose in their arrangement. Off in the distance, a dog barked. Then she heard an ambulance. Surveying the back of the house, she found 2 back doors. One led into a kitchen, given what she could see through some windows. The other was set down at the base of a shallow set of concrete steps. That was where she sensed Savage. One advantage to crashing in an old, drafty house that had been built before the turn of the last century, and that was currently owned by an old, dafty eccentric, was that there were a lot of old-fashioned fixtures and shit in it, like plumbing, appliances, light fixtures, heating systems. As Savage walked down past his rented room, he could feel the warmth gathering in intensity, and had a thought that he was glad he'd squatted in upstate New York instead of, like, Florida or the Carolinas. No way they'd have their ancient coal-burning furnaces going on a night in April. Pushing his way into the boiler room, he checked out the old-school, fat-bellied, fed-by fossil fuels furnace that kept the 3-story, multi-room sprawl warm. Thanks to being a couple 100 years old himself, he was well familiar with how they worked. And yet, as he stood in front of the iron behemoth, It was like he'd never seen one before. Under his arm, he could feel the book trembling, as if it were a small animal that was scared. "Sorry," he said roughly. "You got to go and you know this. You caused too many fucking problems." As things got even more trembly, he glanced down. "Oh, come on. A little self-awareness, please." The book stopped with a shudder of what seemed like resignation. What the hell was he waiting for? Savage wondered. On that note, he reached out for the latch to the belly's door. "Stop!" At first, as he thought he heard May's voice, he assumed it was his conscience talking. But then a red beam pierced him through the side of his right eyeball. As he turned his head, the laser sight drilled him in the skull. And on the trigger end of that calling card, May was absolutely steady as she two-handed the gun he had gotten for her. "What the hell are you doing?" she asked in a voice that cracked. He looked back at the boiler. "It's the way things have to be." "Says who? This doesn't involve you's none of your goddamn business." "I'm trying to save you." May bared her fangs, her face screwing tight with anger, her body vibrating with emotion. "I do not need help from a coward like you." "Excuse me. You got burned in your past, and I'm sorry about that, but you've been running ever since. No roots, no connections. Because you don't have the balls to live life. Well, that's your failing, not mine. And you're not going to prevent me from walking my own path." "You don't know me," he said coldly. "You know nothing about me." "I don't? You couldn't even make love to me last night properly because you can't handle any responsibility, even one that's made up in your own fucking head. You don't have the courage to be real, but whatever. I'm not going to let your failings fuck my life up. Give me the goddamn book." Savage jerked forward. "Just so we're clear, I didn't have sex with you because I knew I was going to do this." He jabbed a finger at the boiler. "And I knew you'd hate me for it. The last thing any female wants is a first time with someone she despises. So I held back for you, not for me." "Well, aren't you a fucking hero?" Holding up the book, he said, "You don't know what you're doing, May. I'm just trying to make sure you." "I'm done talking. Give me the book. It's mine. It's no one's. I summoned it." She shook her head and lowered that gun muzzle to the center of his chest. "It's been trying to find me, and you're in the way." How fitting, he thought. If she pulled the trigger, she would shoot him right in the heart. "May! No!" she yelled into the heat of the boiler room. "I don't need you to tell me goddamn anything. You have no right to determine the life of a stranger, especially given the stand-up way you've run your own. This is not your business. We met by mistake, and you're already a regret of mine. I am not going to add you to my list of tragedies." Savage narrowed his eyes and told himself that she was right. They were strangers. Proximity and some really fucked up shit had randomly brought them together. If she wanted to screw up her brother and herself, why the hell did he care so much? With a curse at himself, this time he tossed the book over. As May went to catch the goddamn thing, she fumbled with the gun and pulled the trigger by mistake, a bullet exploding out of the muzzle and ricocheting around the rough stone room in a series of pings. Savage ducked and covered his head, bracing to get hit somewhere. A high-pitched squeal, like that of a pig, marked the end of the lead slug's free-flying trip. Lowering his arms, he looked over at May. She had the book up to her chest, and as she straightened from her own crouch, she turned the tome around. In the dusty glow of the exposed light bulb overhead, the small round hole in the center of the front cover was like any other wound in flesh, but the imperfection didn't last long. As if the thing were capable of healing, as if it were alive, the bullet wound gradually sealed itself up. May lifted her eyes, and as Savage met her stare, the ache in his chest was just like if he had been the one hit. "Goodbye, May," he said in a low voice as he stepped around her. In the doorway out of the furnace room, he looked over his shoulder. "And I'm saying that because I want closure. It may come as a complete shock to you, but other people make choices, too." Chapter 59. Balls was still crumpled on the floor of the triplex bookroom when Ecker strode in. He was accompanied by a number of brothers, none of whom really registered, and nobody looked happy. The leader of the band of bastards, the one Balls had pledged his life to long ago, knelt down and took his dagger hand. As the image of that harsh face, with its cleft lip and its familiar eyes, got wavy. Balls kicked himself in his own ass. But damn, the guilt stung. We'll get you out of here and have that leg looked at. God, he felt awful, and not just because his ankle was on fucking fire. Have you found Savage? V's tracing his cell phone. Okay. Shit. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. You did your best. And don't worry, we're gonna find him and we'll get the book. This is nothing that's going to change our outcome. Come on. Let me help you up. Balls continued cursing for a whole lot of reasons as he got onto the vertical, and he had to rely on Ecker's shoulders to limp out of the apartment. Out in the corridor, he had to rest as the brothers provided cover, casing the hallway. Please don't let that brunette show up, Balls thought. And then he shut that down real quick. The last thing he needed to add to the shit show was placing a mental phone call to the bitch. Manny's downstairs waiting, Ecker said. Can we use the elevator? I can't dematerialize. Of course. He had an all-armed escort down to where the arrowed buttons were, and by the time they came up to the bank of double doors, he was getting dizzy from the pain. When their elevator arrived, they shuffled into the mirrored confines. Well, 3 of them did. He, Ecker, and Butch made it inside. There wasn't enough room for Z and Fury. We'll meet you down there, one of the 2 of them announced. Roger that, Butch said. As the panel slid closed, something moved in the corner of Balls's eye. Jerking around, he only saw his reflection, the image of his pale, pain-etched face refracted back and forth, ad infinitum. And Ecker's, and Butch's. There it was again, something moving around in one of the sets of reflections, a shadow, jumping up a level. And another level. And another level closing in on reality. What is it? Ecker asked. It's coming for us. The lights flickered overhead. The car bumped to a halt. Somewhere an alarm went off. Close your eyes, Balls commanded, even though he didn't know why. You have to close your eyes or she'll get into you. Close your eyes. He tightened his hold on his leader and grabbed the front of Butch's dagger holster, pulling the brother in close. Don't look. Don't open your eyes. A sound, like the hiss of a snake's tongue, came to them, surrounding them, getting louder. And through his lids, he could tell that the lighting was blinking again. Panicked, all he could do was pray the other 2 males were as eyes wide shut as he was. But there was no checking. Something brushed his bad ankle and seemed to probe his foot, like it was searching for, and had identified, his weakness. Then Butch moved against him like he was trying to get away from a touch. Ecker growled. But no one said anything. With a squawk, all 3 of their communicators went off at once. Engagement. Engagement. Repeat. The snake-like hissing got louder and snapped up to Balls' shoulder, like the entity, whatever it was checking out the noise. Balls moved his hand up and silenced the emergency. As the others' units went quiet as well, he assumed they had done likewise. It sounded as if all of the fighters had suddenly been attacked. At once. Fuck. It was fine. She didn't need him. As May dematerialized back to her house with the book, she was totally resolved and absolutely refusing to think about Savage ever again. Reforming inside the garage, she walked right into the back hall, through the kitchen and out the other side. I have what we need. She ignored how her voice broke. I'm going to take care of everything. Opening the way into the bathroom, she caught her breath for a moment. The ice from the night before was mostly melted. Nothing but a cold pool surrounding her brother's body. It's going to be just fine. She had a feeling she was crying. She didn't know why else her cheeks would be wet. But she didn't care, and that was the good thing about obsessions. They were utterly clarifying. Nothing else mattered, which made it all so much easier. Especially when your emotions got messy. Kneeling by the tub, she put the book down on the bath mat and stared at her brother's face. Then she looked at the ancient tome. Its cover was so ugly, and every time she breathed in, her nose revolted. But beggars, choosers, and all that. It worked, she said to the thing. I didn't believe in the summoning spell, but here we are. Reaching down to open it, she felt a surge of nausea as her fingertips made contact. And then, when she tried to lift the cover, she could have sworn there was resistance, as if the thing didn't want the intrusion. But it was an inanimate object, right? As one of her tears fell on the old leather, the droplet was absorbed as if consumed. And then, abruptly, the book opened itself, the cover thrown back without any help from her. While May jerked in surprise, pages started to flip of their own volition, the parchment rifling through faster and faster, until all of a sudden, the movement stopped, like a page had been chosen for her. As her heart started to pound, she looked down, and prayed that whatever ingredients were required for the resuscitation, she had them in the house. What the hell? Oh, no, 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 no. There was some title at the top of the page, and there were many, many lines of brown and black ink below it. There was even a drawing, archaic in nature as if from the Middle Ages, illustrating a corpse rising from a grave. So she had the right section, but she couldn't understand the language. Whatever the spell was written in was nothing she had ever seen before. Shit! When she tried to see if there was a translation she could read somewhere farther along in the chapter, the pages refused to be turned, the book becoming like a frozen block. May started to breathe heavily. Then she fumbled with her phone. Her hands shook as she dialed. "Hello?" came the elderly voice. "Tala, I have the book. I have the book, but I can tread it. Dearest, dearest, please." The elderly female's voice was worried. "I cannot understand you. You have to slow down." May was panting, but she forced herself to get control. "I have the book. I'm here with Roger at my house, but I can't read what it says. Can you come here and help me?" The summoning spell worked. Tala's voice drifted off into wonder. "And of course, as you know, I was trained properly in the traditional fashion for females, so I am fluent in many languages. I have no car to come pick you up in." There was a pause. "Dearest, what happened to your—" "It's not important. Are you able to dematerialize to the house?" "Yes, yes. Dearest, I shall be there right away." "Thank you. Just come through the garage. The door's unlocked and one of the daytime shutters in the back has been cracked. There's nothing where my car is supposed to be, so it's safe. Worry not. We shall work this out together." As they ended the call, May sagged with relief, but she worried about whether Tala was capable of. Knock, knock, knock. Her head whipped around. Getting to her feet, she stepped over the book and got her gun out, not that she was confident about using the damn thing. She'd managed to nearly shoot herself in the heart back in that furnace room with Savage. Okay, she was not thinking about that right now, or ever again. Dear God, what had her life become? Knock, knock. Who's there? She thought as she leaned out of the hall and looked at the front door. What if it was the Brotherhood? If they could trace the phone, then they no doubt knew where Savage had spent the day. What if they were coming for the— "May?" came a muffled voice through the door. "May? Dearest, are you in there?" "Oh, Jesus, Tala." As she lunged through the living room, she thought it was so typical of the older female to be confused. Yanking the door open, she found the old female right on the stoop, dressed in one of her caftans, her gnarled hands gripping a small purse to her caved-in chest like she was a beggar. Come in, May said as she pulled the female inside. "So you're safe." Tala tripped on the door's lip, and May had to catch her fragile body before she hit the floor. As soon as she was steady, May bolted back to the bathroom, talking the whole way. "I'm praying that you can read this," she said over her shoulder. Rounding the corner into the loo, she frowned. Over on the bath mat, the book had closed itself up again. "Oh, come on," she muttered as she went to pick the thing up. "You're so fucking stupid." May froze, then slowly straightened and turned around. The brunette was standing in the open doorway, Tala's caftan too short in the sleeves and on the bottom as it covered her spectacular body. "And can I just tell you," the demon looked down at herself, "I am so happy to get this shit off of me." With the wave of an elegant hand, the loose folds disappeared and were replaced by a black catsuit. Tossing her gorgeous, shiny hair over her shoulder, she smiled with those blood-red lips. "So, I think you and I are back where we started last night." One blood-red finger lifted. "Well, except you owe me $400,000. Why did you have to go for my Himalayan crocodile? And I'll bet it wasn't even calculated." You probably didn't even know what you were burning, did you? You are such a stupid, fucking cunt. I don't understand. Of course you don't. I swear. You're that line out of 30-something. As May blinked in confusion, the brunette welled at her. Jay-Z? Jesus Christ, you probably listen to folk music. And you definitely don't shop at Bergdorf's. Fine, you want to know what purse is that? Birkins are a handbag made by the Hermes company. They are the most coveted bags on the market, and each one is made by a single craftsman who takes. May shook her head. Not about the purse. The demon seemed surprised her lecture was being interrupted. You know, this could be a real learning opportunity for you. Then again, you're not going to be alive for much longer, Suya. How are you in this house? You invited me in, dummy. She smiled some more. And no, the fact that you didn't know it wasn't Tala doesn't count. An invitation is an invitation. You should have been more careful, and I was in the cottage before your boyfriend with the salt went to town. All he did was close the door with the wolf already in the henhouse. Or something. I've never been very good at animal metaphors. Sorry. But, oh, for fuck's sake, do I have to draw a diagram? You summoned the book, and as soon as you did, I felt the spell. The goddamn thing is mine and some asshole stole it from me, but that's another story. That shithole cottage was not protected, so I just waltzed right in Tala. Where is she? May demanded. What did you do with her? Sweetie, she's long gone. She had nothing left to fight me with. It was like pulling off a wet band-aid. Work of a second. May moaned and weaved on her feet. Police. The demon rolled her eyes and stomped her stiletto. I wasn't that bad as a roommate. I even cooked for you and your beef and you liked that stew. Then again, it was really good. I put a lot of heart into it. I really did. As May's mind struggled to catch up, she wanted to fall into her emotions, but knew that that was a death sentence. She had to think. 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 In the silence, the demon's eyes shifted to the tub. And then she did a double take. Oh my God. She glanced at May and laughed. Of course. I was wondering why someone as straight-laced as you wanted my book, but I should have known it was for a sappy reason. Who is he? As the demon stepped toward the tub, May threw her arm out. Don't you hurt him. The demon froze, looked at May, looked back at the tub. Holy fuck. Then, he's your brother? That virgin, my virgin, the one who got away, is your brother. May felt dizzy as she remembered Roger coming through the door and collapsing into her arms, dying from his wounds. You killed him, she breathed. You are his murderer. The demon whispered a couple of curses. Man, fate is so fucked up sometimes. It really Ison that explains why I recognized you back in the cage he'd been in. She drew a hand through her hair, as if in frustration. And yeah, even though I might've let you use my book, 'cause I'm such a nice girl, now it's a case of over my dead body you're bringing that thief back. And considering I'm immortal, you're going to have to wait forever before I keel over. Instantly, the demon's effect changed. Gone was the breezy conversation bullshit. Now give me my fucking book, she gritted out. May grabbed the tome and held on to it with both arms crossed over her chest. No, you're not taking this from me. Black eyes glittered. Give me my book. May shook her head slowly even as she started to shake. You're going to have to take it from me. Go ahead. You're so much stronger than I am. You're so fucking powerful. Come and take it. The demon's beautiful face grew ugly with fury, and the air around her warped. You don't know who you're fucking with. Yes, I do. Even as she wondered what the hell she was doing, May unfurled her lower arms and laid the book out to the demon. Take it. The snarl that vibrated into the tension between them was that of a predator, low and deadly. You fucking. May. Came a deep voice. The door into the garage closed with a bump at the other end of the house. I'm just here to get my guns, Savage called out. And then I'm gone. Don't frickin' worry. The demon straightened and cocked a delighted smile. Then she whispered, looks like I've got a little leverage all of the sudden, don't I? In a louder voice that sounded exactly like May's own, the demon said, I'm down here, and I need you. As the demon winked, May tried to call out, tried to warn him, screamed as loud as she could. But she couldn't seem to make a sound. It was as if her voice had been stolen. Chapter 60. It was like a nightmare. As May heard Savage's heavy boots come down to the bathroom, closer and closer, she desperately tried to warn him. But then he stepped into the open doorway. As he stopped short, tears fell from May's eyes. "I'm so sorry," she mouthed. "Hi, honey," the demon pronounced to him. "Evidently you're home." Before Savage could respond, his body was slammed back against the hallway wall, the same kind of invisible hand pressure that had hit May back in that underground lair, making him strain and fight to breathe. "So," the demon said to May in a reasonable tone, "here's how this is going to go. You give me the book, and I give you him. And before you go off, sis, with a bunch of exit demands, yes, I'll leave. No offense, but this house, just like you, isn't my style at all. Frankly, it needs a good goddamn fire. Do we have a deal? You give me what's mine, I give you what's yours. Even, Steven." Over on the wall, a good foot off the floor, Savage's lips peeled back off his fangs from the agony, and the veins in his neck stood out in sharp relief. "Oh, and P.S., the demon pointed out, his life is your jeopardy, theme. So when it runs out, you run out of time, and though I have other options to work with, he'll be dead as a door handle. Or is it Knob? I think it's Knob." May looked to the tub, looked back to Savage. As she met his eyes, she knew what she was going to decide before she was even aware of making a choice. Standing in the face of such a source of great destruction, May recognized how destructive she herself had been. In her desperation, she had sacrificed too much. In her grief, she had taken herself over the edge in her refusal to accept tragedy. She had brought so much of it to herself, to others. Savage wasn't the coward. She was. "Have the book," she said loud and clearly. "Just have it. I never should have gone down this road to begin with." As she tossed the heavy weight over, the demon had a Christmas morning expression on her face. All fury gone, nothing but delight. And then she was the one clasping the old, ugly thing to her perfect breasts. There was a moment where her black eyes closed, as if in relief, and then her lids popped open. "Thank you," she said with a strange sincerity. "You did the right thing, and I'm sorry about your brother. But honestly, you're better off not fucking with death. It's the one thing even I am careful about." Out in the hall, Savage's straining body was slowly lowered back to the floor. And then he shook himself, as if he were casting off shackles. "May," he said as he reached out his arms. Without warning, his head spun on the top of his spine with a sickening crack, and his body dropped to the floor in a heap. The brunette went saucy hip and forefingered the air. "Psych! Savage!" May screamed at the top of her lungs. Chapter 61. OMG, the night was so picking up, Davina thought as she delicately sidestepped out of the female vampire's way. She'd been in a really bad mood to begin with, but this display of tragic emotion? Come on. It was better than sex. Well, the mess sex she'd been having lately, at any rate. And she had the book. "Although you and I are going to have words," she muttered at the thing. "Bad book. You are a very, very bad book." Out in the cramped hallway, the female vampire was gently rolling her stud over, the male's loosey-goosey head flopping around, his sightless eyes staring at the floor, the wall low, and now the ceiling. "You could try mouth to mouth," Davina suggested. "But I don't think it's going to help." The female collapsed on that big, immobile chest and positively wailed. And for a moment, Davina thought about making some wisecracks, just to cut the tension. 'Cause this was getting a little intense. And then it dawned on her. No one was ever going to mourn her like this. No one was ever going to care whether she lived or died. Nobody was ever going to love her like this. Just as the pain shot through her chest, the female wrenched around, with a gun in her hand. As a wobbly red dot skated into her eyes, Davina recoiled. The female screamed in fury as she pulled the trigger over and over again, the sound of the gun going off competing for airtime over the roaring grief. And Davina had to give the bitch credit. She was a hell of a shot. The bullets ripped through flesh and bone, blowing chunks out on the tile, the floor, even into the tub with the female's dead brother. All kinds of perfect features getting ruined as Davina was thrown back. Click, click, click. Davina opened the one eye that was still working. The female still had the gun straight out in front of her, and she was compulsively squeezing the trigger, even though nothing was coming out. Lunging forward, she grabbed the female by the throat with one hand and took her careening down the hall into a pathetic little kitchen. As the vampire tripped and started falling, Davina gave her a shove, and a table with a cereal box and a bowl full of milk caught the scramble. Everything splintering, chairs knocking over. Davina kept the book in her other hand as she went over and dragged the female up again and then pitched her against the counter, against the cupboards, against the stove. And in proof that she was the superior entity, she managed to do all of that ping-pong-ing while she reknitted the gunshot injuries. By the time the female slumped to the floor, things were back to rights. Davina took the front of that throat one last time and tossed the piece of unresisting meat back against the empty wall by the door into what had to be the garage. Holding the female in place with a spell, Davina fluffed her hair. Well, that happened, and I'm going to settle a score now. You ruined my bag by fire, so I'm going to burn this piece of shit house down with you and your corpse boyfriend and your soggy, dead-ass, motherfucking thief of a brother in it. She glanced around, and then stamped a heel with frustration. Damn it, I don't have marshmallows. Do you have EO? Never mind. She walked in a little circle and wondered where to start. You know, I've always wanted to have my Oprah moment. Here it is. You have a flame, and you have a flame, and you have a flame. All around, little bursts of yellow and orange appeared on things. The back of the sofa and the corner of the carpet in the living room. The cupboard over the refrigerator. The archway into the hall. And there were more in the back bedrooms, too. Down in the basement as well. Phew! She took a break and fanned herself. Is it me, or am I hot in here? And by the way, you still owe me at least 200 grand. There's no way this hovel is anywhere close to the cost of my bag. Up against the wall, May was losing consciousness at least until the house burst into flames around her. As smoke and heat began to thicken the air, and her skin prickled in warning at the flames, a wave of adrenaline whipped her brain back in order. But there was nothing to be done. Just as Savage had been held in place before. Moaning in her throat, May squeezed her eyes closed. She had killed him. Not intentionally, but her actions had created the situation that had led to his demise. This was all her fault, and she'd never had a chance to apologize or tell him that she loved him. She had ruined his life all because of her selfish quest for power over death. Lifting her lids, she focused on the demon. The brunette was smiling as the smoke swirled around her, the book that had started it all clasped against her. From out of the billowing gray swirls, a figure emerged. A figure that made no sense. Savage? May thought. How was this possible? But it was him, although maybe he wasn't real. Maybe he was just a figment of her desperate, dying brain. Well, my job is done here, the demon said. And as much as I'd like to hang around and watch the barbecue, I've got spells of my own too. With a battle cry that shook the house, Savageer, the mirage of him, threw his arms around the demon. Before the brunette could react, he bared his fangs and sank them into the side of her throat. As the demon screamed, the flames that had found purchase around the house exploded into full-blown fires, the inferno redoubling. Still latched on, Savage dragged the demon back to where the flames were the strongest, the fire burning the brightest. The brunette, meanwhile, fought and kicked, clawing and biting at the hold that was upon her. Just as Savage disappeared into the blaze, his eyes locked on May. "I'm sorry," she screamed. "I love you." And then he was gone. "No!" May cried out. "Savage!" As she started to weep, she tried to peel herself free of the hold. But there was no budging, no getting away, as the house became an oven and every breath she took burned her lungs. She was going to die. Even if the human fire department came, it was going to be too late for her. Too late. Too late. May. Just as she was losing consciousness, she heard her name. Forcing her lids up, she. Roger. The fire was loud now, the crackling and popping and creaking of beams and walls so deafening that she didn't know whether her voice carried. Then again, like the image of Savage, was she really seeing her brother right now? And he was not alone. Tala was standing right next to him. The two of them were holding hands, and the yellow and orange flickering cast them in a strobing light that was, in a strange way, heavenly. In the face of the heat, they were somehow unaffected, their clothing unburned, their hair not on fire. They just stared at her, their expressions saintly with peace. "All will be well," Roger said. Okay, not that she wanted to argue with the ghost of her brother during her last moments on Earth, but they did not agree on the definition of that term. Nothing was well. The vision of the pair of her loved ones was shattered, the mirage broken apart by a male dressed in black. Her first thought was that her fantasy Savage had come back again. But then no, it wasn't him. This was a fighter, though. A goateed fighter with a pair of black daggers strapped, handles down, to his chest. "I've got you," he said in a commanding voice. No, I'm trapped." All at once, the hold on her disappeared, and as she dropped forward, he caught her and swung around. "Savage!" she yelled over the din. "Savage is down there." The soldier glanced to the hall. "No one can survive in there. I have to save you." They were both having to scream to be heard, and as he started rushing them away, she clawed to get free. Even though she knew he was right. Nothing could live in that kiln, and her love had been dead before it started. Even a demon couldn't survive back there, which had to be why her body was no longer imprisoned. "Savage," she moaned. As all of her strength left her, the brother broke out into the garage, nailed the opener with a punch, and the instant fresh air barged into the concrete space. She saw the other males who had lined up in the driveway. She tried to focus through her sudden delirium. "He took the demon," she told the brother with the goatee. "Savage came back to life somehow, and he took the demon into the flames. He saved me, he saved all of us." Sirens now. Loud sirens. Humans were coming. "We're going to take good care of you," the brother told her. "Just stay with me, true?" Staring over her shoulder, she saw her parents' house on fire, the flames spasming behind every window there was, the smoke curling out of holes that had formed in the roof. Utter destruction. Nothing left behind. Just as she was put into the RV she recognized from before, she saw the red bubbling lights of the first of the fire trucks. The double doors were closed, cutting off the sight of the humans come to rescue that which could not be saved. As the RV's engine roared and things lurched forward, she realized there was another male sitting off to the side on a bench. One of his ankles was bound in an ace bandage, and he had the whole leg elevated up on a wad of white blankets. He was staring at her. "What happened?" he said as the male with the goatee secured her body on the table with a series of straps. "I lost the male I love," she mumbled even though he hadn't been talking to her. "I lost him before I ever got to tell him how I feel." And that was the last thing she remembered. Chapter 62. At Lucha's house, Nate was lounging next to Ellen on the sofa. His laptop was open on her lap, as it were, and she was searching a names database of the species. Across the way, up on the TV mounted over the fireplace, Stranger Things, Season 2 was playing. As Ellen shut the computer sharply, he looked over. "Nothing." She didn't answer. She just stared at the floor. When he breathed in and smelled fresh rain, he frowned and sat up. "Ellen, you're crying." She put her hands to her face. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. "What? Tell me what's going on." With a shudder, she seemed to try to pull herself together. And when she looked at him next, her silver eyes glittered in a way that made him sit back. The light in them was shimmering, like they were basins of illumination, rather than anything conventional that the female simply looked out of. "I've lied to you," she said quietly. "I haven't." "What?" "I don't belong here. Lucha's house is meant to help people just like you." "No, that's not what I mean." "Caldwell, then?" "This present time. This was all a mistake. A huge mistake." Ellen put the laptop aside and got up. Pacing around, she looked into the kitchen. "We're alone," he said roughly. "You can talk freely." Shuli and the others won't be back for another half-hour. I'm sorry, Nate. Her words were spoken absently, as if she were unaware he was still in the room, as if she were unaware of where exactly she was. I have to go, she blurted. Go where? Out for a walk. I can't stay inside right now, I need some air. I'll come with you. No, I have to be alone. I won't go far, I swear unto you. With rough kicks, she pushed her feet into the boots she'd been given by the Luch's house staff, and then she walked to the front of the house. After a moment, he heard the door open and close quietly. Shit! Nate looked around and wondered if he should call the social worker. She was due back along with Shuli and 2 potential boarders to the house. They'd gone to stock up the cupboards and the fridge. Anxious and unsure what the hell to do, he pulled his laptop over. Signing in, he went into the search function. He told himself he was violating her privacy, but he couldn't stop himself. Something was up. Something had probably been up the whole time. He was just a simp, though, and he worried that the name she had searched came up right away because she hadn't closed out the database. Savage. Savage was the name she had looked for. Back at the Brotherhood's training center, Revenge pushed his way out of the office and strode down to the clinic. There were a lot of people gathered outside one of the exam rooms, and no one was saying much. Then again, there were a lot of injuries, all kinds of bumps, bruises, and welts marking the faces of the brothers and other fighters. Jesus, you guys got tore up, he remarked. Their grids registered one by one for him, and the sorrow was so overwhelming that even though he was a sympath and had sociopathic tendencies, it was impossible not to sink into the suffering. Well, and then there was the fact that these were his people, his community, his family. The door opened and Vishouse stepped out. Smoke inhalation. But she's going to come through. She's conscious and we're trying to get her to stay. But she's insisting that she wants to go home. I thought her house burned down, Rage said as he rolled his bandaged shoulder. Another one. There's a cottage somewhere. What happened to Savage? Rev asked. V lit up a hand rolled and on the exhale said, he saved the day-night, whatever. That female in there said the brother somehow came back from a catastrophic neck injury, locked onto the demon, and dragged her right back into an inferno. They died together in the fire. Fuck, someone said. Guess he wasn't a warlock after all. And the book was with them, V concluded. Thank God. Butch made the sign of the cross. We don't have to worry about either of them anymore. Rev glanced to the exam room door. Is it okay for me to go talk to her? I won't upset her or anything. It's okay with me. V took another drag. There's no medical restrictions, and anyway, Alina's in there right now. Rev pushed his way into the exam room. The instant he saw his Shellin, he felt his body respond, and his female smiled from over at the sink where she was washing her hands. May, this is my Hellrin. From over on the bed, the soot-covered female was in sad shape, the oxygen mask obscuring a lot of her face but none of her emotions. He read those all too easily, and that was why he'd wanted to see her. The suffering was so awful, so deep it reminded him of himself. After he greeted his Shellin with a kiss, he looked at the patient. I'm sorry I lied to you, he said roughly. About what I knew. Over on the gurney, the female nodded, coughed a little, kept her bloodshot eyes on him, and yet she was not angry at him. Then again, she wasn't feeling anything but the pain. I just wanted you to know that, he said. And I wish there was something I could do. Alina dried her hands. She would like to go home. Maybe you could drive her where she'd like to go? There are so many injured here. The female on the hospital bed pulled her mask down. What happened to them? She asked in a hoarse voice. The brothers. Rev answered that one. The shadows came for them. It was an epic fight downtown, like the demon needed them to stay where they were at the Commodore. Fortunately, there were no casualties. There might have been, though, except all of the sudden it stopped. The enemy just up and disappeared. Savage, she said in that rough way. When he pulled the demon into the fire, as soon as she was killed, her power disappeared. He saved the Brotherhood. Rev nodded and glanced back at the door. Well, that explains it. Explains what? Why all the fighters in this household are outside your hospital room. I'm sorry, I don't understand. You're Savage's female, so they honor his memory by taking care of you. Rev lowered his voice. You're not as alone as you think you are. Not anymore. There was a long period of silence. And then she said, You are so wrong about that. Without him, I will always be alone. Chapter 63. 2 hours later, as the Mercedes's headlights washed across the front of Taloa's cottage, May felt the agony in her chest ramp up again, and she had a thought that her pain was like that house fire the demon had started, suddenly exploding in intensity. She closed her eyes and wondered if she would be able to go in at all, much less spend the rest of the night inside. You know, you can stay up at my lake house instead, the Reverend said next to her. It's safe. There are chosen there. It's a good place to heal. May refocused on the front door. No, this is my new home. I might as well get used to it. And yet she didn't get out of the warm car. Instead, she stared at all the darkened windows, the overgrown bushes, the ragged trees. A wonderful female lived here once, she remarked sadly. And now she could see the pathway to her becoming what Tala had been. An old female who lived in those four walls, tottering around the oversized furniture, forever resolving to tidy things up a bit better. Thank you for the ride, she said as she popped her door. As she went to get out, the Reverend touched her arm. You can always call the training center. There are resources there for you. I gave you the number. Thank you, she said, even though she knew she would never phone in. Anything you need, you come to us. She nodded, but only to get him to stop talking. She honestly did appreciate what he was saying, but she couldn't think about anything other than the aching present and the 400 years in the future when all this was done. All the suffering over. When she finally died herself. Getting out, May said some stuff to the male, and he nodded like whatever it was had made some sense. Then she walked over to the cottage's front door. As she opened the way in, she took a deep breath and only smelled smoke. It was going to be like that for a while, they told her. Her sinuses had captured, and were going to hold on to, the acrid scent for a number of nights. Like she cared, though. May waved over her shoulder and closed the door. Then she leaned back against the cool panels and looked at the back of the hutch that Savage had moved out of place to protect them. Memories of him picking it up were as sharp as knives, and yet she couldn't avoid them even as they sliced at her heart. To try to get her attention elsewhere, she took another inventory on how her body was doing. Not too great. Her skin was hot, but more than that, her inner core was overheated, as if her body temperature had been permanently raised by the fire, like she was a roast beef in a restaurant, just out of the oven, throwing off her own BTUs. Wonder how long that will last, she thought listlessly, staring out through the contours of all of Taloa's too big, too fancy furniture. She listened to the silence and wanted to cry, but there were no more tears left. God, every time she blinked, she suffered another image from the bathroom at her parents' house. The demon in her face, her brother under that cold water, Savage's neck breaking. May moaned and resolved to never, ever blink again, even if her eyeballs turned into marbles in her skull. Straightening, she went down to the bathroom and stared at the shower. She could picture Savage standing there in front of it, his body so magnificent, his eyes boring into her, his scent deep in her nose. With a sad capitulation to reality, she stepped in, shut the door behind herself, and started the water. As she took off the hospital scrubs she'd been given, she glanced down at her body. Lots of bruises, patches of red, angry skin, scrapes. Looked like she had been through a war. Getting under the warm spray, she hissed as stripes of pain registered all over the place, and the soap stung, as did the shampoo. But by the time she got to the conditioner part of things, she was doing better with it. She couldn't smell any of the familiar stuff she used. Just smoke. As if the fire was a pursuer who was not giving up the chase. When she was cleaner as clean as she could get, she stepped out and shivered. Pulling a thick terry cloth bathrobe on, she wrapped her hair up in a towel and rubbed the condensation off the mirror. A stranger stared back at her, and all she could think of was what she would have done differently. Talk about a list that was going to get her nowhere. Food. She should try and see if there was any food around, like in the refrigerator that was still pressed up against the back door. As she thought of Savage once again, she still didn't understand exactly what had happened back in that fire. How he had gone from a broken neck and dead in her arms to coming back to life. Then again, heroic things happened to the dying, and when it really counted, he'd obviously been determined not to let her down. Shaking her head, she opened the door and screamed her bloody lungs out. Chapter 64. Okay, so as romantic reunions went, it was not exactly what a male hoped. But as Savage put both of his hands up to his ears and winced, he wondered exactly how he could have made this easier on May. "I'm sorry," he said into the din. "I'm sorry." May stopped screaming and started to hyperventilate. What? She was dressed in a robe, her hair in a towel, her too pale face marked with all kinds of bruises and soot smudges that were going to take multiple showers to get rid of. And what do you know? She was the most beautiful female he had ever seen, would ever see. But she looked like she was going to pass out. Savage jumped forward and caught her arm as she listed. "Here. Come here. Let's sit down over here." He drew her over to the kitchen table and sat her in a chair, because he wasn't sure she was going to remember how to do it on her own. "Take some slow, deep breaths with me. That's right. That's. How are you alive?" she said hoarsely. Again. As she panted, he sat back and rubbed his thighs. "I need to tell you everything. And I should have before, but I just didn't know how to. PP, please." She reached out and touched his face. "Is this really you? How is this possible?" "I can't die." May frowned, blinked a couple of times, then put her palms up to the sides of her face. "Oh my God, you're a warlock." "I'm not a warlock." "But I'm not. My first cousin Ravin, she's the magic one. And 200 years ago, I died trying to protect her during that attack on her life. I was struck by arrows and laid out in a coffin. Took me decades to figure out what had happened, to put the pieces together, and I'm not sure I have it all correctly. But what I know for certain is that she brought me back using a spell from the book, and then she disappeared. That's why I didn't want you to bring back Roger. May, my existence is terrible. Everyone thinks they want to be immortal, but it's hell. You belong nowhere, with no one, because the only thing that exists for you is time. It's a nightmare. Friends, family, lovers, they're all gone. Everyone I once knew except for a handful of the Brotherhood who I saw last night are gone. It's an endless mourning." "Savage, how is this possible?" she asked with wonder. "The book." He shook his head. "It was a spell in the book. And May, I just didn't want you to do the same thing to your brother. All he would know is the deaths of those he loved, including you. I've had to separate myself from everyone. Because how could I possibly explain my situation? Who would believe me? And as for destroying the bouquet was my only option to help you. Or at least that's what I thought at the time. You were right, though, and I'm sorry. I didn't have the right to take your choice away, even if I was worried about its implications." May rubbed one of her eyes and then winced like it hurt. "So back at the parking garage that first night, you were going to live anyway. I didn't save you, did I?" "Oh, May," he said in a voice that cracked. "You have saved me. In all the ways that matter, you absolutely have saved me. My heart was dead, and then you came along." Without warning, Savage's female launched herself at him, throwing her arms around him, pressing her lips to his. "I love you," she said as she pulled back. "And I'm the one who needs to apologize. I was just so tunnel-visioned about Roger that I was destroying everything." "Wait, what did you say?" "I was destroying everything with my single-minded." Savage shook his head. Before that, there was a pause, and then she stroked his hair. "I love you, and I don't care about what comes next. All I know is that you belong here, with me." On a shudder, he closed his eyes, and remembered standing out on the lawn of the little cottage, thinking he would love to be able to clean the place up, because it was where May lived. Now, it was where they would both live. Slowly lifting his lids, he stared into May's face. There were so many things he didn't know, so many veils obscuring the future, so many things left to question and talk about. But he knew one thing for sure. "I love you too," he said simply. Forever. Up in the cottage's second-floor bedroom, May lay naked in between cool sheets, her head on a plump pillow, her breathing deep and easy. Downstairs, she heard heavy footsteps moving around, and then they started up the stairs. The weight ascending was so great, the old wood creaked, but it was a cozy sound, because she knew who was coming up to her bed. In the open doorway, Savage appeared, his huge body resplendent, powerful, naked as well. Light from the fixture overhead bathed the cuts and valleys of his muscles, and when he came forward into the room, she saw his massive chest tattoo clearly. Except now the finger pointing to her felt very different. She felt like it was the answer to the question of who he loved. May smiled as she moved the bedding aside, revealing her body. "Oh, May," he sighed. "Come to me, my male." Savage prowled his way up to her, and when he started to roll to the side, she shook her head. "I want to feel you on me," she whispered. "I'll be gentle. I know you will. You will never, ever hurt me. Never." He started to kiss her. "My love." The contact of their lips was sensuous, and she had the sense that he wanted to take it slow. But she was too hungry, and so was he. "May, please," she begged. "I just want you inside me. I've waited so long. I've waited a lifetime." He groaned, and then she felt one of his hands between her legs. When he brushed her sex, she purred in anticipation. As Savage started stroking her, and she felt her pleasure rise, she shook her head. "No, I want to be with you." "You will." Just when she was on the cusp, his hand disappeared and she felt the blunt head of him right where she wanted to. "I love you," she breathed. Savage dropped his head in her neck as he repeated the words she was never going to tire of hearing or saying. And then he moved his hips forward, and there was a brief flare of pain that was instantly forgotten as a miraculous feeling of fullness and stretching carried her over the brink of a release that brought tears to her eyes. As May started to orgasm, she called out her love's name, scoring his back with her nails, her body arching into his. And he did the same, joining her in all the pleasure. It was so beautiful, so perfect. She cried tears of joy. Chapter 65. No known cause, a man's voice said. "They haven't figured out how it started?" "Nope, but the fire inspector is coming back for a second look." "So weird." The witnesses said it went up like a match strike. There was a series of crunching footsteps, the sound of one car door shutting, then another, and finally, a pair of vehicles crackling over some debris and taking off down the street. Silence. Well, not exactly. There was dripping everywhere, water falling from places all around, like it was raining. And then, from the other houses that were close by, distant sounds of people taking showers. TVs with early morning news reports. Parents yelling up the stairs to children to hurry. "It's getting late. The bus is coming." Pre-dawn had come to this stupid, fucking middle-class neighborhood, and the only good thing about any of it was that shit was still mostly dark. The demon Davina sat up out of the pile of ashes. Looking down at herself, she had to shake her head. She was nothing but flesh and bones. Literally. "Oh, shut up," she snapped. "I know I need a shower, and anyway, this is all your fault." She glared at the pile of burned shit next to her. "You know, you can play hard to get all you want, but you need me. Without me, you're nothing." A wad of wet soot hit her in the boob as the front cover of the book whipped open, and when pages shuffled in anger, like she cared. "Fuck that," she said as she got to her feet. "I should leave you here, you know that. They're going to bulldoze this whole site. You'll end up in a landfill, which is better than you deserve." As a section of pages stood erect out of the spine, she gasped. "Are you flipping me off? Seriously? How rude." Trying to make her way through the debris, she slipped and caught herself on a still steaming beam. But eventually, she got past all the ashy crap and stepped onto the singed lawn. Shaking herself, she gave the raw meat of her corporeal body a sad eye. It was going to take a while to get her strength back. Her looks too. Whatever. She started to walk off, and then realized how badly she was shivering. God damn it. She needed to be back in her lair. On that note, she opened up a tear in the fabric of reality, her comfy little home appearing in front of her, so that all she needed to do was step through to be in it. And she did put one foot into the other side. A plaintive whimper turned her bald, open wound of a head back to the fire site. The whimper was repeated. I don't know why I should bother. You treat me with no respect. You're always leaving. Whimper. Rolling her eyes, she was about to leave the book behind when she had a memory of that female vampire bent over and weeping across the chest of her dead male. With a curse, Davina minced her way back into the fire damage. You better apologize. She leaned down and glared at the fucking piece of shit book. And courtesy of me taking you right now? You're gonna do me a favor. You now owe me. Grabbing the thing out of the mess, she marched back to the tear in reality. She was due her true love. And this ungrateful bunch of parchment was going to give it to her. Or else. Epilogue. I don't know how this is possible. As Savage spoke the words, he had a thought that he'd been saying them over and over again. Like since he had hung up his phone at the cottage and stared across the kitchen table at his May. I don't know. Good thing his female was driving his crappy junker of a car. Trying to get a grip on himself, he took her free hand across the worn seat of his beater and reviewed the fact pattern with himself again. Phone rings. It's murder. He says he has something he needs to talk about. And it was right about then that things went totally off the fucking rails. Which, considering what the last 24 hours had been like, was really saying something. How this is possible? He looked over at May. Thank God you're here. I couldn't possibly do this without you. Do you know where you're going? May glanced across the interior with a smile. I do. And it's not far now. Okay. Good. Savage swallowed through a tight throat and tried to distract himself. And hey, at least the latter got him grinning. He and May had made love all through the daylight hours in their big, creaky bed. The two of them learning each other's bodies, loving each other, being close and finally falling asleep together. It was the single best day of his life. So in a way, having that phone call come through about 30 minutes ago kind of felt like overkill. Then again, he'd been overdue for some dumb luck, he supposed. Here we are, she said as she got off onto a county road. The lane took them up to what he was determined to turn the cottage into. A farmhouse that had its trim freshly painted, and its shutters restored, and its chimney stick straight, the whole lot of it sitting pretty in a yard that was well tended and thriving. This is so lovely, May murmured as she turned off the engine and looked out to a meadow that was off to the side. I'll bet it's beautiful when the leaves come out and the grass is green. He nodded, and then said, I can't feel my legs. Immediately, his female was focused on him. I'll help you. We're going to do this together. After all these years, on an impulse, he went in to kiss her briefly. Thank you. She stroked his face. We're in this together. Whatever happens. They opened their doors at the same time, and that was when he scented the Brotherhood and the other males who had been in on the infiltration the night before. From out of the garage, the big bodies came, and he was surprised as they approached him with smiles and words of welcome. One by one, they shook his dagger hand, patted him on the back, greeted him, or introduced themselves if necessary. More than one of them said something like, glad you're back, or we're gonna really need you, or let's meet at the mansion. Whatever that was. And then, shit, he said. Wrath. In the midst of all the Brotherhood and the fighters, the great blind king was unmistakable. Literally nothing had changed about him, except for the dog at his side. He was still tall as an oak, still with the black hair falling from a widow's peak, still with that cruel, aristocratic face. My brother, Wrath murmured as he came forward. Good to see you safe and sound. You did the race a great service last night. Savage swallowed. Was he back in? Was he rejoining? I don't know what to say. Good. Too many idiots with opinions in this group anyway. And yes, if you want back into the Brotherhood, we're glad to have you. Glancing around, Savage saw all kinds of nodding faces. And with May at his back, was it possible that the male who could not die had a future he no longer dreaded? And then he didn't hear anything anymore. A diminutive figure appeared in the doorway of the garage. Everyone stopped whatever they were doing. Time seemed to stop as well. "May?" he said as he reached out blindly. "May, I need you." Instantly, he felt his female's arm shoot around his waist and she steadied his balance. "I'm right here, Savage. What's wrong? Do you feel sicko?" The crowd parted as the little female came forward, and Savage was vaguely aware there was a male hanging in her background. He was young, though, just out of his transition. Nothing that could hurt her. God, she looked different. No more the black hair, no more the dark eyes. She was silver now. She glowed now. "Ravin," he heard himself say. With a strangled cry, his long-lost cousin launched herself across the distance that separated them. "I am sorry, Savage. I am so sorry." As she burst into tears and kept speaking in the old language, he caught her and held her up, while May held him up. After he was sure Ravin was in fact, yes, actually alive, he set her back down, and a cold shiver of sadness went through him. Her hair was so very different, a gray so pale it was white, and yes, her eyes were in fact silver now, too. In his mind, he went back to that bedchamber. The blood. The violence. Savage touched her face. Even though she was still young in appearance, she had aged 100,000 years, and he hated that for her. As talk bloomed among the Brotherhood, like the fighters were trying to give them privacy, Savage cleared his throat. Before he could ask, she said, "I am alive, yes." True enough, but he of all people knew that that term was very relative and utterly unrelated to respiration and heartbeat. Was the pain worth it, he wanted to ask. The power you sought, was it worth it? Instead, he switched into English and said, "Where have you been? I looked for you throughout the old country for 2 centuries. I crossed the globe trying to find you. I was not here." "Yeah. I know, when did you get to the new world?" Ravin switched back to the old language and dropped her voice so that only he could hear her. "I have been in time, dear cousin, not location. I have traveled through the nights and days to meet you here, at this moment, in this place. My beloved cousin, my protector, I told you your job is done. I just had to find you to let you know that all was well." Savage blinked and realized her mouth was not moving. She had somehow put the thoughts into his mind. "But all is not well," he thought with a shiver. "You have been reborn," he choked out, and thought of the headless guards, of Zysis, of... "Yes," she said, out loud. "Maybe." He wasn't sure. "Would you like to introduce us?" May prompted, like he and Ravin had been standing there, not talking out loud, for a while. Refocusing, Savage drew his female toward his cousin, and wondered if he had to protect May against the female he had sworn to defend. Except that was crazy, right? He tried to stare through Ravin's eyes and into her soul, but he had never been a warlock. The magic had always been hers, and hers alone, to command. "This is my May," Savage announced. "May, this is my first cousin, Ravin. I've been looking for her for a very long time." He felt a little better as Ravin smiled shyly and bowed low. It was like some part of her still remained who he had once known. "Greetings," she said. "It is my honor." As May smiled and they started chatting, as if it was a normal first meet and greet of in-laws, Savage told himself not to worry. He needed to focus on the miracle, not worry about what any of it meant, or where they were all going to go from here. And yet, as happy as he was to see his blooded relation, he found himself frightened of the female. Fuck it, though. His nerves were just shot, and why wouldn't they be? He'd had enough near misses with bad news in his immortal lifetime, and now that he finally had found his female, he wasn't into taking chances anymore. Glancing around at his brothers, and then staring down at his beloved, he decided, well, maybe the universe wasn't as unjust as he'd thought. Off in the corner of the garage, standing apart from the crowd of fighters and females congregating on the driveway, Lassiter frowned, and frowned some more, as he watched the 2 females embrace, and Savage, the missing brother, looked like he was worried he was about to wake up from a very good dream. Lassiter shook his head and tried to reframe the last week and a half. The trouble was, the film reel kept with its final edit, none of the scenes altering, the soundtrack of conversations and inner thoughts remaining the same. The script evidently not subject to alteration. "What the fuck is your problem? Glow stick?" came a dry voice. Great. This house. Exactly the brother he didn't want anywhere near him at the moment. 'Cause really, why bring a matchstick to a gas party? You look like someone broke all the remotes in the house. There was a shcht of a lighter firing up. And then the scent of Turkish tobacco. Come on, Angel. This isn't like you, and I can't believe I'm jumping into your pool of weirdness here. I didn't see her, Lassiter murmured as he stared at the female with the long silver hair and strange, glowing silver eyes. Ha! In all the visions about this, I never saw her. Lassiter focused on the brother. I don't get it. I saw everything: the demon, the book, Savage, Balthazar, revenge, all of it. Even down to this scene here, although I couldn't figure why it would be here and not the mansion. But I never saw her. He went back to staring through the crowd of familiar bodies, people blocking his view and then revealing her when they stepped aside. One young male in particular seemed to dote on her, bringing her a glass of milk from inside the house, but she seemed suspended and unconnected in the midst of them all. Ethereal. Beautiful. Her eyes shifted around as if they were looking for something to light on, as if she were starting to feel overwhelmed and maybe wanted to escape. See me, he thought at her. I want you to see me. Her stare continued on past him, and then promptly doubled back. As their eyes met, a shimmer of awareness, of heat of purpose went through Lassiter's entire body. Well, V said, all I can tell you is that I never saw anything that was meant for me, true? Lassiter looked back at the brother. What? My visions. They've only ever been about the destinies of others, never my own. The brother shrugged and started to walk away. So good luck with that, Angel. Or should I say, good luck with her. With a knowing look, the brother wandered off, leaving Lassiter with the strangest sense that the gift of light wasn't an object at all and that he and this silver-haired female were just getting started with each other.